Star of the Unborn. The 17th chapter. Wherein, in the course of a festive symphony, the great musical dramatic improvisation of the era, the calamity takes place which proves to be the turning point of instrumental history. At the outset of this chapter, which begins with a drama and ends with a tragedy, I must confess without reservation that I felt better than ever. The reason for my well-being was the fact that I felt clean, I was washed and shaved, and my clothes were pressed. I had spent about 30 hours among the living after an eternity in dead storage in the wardrobe of invisibility, where I had been carefully put away in mothballs like all others of my kind. In the course of these 30 hours I hadn't had much opportunity to get dirty, yet I was uncomfortably conscious of my crumpled linen and my mussed suit. This consciousness went so far that I asked BH privately whether it might not be possible for me to appear at the festive symphony in the customary veil draperies of the mental world. BH replied promptly and sternly that it was out of the question. My dress suit, he said, made a far greater impression than I. Without this genuine, remarkable antique, I would look like any ordinary person who was unlucky enough to be pretty hairy and in need of a barber. Incidentally, BH went on sotto voce, having assured himself that no one was listening. The cosmetic tough luck of being hairy was far more general than one might suspect. Even among the youngest and most beautiful brides there were some who concealed a heavy growth of blonde or black curls under their helmets. Finally, BH pointed out that he himself was running around in the disguise of a prehistoric doughboy on my account. There wasn't any answer to this argument. I sighed and said that I had always been accustomed to change my suit and my linen in the evening before going out socially. BH laughed out loud. Did I really forget to help you, poor fellow? All you need to do is stand under an astrotonic shower. No sooner said than done. The dry shower not only gave me the delicious feeling of being washed, massaged, and shaved, but in a jiffy it laundered, starched, and ironed my shirt and restored my swallowtail to the state of pristine impeccability in which it had been delivered by my Viennese tailor. Need I add that this remarkable dry-cleaning method not only renovated the body and garment but also refreshed the soul and spirit in the twinkling of an eye? After a late but substantial meal, similar to the one of the night before, we started for the evening's entertainment with the bridal couple in the van of our party. My heart was filled with uncurbed curiosity, as though I had not paid a visit to the Park of the Worker, had not survived a thorough exorcism, argued with King Saul and his son, had not done comic calisthenics in the Grey Neuter, bounced around on Mercury's mare Plumbidum like a rubber ball, had not wallowed like a hippopotamus on Jupiter's red morass, scuttled around on the inside of a unicle, learned about the shape of the universe and the most important moment of my life from the high floater, taken a look at the jungle from the outside and witnessed the exodus of the cats and the massacre of the chickens, not bad for just one day. I remembered how tired I had been yesterday from the first few hours of my new life after I had had a pretty good nap for several eons, and I was surprised to feel so ambitious now in spite of my sleepless night. Apparently, I was still the same old. The large theater in which I now found myself was a real, genuine theater, just as the schoolroom of the elementary class in the Jebel this morning had been a real, genuine schoolroom. I wasn't in the least surprised. Essential requirements permit little variation in the outer form of certain things. The Symphony Theater was located, unless I am mistaken, among the many public institutions and state buildings that encircled the outer rim of the central plaza or geodrome. The justifiable objection may be raised that the word building is inaccurate. There was nothing above the surface of the earth except a large, empty, vaulted hall that marked the place and its purpose. In the description of the geodrome I used the word shadow architecture. Right now I can't even be certain whether this hollow entry hall had a roof or whether the stars looked in from above. I need not mention that this opera house, pardon the old-fashioned expression, was far beneath the surface. It consisted, as the word theater indicates, of an auditorium, an orchestra pit, and a stage. The auditorium rose in the manner of an amphitheater and, like an ancient circus, was divided off into boxes or loges. The boxes were very spacious and were separated from each other by low railings. Instead of armchairs, they contained roomy couches with raised headends, each affording ample room for 6 people side by side. Toward the rear the boxes rose to the height of a balcony, assuring excellent visibility. Presently we will discover, however, that good visibility and acoustics were not the primary requirements of a modern theater. Every box contained 3 couches rising in steps behind each other, so that there was room for 18 persons. Since today's symphony was dedicated to the 100 most distinguished bridal couples of the state, the front row of the first ring of loges was reserved for them, giving each couple the exclusive use of one of the wide divans. The latter were covered with magnificent veils, pillows, and rugs and were literally loaded down with the familiar rust-colored roses. The lovely brides in their doveray, bluish veils under which gleamed the blurred ivory of their naked bodies, the young men in clothes fitting black with their glittering gold helmets, each lying next to his bride and holding her hand in a formal, solemn fashion. All that made a tableau of indescribable charm and beauty. Still, with all my admiration of this exotic scene of the future, I will have to admit that a premiere of, let's say, Puccini's posthumous opera Turandot at the Vienna Court Opera House or at La Scala in Milan was no less brilliant than this Sympæan here several eons later. Be that as it may, the cream of astromental society was assembled in the house of the Sympæan. What's that? Did I hear somebody plaintively say the word democracy? Well, there really can't be much argument about my 100 noble brides and fiancés. Moreover, there can't be much argument about the repeatedly stated fact that these people were not only living in a perfect democracy but in the most ideal form of communism. But for the very reason that democracy had become an absolute matter of course since untold millennia, it had ceased to exist. For democracy is one of those relativisms of life that ceases to exist as soon as it is realized. As long as the just demands for material and potential equality of every citizen of the globe had not been fulfilled, politicians and journalists could make a living by reiterating these just demands. But when, after endless battles, victories, and defeats, democracy finally triumphed, the much deeper inequalities than the material ones came into prominence, inequalities of beauty, of strength, of will, character, idiocy, cynicism, indolence, cleverness, talent, acumen, all those things for which God and nature can be held responsible but no ruling party. I devoutly hope, however, that my report from the most remote future will not create a panic among our radical politicians and give them the deleterious notion that the only hope for their business lies in the secret soft peddling of material and potential inequality. It should be evident, therefore, that the theater was filled with the sort of people who were once called the 200 families in France, along with their retinue of spokesmen, house sages, permanent guests, and another category, not previously mentioned, the body gardeners or recreators. The latter were hygienists or, if you like, private physicians and were kept only by the most distinguished families. Of course, the medical practice of the era consisted chiefly of preventive rather than therapeutic medicine since diseases had practically vanished down to a mere symbolic remainder. I also recognized the athletic dudes, fops, and dandies whom I had seen at the dance, although they were now dressed in festive costumes instead of in glistening nakedness. So I repeat, it was high society that had assembled in the theater. It is obvious that I had by this time acquired an eye for social distinctions, although they were much less crude and apparent than the gross contrasts of my own day. In my description of the audience, I must not forget the Mutarians, that strange brotherhood that had become blind and deaf by a sacred act of will in order to serve men more unselfishly at the great turning points of their lives. Every bridal couple had their Mutarian with them. In the case of ours it was Lofra. I almost wrote Era Angelico. The latter lay with a rapt smile I shall never forget at the feet of Lodu and Lola, ever ready to jump up, look for something, run an errand, call someone, or only listen for unexpressed wishes with his inner ear. The greater part of the audience was still on their feet, craning their necks to admire the horseshoe of bridal couples. Today's Sympæan was the climax of the season. Jewelry, furs, and gowns furnished a very unsatisfactory topic of conversation for the ladies, since the habiliments were fairly uniform despite their various nuances. I am ready, however, at any time to withdraw this statement, as it may be based in part on my ignorance of astromental styles and in part on my astigmatism. It was customary that on this particular evening every bridegroom appear with the implemental insignia of his favorite occupation. Since actual work was a thing of the remotest past and even excavating, masonry, and carpentry were done mentally without benefit of human hands, it was only natural that dilettantism and hobbies of all sorts took the place of the deadly seriousness of labor of the past. We have been told that the ideal of aimless play prevailed. Even the most exalted expression of the astromental spirit, chronosophy in the Jebel, did not have the remotest notion of usefulness or of practical utilization of its discoveries. Men indeed emulated the gods. And what purpose in life do the gods have besides the full enjoyment of their own existence? The tools which the bridegrooms were carrying as evidence of their aimless playfulness were of various sorts. One of them held a huge guitar in his hand, an instrument, incidentally, without strings. In this manner the youth indicated that he was interested in a particular sort of music. There were quite a number of painters who appeared with clean palettes, maulsticks, and bouquets of unused brushes. There were not nearly so many sculptors and architects, the latter with gigantic dividers and T-squares, for, after all, painting is the least utilitarian of the formative arts. I had the impression that about one-third of the bridegrooms had chosen one of the arts as their hobbies. Among the others there were some remarkable occupations. One young man had appeared with a sprinkling can, a spade, and a rake. He had made his garden independent of the central gardening system and took care of it himself. Another brought an old-fashioned spinning wheel. Who could know that this antique instrument belonged in the hands of women? A third was carrying a sort of hall tree hung with countless tiny parchment rolls. It was the symbol of philological dilettantism. A fourth had his hand clenched around a billiard cue as though it were a lance. I still don't understand why my suspicions were not aroused by the fact that there were at least 15 others besides Lodu who collected weapons. Our bridegroom had a clumsy old single-action revolver slung over his shoulders by a strap, the same old Wild West persuader dating from the 19th century that I had noticed in his collection last night. He was especially proud of this piece, much prouder, of course, than of his insignificant trans-shadow disintegrators.
The semicircle of the 100 bridal couples was brought into prominence by a soft illumination of its own while the rest of the auditorium was wrapped in pleasant dusk. Everyone stood facing the flower of mental youth. No one became tired of looking. The flowing dove-gray draperies faintly revealing the shining maidenly bodies, the black festive robes of the youths, their golden helmets, the narrow ebony-black headdresses of the brides which lent a bright glow to their faces, their necklaces and ear pendants, their bracelets and anklets with large, pale gems, the grace of their stylized manners, the silvery twittering of voices, all that pelted down upon me like a blissful blizzard of light and sound. It seemed to me that I was young myself and belonged in their midst instead of being a revenant of unfathomable antiquity. I had been given the place of honor directly behind our young couple. I was to recline between BH and Lo Fager, while the places at the sides of the broad divan were reserved for the bride's mother, Lo Raza, and for the ancestress, Gr3. I owed BH's presence beside me to the particular courtesy of considerate Father Lo Salop, who had yielded his proper place so that I might have my Virgil by my side. Lo Salop contented himself with the couch behind us, which he shared with the 3 bachelors. I must confess that an exciting little interlude contributed to my pleasure. When all the bridal couples, including ours, had simultaneously entered their boxes and the storm of applause that greeted them had died down, Lala had turned around with searching eyes. I knew she was looking for me. When she saw me she smiled most graciously and even winked at me just the tiniest bit in memory of our dance this morning. My nerves reacted in a perfectly adolescent manner that I would not have expected of them any more. I twitched with excitement like a 20-year-old, and that's just about what I was by astromental measurement. And like a 20-year-old I felt impelled to express my feeling of happiness in some surreptitious way. So I invented a little verse and whispered it into BH's ear. A heart, resigned and tired, blooms anew beneath the sunshine of a woman's smile. Who wrote the ghazal beginning with these verses? I asked hypocritically, which one of the Persian drunkards, Hafiz, Ferdowsi, or Omar Khayyam? I've forgotten, but you, my friend, will recognize it, just as you recognized Emperor Hadrian. Oh, Lord F.W., said BH, shaking his head, can't you ever get rid of all these infantile things, especially now, when you are to experience a Simpean for the first time? Of course, the Simpean. I pulled myself together. I'm looking forward to it. What piece are we going to see? Perhaps each of us will see a different piece, replied BH cryptically. Then he turned around and nodded to the spokesman behind us. I don't want to anticipate your explanations. The Simpean, the handsome old gentleman began with a flattered air, the Simpean is a composite work of art. A composite work of art, I interrupted him, startled out of my composure. I've heard that word before. Moreover, it seems to me I've heard the thing itself before. It generally lasts 5 hours. Steam rises from a trapdoor along with magnificent music that has no beginning and no end, and the bearded singer in a wolf's pelt nervously shifts his long spear from one hand to the other. BH quietly put his finger to his lips. It was a sign of ill-breeding to interrupt a spokesman in the very first sentence of his causerie. The latter, however, continued imperturbably. The Simpean is a composite work of art, he repeated, for the creation of which a poet, a musician, and an audience join in cooperation. I must have looked so dumbfounded that Lo Fager smiled at me encouragingly and said, let's not bore Senior with a long causerie on the modern Simpean. Just let him ask the questions that are on his tongue. This is a thing that's related to his own profession.
I felt sorry for the spokesman who had once more been deprived of his professional privilege to make a few well-chosen remarks. But I availed myself of Lo Feijer's offer and asked, I don't understand why the audience should be named as co-author of the composite work of art. Don't they perform a piece that has already been written and composed, that has either already made a name for itself or, in the case of a new composition, will have to make its name tonight? They all looked at me with indulgent smiles. But FW, my reincarnated friend said mildly, as he would to a child, those times are long past when you could serve the audience a petrified cake. Sampans of today. At this point GR3 threw in a remark with her sonorous but suggestive contralto. I remember those petrified cakes distinctly. I like them better than the sampans of today. I'm no barbarian, madam, said Lo Feijer. I know that there is much to be said for the older, elaborated method. But don't forget that the difficulties that were placed in the way of the poets exceeded the limits of permissible artificiality. Every verse had to have 21 syllables and 3 rhymes at the beginning, the middle, and the end. It took 10 years of hard work to complete a piece under such conditions. Now the classicistic spokesman succeeded in making himself heard. This sublime artificiality, my esteemed paterfamilias, he said, was only the result of the shameless, unbridled realism that preceded it. A poet who wanted to describe a fractured leg had to produce an official certification that he had broken his own leg. You're quite right, my friend, Lo Feijer nodded graciously. But after all, it was tiresome to observe in all the fields of art how school A followed school B and school B followed school A. What, my dear, do you mean my school A and school B? Asked Loraza, and I suspected that her question was intended to give her husband a chance to scintillate. It turned out that I was right, for Lo Feijer replied with an epigram that he obviously kept on tap for such occasions. I didn't mind, for I know artists and writers who do the same. He said, the shallowness of school A is so deep that it seeks in vain to make itself intelligible, and the depth of school B is so shallow that it seeks in vain to make itself unintelligible. Bravo, compere, I applauded politely, although I don't have a very high regard for such antithetical puns. Even we barbarians were familiar with these two schools that regularly alternated with each other. We called the contrasting tendencies of school A and B naturalistic and symbolistic. But sometimes schools A and B mixed the faults of both styles, and the result was a swinish hubbub that called itself futurist or expressionist or surrealist or some other kind of ist. Everybody looked at me unappreciatively. What could such high-flown designations mean to them? Ladies and gentlemen, I resumed, the thing that worries me is not the question of style, but the method, just the bare method. You tell me that the Sampaean we are about to witness has been neither written nor composed at this moment. The people back of the curtain there have no libretto and no music, there's no score for the conductor and no parts for the musicians in the orchestra. But you're dealing with other brains, old man, BH reminded me, with brains that can think and dream a great many things synchronously that could formerly be thought only consecutively. That's just what I'm thinking of, I replied somewhat disheartened, and I've been afraid right along that I won't get much out of it. Don't worry. Seigneur, Lo Feijer encouraged me. He was the most tactful person I had ever met on either side of the grave. The method about which you're inquiring is the simplest thing in the world. You see, it was discovered long ago that the creative geniuses have been flimflamming the public since time immemorial. The great works of art of the past are not so much the fruits of genuine inspiration as of the critical intellect. The masters of the arts whose names are still enshrined in the archives twisted their words and sounds back and forth hundreds of times, scratched them out, changed them, rewrote them, and tested them in the strongest acids of the intellect before they ever reached the public. That's more than true, compere, I agreed. The nobler ones did it amid pangs of torment in order to reduce the weaknesses of their work. The ignobler ones did it with cold calculation in order to enhance their chances of success. And between them were the highbrows, the advance guard, the bohemians, consisting chiefly of unruly juveniles who passed directly from adolescence to senility by some sad physiological freak. What is this queer word, bohemians? They asked me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, by way of comparison I should say they were the jungle creatures of the beginnings of mankind, who lived a phantom life in cafes, bars, studios, editorial rooms of newspapers and magazines. They were a conceited clique in the disreputable sections of all the cities of our world. Their painting and writing were motivated by the consuming ambition to outdo each other in absurdity. This absurdity was capable of every conceivable disguise. Today it might parade in the garb of ecstatic madness, tomorrow in that of shamelessly sophisticated objectivity, day after tomorrow in that of grinning, idealistic classicism. But the very moment when one of them gained the advantage for which he had passionately striven, he fell behind the others to the exact extent of that advantage. For the Bohemians were subject to the principle of the merry-go-round, in which you drop behind as soon as you get out in front. The merry-go-round is in vogue in our jungle too, the house sage commented darkly. And I concluded my historical discourse with the words, in the beginning the politician's diabolical craving for power corresponded precisely to the artist's diabolical conceit. It is very fitting, Seigneur, that you use these two expressions, Lofeger complimented me. Craving for power and conceit. By the elevation of the Selenozusion our constitution tamed the craving for power. In the same way it tames the conceit and the craving for recognition of the artist by forcing him to rely on inspiration alone and by depriving him of the weapon of the critical intellect. We insist upon pure nourishment, upon unclouded inspiration, upon the divine afflatus, without any admixture on the part of ambition. But how is that possible? I asked. At a sign from Lofeger, BH assumed the duty of interpreter. You must know that the poets and musicians of the Sympeion are selected and sifted exactly like the final 11 Selenozusian candidates. For these offices only tested and proven inspired persons are chosen, and there are far fewer of these than of genuine lunar consecrates. The competent commission unfailingly recognizes the born improviser by certain signs and qualities. The born improviser, for instance, is scared to death to undertake an improvisation, and after it's over he is so ashamed of it that he usually goes into hiding. Nothing makes him happier than to have his work forgotten at once instead of being recorded for posterity. He doesn't even read the reviews that appear on 3 successive days in the Evening Stars. If he is permitted to experience an instant of ecstasy in the moment of the inspiration itself, he is adequately punished by the eternal torment of self-rejection. And all that, I marveled to myself, is taking place at the very spot where they used to manufacture the synthetic Sympeions of the films without any inspiration or improvisation, only with cold calculation like chemical fertilizer. Well, you mustn't go too far, Lofeger put a damper on my friend. Our Sympeionists are permitted a little vanity. It would be a cruel hardship to deprive an artist completely of vanity. After all, he occupies a different position from that of the Selenozusian or the Mutarians. He's a buffoon who produces something that doesn't exist. That's why he may be identified with himself and is permitted to have a name, said the permanent guest with the Baroque wig. During this conversation, which fascinated me without entirely revealing the nature of the Sympeion, all sorts of waxy blossoms were scattered over the bridal couples and the air about them was perfumed with pungent scents. We, the audience, were handed cold drinks, the color of mercury, which were supposed to enhance our capacity for productive cooperation. All at once an excited stir ran through the crowd. 3 black-robed persons on wheel cots were pushed down to the very front to the space between the boxes and the orchestra pit. This space was almost completely filled by the dudes and dandies, the gilded youth of the mental world who were lolling indolently on rugs and mats. The fops and dudes turned right and left in an affected manner in order to attract admiring eyes. They were athletic figures but belonged in the lightweight class. I couldn't help noticing again and again that mankind had become weaker and more delicate in the course of the eons. No one paid any attention to the gilded youth, however, all eyes were riveted on the 3 black figures on the wheel cots. You could have taken them for corpses if they had not occasionally uttered a distinct sigh of boredom. Have they been iced yet, the 3 of them? GR3 inquired in her deep voice. She didn't miss a thing. I looked at BH for help. He lowered his eyes. I had caught him with a question he couldn't answer. They are the 3 critics of the era, Lofeger came to my aid. Shortly before the beginning of the Sympeion their emotions are anesthetized. That is, all their sympathies and antipathies are paralyzed so that they may judge by their critical intellect alone. Moreover, their powers of expression are reduced to a minimum so they will not be tempted to indulge in stylistic escapades. It's just the reverse with the Sympeionists. They have not been permitted to spend a minute alone in the past 3 days so that their critical intellect would have no opportunity to fashion any idea that they might have had. Poor fellows, I sighed, I hope they at least get a chance to sleep. They are put into a dreamless sleep every night, Lofeger replied. But I was not only worried about the Sympeionists, the black-robed critics down there worried me even more. Pardon me, old man, I whispered to Lofeger, is the icing of the emotions really successful every time? The elimination of the good emotions, that is, the friendly, the favorable ones, can be counted on as sure as fate, was the answer. And what about the elimination of the bad emotions, that is, the unfriendly, the unfavorable ones? No, Seigneur, said Lo-Fager, the bad emotions can never be completely paralyzed, for the critical intellect itself is a bad emotion, or rather, two bad emotions. Two bad emotions? I repeated in surprise. Yes, Seigneur. Envy because the critic is the critic and not the author, and malicious pleasure because the author is the author and not the critic. But then all reviews must be unfavorable nowadays. I exclaimed. General surprise greeted this comment. But reviews are naturally unfavorable. Do you mean to say that there were favorable reviews in your day, Seigneur? Our reviews were softened by commercial considerations now and then, I declared, shamefaced and confused, adding, I refuse to give any further information on this subject, since I write some paeans myself and am therefore dependent upon the reviewers of our former age. As I spoke these ill-considered words, I noticed Lo Joel, King Saul's firstborn son. He was the last one still on his feet in the gigantic auditorium, standing with his back to the orchestra and letting his apathetic, myopic gaze rove over the festive house. He wore the same formal garment as the bridegrooms. I noticed something peculiar about him and around him, as though the air that enveloped him were trembling. He differed from the dudes and dandies and the other young men in some indefinable manner, although externally he looked exactly like them. He was standing at the farthest right edge of the orchestra pit, near the door which even in this day and age bore a glowing red sign, Exit. The house lights faded. The bridegrooms in the wide horseshoe took the hands of their brides with a formal, affected gesture. Lodu made a remark to Lala. It seemed to be an angry remark, for the young man's back and shoulders definitely expressed annoyance. I would have bet that the remark concerned Minyaman's son. Lala laughed a little. If I keep looking at her, I thought, I won't fall asleep at this Sampayan. As the curtain rose, I saw many members of the audience assume a posture that I had observed more frequently at a football match than in a theater. It was the posture of the goalkeeper on a soccer team who stands crouched with extended arms, intent upon catching a flying ball. This gesture proved that the enjoyment of a mental show no longer consisted of the passive acceptance of the offering, and that the role of the Sampayan audience had improved, had become more important and more vital than formerly. Some of my readers may object that they see a contradiction in this tenser participation of the mental audience, since the entire world had developed in the direction of reduced effort and painless enjoyment. What the rising curtain revealed was therefore all the more disappointing and disillusioning, a huge empty stage with 3 bare white walls. The smallest summer amateur stage of our day in the process of scene shifting was a breathtaking world of enchantment in comparison with this. The light that flooded the stage was just as bald and cold as the stage itself. But I knew at once that this baldness and barrenness were not a part of the performance. 2 utterly absent-minded gentlemen stood in the right and left foreground, respectively, and their gleaming bald heads and black cowls indicated that they were officials of the era. Farther upstage, 6 or 7 ladies and gentlemen in ordinary dress were chatting in undertones. They seemed to have dropped in by pure chance and apparently had nothing to do with the Sampayan, least of all with the audience. It would be difficult to imagine anything less dramatic than this little group of citizens. When actors in my former life arrived on a rehearsal stage in street clothes, laughing and wisecracking, it was a thrilling scene compared with this. I couldn't understand why the theater revealed itself stripped of every illusion in a world that had a particularly strong sense of ceremony and formality. I thought of the ballets and pantomimes of the youthful Star Rovers and whispered my comment into BH's ear. He reprimanded me in a similar tone. In the first place, the chronosophers don't put on shows but seek truth. In the second place, the people of today don't need any childish illusions suggested to them from outside. They would be bored by anything that they didn't produce themselves. And in the third place, wait. BH had not yet finished when the lone gentleman standing at the left side of the proscenium began to make swinging motions with his arms like a freezing cab driver at a taxi stand who tries to get warm by stimulating his circulation. Is that the inspiration hitting the poet? I asked impertinently. But I really didn't intend to sound quite so ironical. The poets always stand on the right, Lo-Fager corrected me. The musicians stand on the heart side. That's really the least they can do, I muttered, although in my day the better poets stood pretty far to the left. Suddenly the musician made a funny little jump to the edge of the orchestra pit. His smooth face beamed with such honest ingenuousness that a ripple of sympathetic laughter ran through the audience like a glissando. The maestro paid no attention whatever to this unintentional effect. As an improviser, he was so involved with himself that the reaction of the people was a matter of utter indifference to him. He frowned as he surveyed the orchestra. The latter consisted of about 100 men. All had bald pates and war cowls. I shall not waste my time with a description of the instruments. Some of them differed from ours in shape, but the principle was the same. No matter how old mankind gets, I thought, they will always make music in the same way, by singing, fiddling, plucking, blowing, and by striking on tuned strings or taut skins. My lord, how mistaken I was. The instruments in the orchestra only appeared to be wind and string instruments. In reality, these mental descendants of violins and harps had no strings at all. They were simply props, like the bagpipes of the idiot and the hurdy-gurdy in the park of the worker this morning. So far the orchestra showed no signs of attentiveness, but now the composer looked sharply at one of the woodwind players, who rose with an indolent smile. A series of messages transmitted by their eyes passed between the two men, then the player raised the prop oboe to his mouth and the maestro began to beat time with the index finger QF his left hand. I heard nothing. Other instruments joined to accompany the oboist, whose body was swaying back and forth in rhythmic motion. The actions of the orchestra gradually began to reflect the picture of music more and more. The audience heard it plainly. And suddenly my inner hearing opened in very much the same way as the ears open when an airplane has finished its glide down from a considerable height. The music, created by the spirit of the master, was now recreated by our own spirit through the medium of the silent orchestra, every member of which played his part with the greatest emotional intensity. The secret of astromental music did not lie in mere suggestion, avoiding material sound, but in the release of the inner, active, musical life of the audience. It represented a tremendous step in advance in the direction of spiritualization. I don't know whether it is so, but I regard it as likely that mental throats and lungs and muscles no longer had the strength to produce sonant music such as we knew for an hour or more on end. It is a fact, however, that I don't remember hearing a single breath of song, and that even the manangua often sounded like a mere rusk of dry leaves. This dynamic participation in the music was also responsible for the attitude of the audience. They did not sit there laxly and apathetically like subscribers to a symphony series, but reflected the motions and emotions of the orchestra in their sparkling eyes. The most significant thing I can say about the music is that even I, who had missed an entire eon of progress, was able to reproduce it in my own mind under the direction of the composer. I am ashamed to confess that back in the beginnings of mankind I had been far less competent to keep up with musical progress. It is quite clear by this time that the Sampaian had little in common with our beloved opera. The music, important as it was not intended to produce feelings of rapture on its own account. Singing itself had withdrawn from the joyously vibrating vocal cords to the more intimate realm of thinking and feeling. Music was rather intended to emphasize the passage of time. It served to carve the drama out of the sphere of time. But where was the drama? The gentleman on the right side of the proscenium, the author's side, had been wiping the perspiration from his forehead with a veil kerchief for some time. Presently he walked slowly with bowed head toward the chatting group of actors, who gradually stopped talking and turned to the dramatist. A long silence ensued. Breathless suspense gripped the audience too. The music stopped abruptly, for suspense is not properly the object of musical expression. The dramatic author inclined his polished pate to the right at an almost plaintive angle. Finally he nodded to one of the actors. The latter was tall and broad-shouldered beyond the average. Again there was a brief exchange of glances, supplemented by a few muttered words. Then the author returned to his post without taking his eyes from the chosen artist. The actor first retired into deep thought, or more accurately, he fell into a deep reverie that could be felt at a distance and from which he had trouble rousing himself. Then he began to walk up and down along the footlights with crossed arms and tightly closed eyes, traversing the entire width of the stage each time. With every turn his step became heavier and heavier, boorishly clumsier. The composer on the left side watched him with the keen immobility of a hunter before he signaled the make-believe orchestra and unleashed a muffled accompaniment that made me think of a rope with many knots. Suddenly the actor stopped his boorish pacing and rearranged his ordinary veil garment with 2 angry jerks. Then he resumed his walk, but now more rapidly and with an air of agitation. I have no explanation for the things that happened next. Since I was lying there stretched out, it was no wonder that I was overcome by weariness now and then. Whenever this danger threatened, I quickly looked at Lala, whose profile I could clearly see in the semi-darkness. This time, when I turned back to the stage, refreshed and a little more wide awake, the actor had undergone a complete change. He had been transformed into a magnificent jungle man, a romantic gypsy, or rather a Montenegrin or an Albanian skipitar. Tiny bells jingled on the ends of his tremendous black mustache. A red cap with a long tassel dangled on the back of his head. Silver buttons glittered on his jacket. His feet were shod with authentic peasant boots. And yet it wasn't all quite as simple as that. The actor seemed to be a hybrid, a changeling. Sometimes the black veil garment which he was actually wearing broke through the barbaric costume of the jungle man which his powerful imagination forced on our senses. But the strangest thing was that his true face never once broke through his assumed face, his mask. The power of this actor made me think that perhaps in one of his next reincarnations BH would meet people who had several bodies and heads at their disposal and not for theatrical purposes. And now, rack my memory as I will, I find it utterly impossible to describe the manner in which this magnificent jungle man spoke and sang or did not speak and sing. It is quite possible that the actor uttered no sound at all but that he caused his speeches to originate directly in us, his listeners, in the same manner in which the dead musical instruments produced their music. This, however, is less important than the fact that the text of the speeches which the actor received from the mind of the author was beautiful, simple, and intelligible even for the slow wits of an aborigine like myself. Incidentally, I had adapted myself to the situation very quickly. I learned to hear the words and sounds solely with my inner hearing, and in a few moments I caught on to the action and began to enjoy it. The Sampaian seemed to differ from the theater of my day in that it was less interested in dramatic conflicts than in problems of the soul expressed in the form of monologues. Naturally, I have forgotten the words and verses spoken by the jungle man in elegant monolingua. In abridged and attenuated form, they probably expressed the following. I am a son of the jungle. Like my father and forefathers, I love our blue mountains and fragrant valleys that give me food and happiness. Like my father and forefathers, I never thought of breaking the proud prohibition that we set for ourselves until yesterday. Although I am a man, a Christian, a son of the church like the others, yet I never dreamed of going over to them, the associates of the stars, the rulers of space, before whose omniscient spirit I would be crushed, poor peasant and shepherd that I am. But since yesterday, just as our authors used to exploit the social problem, so these exploit the jungle. I thought this as an aside while the play was developing in me with the full cooperation of my attention. The capacity of the instrumentals to become conscious of several intellectual processes simultaneously was gradually becoming part of my equipment. I was painfully aware, for example, of the acute discomfort which the author's choice of material engendered in Lofager. I also felt that this choice of subject had touched a neuralgic spot in almost the entire Sampaian audience. Suddenly, I became shockingly conscious of the dangerous game which we authors of all eras had always played merely for the sake of the sentimental effect. Certainly the jungle furnished brilliant material. There was nothing more tragic in the present world than the contrast between the recidivism of nature and man on the one hand and instrumental accomplishments on the other. But I felt the stress at once which the author gave this improvisation. This stress served for the romantic glorification of the jungle and, strange as I was, I sensed its Rousseauist spuriousness. As an impartial observer, I could easily tell that it was the jebel and not the jungle that needed defending. Yet if I had not been born 100,000 years ago but only 100 like the mirror-skulled author down there, I would no doubt have glorified the jungle with the same romantic sentimentality. It's a great privilege to be a man living beyond the bounds of history. It's more than a privilege, it's an impossibility. At the moment, I was the incarnation of that impossibility. Unfortunately, I didn't enjoy it. While I was thinking all these asides, the stage had become very animated at the inner command of the improviser. 5y virtue of the agitated projective force of 3,000 nerve centers, colorful stage settings had developed which could have been called dynamic or visionary backdrops, if the entire stage had not been burst open and extended into infinity. The same people who, only a few hours ago, had looked with disgust at the reality of the jungle during the cat phenomenon were now gazing with rapt attention at their vision of the jungle. For this situation, too, I quickly found analogies. Hadn't the most reactionary bourgeois and capitalists of my day frantically applauded the plays of the revolutionary dramatists when literary snobbery happened to bring them into vogue? They did it because they were firmly convinced that the revolutionary dramatists weren't serious about it at all, and they were quite right. A vain, self-centered literary ego can't be serious about anything except about the impression which it creates. And so, night after night, the theaters of our great cities were resplendent with jewels, glittering evening gowns, and white shirt fronts, while misery, hunger, depravity of body and soul paraded on the stage, and wild imprecations were uttered against those who had paid big admission prices for the privilege of being cursed because they believed that these curses were not directed at them but belonged to the realm of art. The poor people, on the other hand, crowded into the motion picture houses in order to stare rapturously at the jewels, glittering evening gowns, white shirt fronts, and lucrative eroticism on the silver screen. Right now, in the 11th cosmic capital year of Virgo, there was no more money, of course, no social distinctions, and, above all, no misery. But in place of that they had the jungle, and the jungle, which couldn't be mentioned in polite society, seemed to have become a sort of romantic abstraction in the hearts of idealists like Lo Joel and the authors of the day. The improviser brought new characters into the action. Now a young lady had changed before our eyes into the hero's jungle wife with an embroidered peasant bodice, and an elderly gentleman had become his father with a snow-white, jingling mustache. It pleased me to discover that my inner eye and ear were beginning to react much more rapidly to the stimulus of the author and actors than at the start of the play. The wife and the father advanced cogent arguments in their effort to dissuade the moonstruck hero from exchanging his green island for the iron-gray desolation outside. But the arguments were unavailing even when two curly-headed children were superfluously conjured into our consciousness and clung to their father's arms. The young jungle peasant wrenched himself away from his family and his crackerbox house to embark upon his adventure. Whenever the action became tense, the music faded, only to become more prominent during the speeches and monologues. Was quite disappointed. They didn't have to summon an improviser down from heaven for this sort of thing, I whispered into BH's ear. That stuff is old as the hills, the contrast between city and country, between rustic simplicity and decadent culture. They did that a lot better back in our 18th and 19th centuries, of course, with the help of the intellect. BH was offended. You shouldn't judge prematurely, F.W. *, he grumbled. You can't possibly grasp all the nuances and overtones yet. Don't underestimate me, BH. I can tell you now, for instance, that a beautiful young lady, a Douvre bride, is about to appear. Our husky aborigine has seen her at the mental parapet, and she is drawing his emotions out into the other sphere. Not a particularly original idea. You see, I'm improvising the improviser. You are improvising the improviser because he improvised the Douvre bride into the subconsciousness of the audience, including yours, at the very beginning of the play. You can only guess what the improviser wants you to guess, and you're not even guessing everything. Great is the jebel, I muttered, whereupon Lo Fager at my left, who had heard my words, sighed deeply. From this moment on I was disturbed and felt so indescribably ill that I should have liked to leave the Sampayan if such an affront hadn't been unthinkable. I must confess that I felt something worse than nervous hypertension. I felt fear, strangling fear, and I couldn't explain it. I tried to calm myself with the thought that the astromental audience around me would feel a 3 times greater fear if my premonition of coming disaster had any foundation. Or could it be that my recent audience with the high floater had made me more sensitive for the moment than these clairvoyant people of the future? I closed my eyes in order to escape the Sampayan. I didn't succeed. The terrible thing was that the Sampayan became unbearably intensified behind my closed eyelids. Since this form of art was no external process but one projected to the inside, its power was doubled and trebled when the physical senses were turned off. I tried to force my thoughts into other channels. I thought of her whom I love and whom I had had to leave eons ago. It made me infinitely sad to think that she no longer had a destiny. I began to fidget like a nightmare-ridden sleeper so that BH reprimanded me repeatedly. I didn't even want to see Lala again. I pressed my hand against my eyes. The music became still louder, the action shriller. In addition to everything else, my nerves were tortured by the suspicion that the improvising author had tackled a problem which had no solution. My critical intellect ran ahead of the play. The improviser couldn't possibly let the jungle man conquer astromental mankind. But if he even had him perish in tragic beauty, the jungle would be right and the jebel wrong. Any way you looked at it, it was bound to end in a terrific mess. The author at the right side of the stage had finally produced his Douvre bride, who had been deposited in all of us from the start, and now he gave her and the jungle hero a great scene. I recall that at the end of one of the speeches in which the actor declared that life would have to be renewed, Lo Joel's words, the bride took off her black helmet and showed that it did not conceal a shiny little bald pate but a head of lovely, tabooed blonde hair. It seemed as if the deep bell tone of ocean surf reached my ear. An invisible force drew my hand from my eyes. I looked at the audience. It had changed radically. Many people glowed negatively. The dusky loges were marked by these pale emanations of light. It was clear to me at once that this glowing represented a predominance of the astral in the astromental composition, a dangerous ascendancy of the emotional side over the intellectual. This optical expression of the aroused temperament did not strike me as remarkable or strange for an instant. Among all these faint light emanations, however, two persons not only glimmered but actually glowed like star transparencies. The word glow is not a metaphor in this case, but an actuality that I witnessed. One of the glowers was Lo-Joel, King Saul's son. He glowed a panting bright red from head to foot in the exact manner of an overheated stove. Who would ever have believed that he, the frigid, ironical, superior creature, was nothing but a torch of primeval fanaticism? It was plain to see that Lo-Joel was sending out the rays of his red heat to the hero Carrot on the stage, stimulating his acting to a frenzy. The other glower was not far from me. In fact, he was hardly 2 paces away. I am speaking of Lo-Du, the bridegroom, of course. He glowed in exactly the same ominous colors as the pillars of fire on the horizon of the Jupiter, more brownish-violet. His fervor had less illuminating power and probably also less heat than that of Jolsid. It seemed, however, to be all the more consuming inside him. And then there was still another who did not glow but shone instead. It was Lo-Fra, the Mutarian, who had lain at the feet of the bridal couple until recently but who had now risen and was standing at the outer corner of the box. He was shining, and this word is to be taken just as literally as the bright red incandescence of Lo-Joel and the brownish-violet glowing of Lo-Du. The Mutarian's face emitted mild, pale rays of the same silver gold that the old masters used to paint the aureoles of saints. No one will ever see a holier face than that of Lo-Fra in the last few seconds before the catastrophe. His eyes were closed and shadowy, his nose prominent and pointed, his mouth was smiling in ecstatic expectation. Turning his back to the stage, he slowly spread his arms. Lala used both her hands, trying to pull her fiancé back to the divan. Lo-Du, however, wrenched himself away with quite unmental brutality and jumped on top of the cot. All but the ancestress in our box rose to their feet. Lo-Du began to wave his ridiculous 19th-century revolver around in the air like a madman, this choice specimen from his collection and the symbol of his historical spleen. It's a good thing, I thought, that there's no life left in the silly toy, otherwise it might go off because the damn fool is holding his finger on the trigger. I had not even finished thinking this relieving thought when the silly toy did go off. It was a stupid, clumsy, exaggerated, old-fashioned crashing explosion accompanied by much powder smoke. Lo-Du had aimed at the jungle man or at the glowing red Lo-Joel. That's what I assumed. But he had hit the Mutarian right in the middle of his shining face. Among the few things that had survived from the beginnings of mankind was this grain or two of gunpowder, sealed airtight in a rusty cartridge that chance or fate had preserved in the chamber of ancient Roscoe, and it had now forced its lead projectile through the rifling of the barrel. The effect of the soft-nosed bullet was terrific. It had completely shattered the shining face. The loge was spattered with human blood and brains. For generations the civilized world had not witnessed a homicide. Only a homicide? As far back as the memory of the civilized world reached, people who had attained the extreme limit of ageless old age and whose satiety and weariness exceeded all other emotions had voluntarily betaken themselves to the institution called the Wintergarten. Even the death of animals went unnoticed. For dogs and cats there was an annex to the Wintergarten. The dogs had rapidly become accustomed to it, but the cats had not. Oh, these miserably ungrateful cats! They had shown themselves far more clairvoyant than astromental men and had emigrated at the right time. It took a little while before everyone in the theater became conscious of what had happened. The improvising author and composer, wrapped up in their creative activity, did not even seem to have heard the crashing explosion. The scene ran on for a full minute before the visionary stage setting faded, reality broke through the costumes and masks of the actors, and the distorted music in our minds became silent. Here and there a musician still played a soundless vibrato on his make-believe instrument. The symphony did not come to an abrupt end. It was a mangled, frayed, unraveled end. The pause of deep silence following the last note as it slithered away was all the more horrible. And then came a cry from 3,000 throats, a little, short, not very loud cry, but one that was charged with hysteria and that betrayed the fear and terror still living in the enlightened human soul. In my century this cry would inevitably have been followed by panic. After a slight quivering of the scales, however, it was followed by something quite different. Mental discipline rooted in refined individualism withstood the urge to mob insanity. In the depth of the renewed, awestruck silence the people, one after another, covered their heads with the loose, flowing veils which they wore as garments. It was an exceedingly antique, sublime gesture, although its motive was not grief or reverence in the face of death but the unspeakable dread of these people at the sight of spilled blood and corpses, a sight which only a very few in each generation ever saw. I, in my dress suit, of course, could not cover my face, nor could BH in his field uniform cover his. Only one other person stood beside us with uncovered head and courageously faced the mutilated body that lay slumped in a corner of the box. It was Lo Fager, his face yellow as wax. He was gently holding the head of Lala, who had sought refuge with him. Slowly, solemnly, the audience began to clear the house of the Sampayan without breaking the silence by a single audible breath. We, however, BH, the Lo Fager family, and I waited until a group of Mutarians approached noiselessly, picked up the body of their brother, and carried it away with the supersensual sureness that they had acquired by sacrificing their senses. For the Mutarians were familiar with death and the dead. They and, of course, the priests and friars of the church, as well as the chronosophers of all the lamaseries and a few other eccentrics, did not voluntarily betake themselves to the winter garden. They regarded dying and death as God-ordained destiny, and they served each other before and afterward. The church, moreover, rejected the winter garden, just as, in the beginnings of mankind, it had rejected euthanasia, by means of which the physicians had sought to ease the final way for incurable invalids. The church administered the dying sacraments only to those who were no longer able to go voluntarily and on foot. Upstairs in the strangely unfinished, roofless entry hall, the people still thronged with terror-wide eyes. But outside, in the vast geodrome, a crowd of hundreds of thousands surged about. The news of the tragic shot from a forgotten blunderbuss had made its way around the inhabited globe with incredible speed. Murderous death, blood-stained Moors had erupted into the era of peace after a holiday of several historical eons. But now Moors and murder were again identical. What good was all my logic that told me Lodu could at worst have been charged with manslaughter in our courts, and he couldn't even have been convicted on that charge because he didn't know the danger of the firearm that he had waved around so carelessly? But what about his intent? Perhaps that weighed more heavily in astromental jurisprudence than the fact itself. Suddenly it seemed to me that the whispers of the throng were amplified to a roar by a concealed loudspeaker. The Sampayan was no improvisation, it was prepared. The commissions will have to act at once. All engagements have just now been broken. This is the constitutional end of the Geo-Archon. The High Floater has been asked to float here, but he refused. Not only the collectors of weapons are in the conspiracy. Now I realized that it was not a matter of a tragic accident but of a political development which could be decisive in the destiny of the world. The how and why were beyond me. But I had no doubt about it. Suddenly many of Lo Fager's dark, anxious remarks became clear to me. Why hadn't they informed me more clearly of the dissension in the world? Even BH had been ashamed to confide in an outsider. And as I became more and more conscious of all this, I almost collapsed with horror, for I realized with a clairvoyance that I cannot explain, I myself shared the guilt. The eyes of the Major Domus Mundi had accused me, his oracle of the day had expressed it in dark words. I felt that I was the catalyst, the instigator of the tragic catastrophe. I was to blame simply because I was a wrong, that is a premature admixture in this future present, because, as a man of the 20th century, I was unsuited physically and spiritually for the 11th cosmic capital year of Virgo, because I had found out a few things that I and my century were not yet permitted to know. Crushed by this feeling of guilt in my heart, I stood among my new friends. Lo Fager had maintained his proud composure and said nothing. Lala still kept her face covered. So did Lo Raza, her mother. Lodu had vanished. Dear little Lo Salab, only half conscious, leaned on the arm of the spokesman. The latter, in agreement with the other two bachelors for the first time, was giving them some whispered instructions. Poor BH was completely crushed, on my account and on the family's account. But everyone knew that something incalculable was brewing. Everyone knew that the pebble had begun to slip that was destined to grow into an avalanche. Least concerned of all was the aged ancestress. In her eyes gleamed the curiosity of indestructible life. As soon as we arrived at home, I fled to my room. I wanted to be alone. Even the companionship of my best friend, upon whom I was so dependent, would have annoyed me tonight. After all, I was a stranger and they left me in peace, perhaps because they were ashamed, perhaps because they had important things to plan. But I felt that men were walking up and down in all the houses of underground Panopolis, talking things over. All night long I heard the light, bare, tapping steps of the conspirators and the defenders above, below, beside, and in me. The 18th chapter. Wherein the bride steps to my bedside, rouses me out of purgatory and makes me an alluring proposition that puts a severe strain on my morale. I should have liked to spare my readers what follows now. But inasmuch as I haven't concealed ever so many strange and unusual emotional complications, I can't swallow this oddity either, although it doesn't concern anybody except me. Only me? Every once in a while I get the queer notion that every human soul experiences everything, both outwardly and inwardly, that the world has to offer in the way of experiences. If that were not so, there would be no equality before God. The difference between souls does not lie in their ability or inability to have experiences, but only in the degree of articulation with which they become conscious of these experiences. Even those who are simple enough to discount the more mysterious conditions of our soul as extravagant fancies are filled and permeated by them. For this reason, the hope springs eternal that even the most ineffable inner experience will strike a responsive chord in someone who will exclaim in brotherly surprise, "I've had exactly the same experience." In my understandable fear of sleep, I had stayed awake with BH's help all of last night. Today, with the second night of my sojourn well advanced, I had forgotten my fear of *L3 being lost, or, more accurately, after the tragic occurrence I was much less concerned with my own importance. And my fear of being lost had shrunk in proportion. This was the reason that I boldly took off my swallowtail, removed my shoes, and dropped on the couch. I turned my eyes to the open window through which the now familiar mountain night peeked into the room, while faint, pleasant whiffs of wind breathed coolness over my face. And then it happened that X, who had only recently been drawn from the alphabet by BH and newly reconstructed both physically and psychically out of the arsenal of death by the highly developed spiritualistic technique of my modern contemporaries, fell apart again. No, that S an exaggeration and is bound to be misunderstood. I didn't actually fall apart into various components, I merely broke in two. To be perfectly exact, I became double, thus giving every trained psychologist the opportunity to regard me as a poor schizophrenic and breathe a sigh of relief. So it came about that I split into two halves that were infinitely distant from each other. And now I must request the reader's kind indulgence while I try to describe my condition with inadequate words, a condition which every bright, healthy mind, including my own, will refuse to accept. For I broke up into a Mr. F.W. who was located practically nowhere and knew nothing of himself, and a second something very fragmentary, very limited, that seemed to have no other function except to know about the sinister Mr. F.W. This other thing, this second thing that knew about Mr. F.W. wasn't really a person with a body, a soul, and a will at all. It was nothing but a pang of conscience floating in space. It was a concentrated, glaring consciousness of guilt, or, if you like, fear floating freely in space, fear that the crime will finally out. Good Lord, what crime? Every real crime includes murder. Who was murdered? Mr. F.W., of course. But I'm Mr. F.W., not just as you think. And who murdered Mr. F.W.? The thing that knows about him, the thing that was left over, the thing that is afraid of being found out. I never committed suicide. I was always too easygoing, too easily glowing. We're not talking about suicide, we're talking about murder. That might be because I not only killed Mr. F.W., but also Messrs. A.B., A.C., A.D., and a few other XYZs. They're all buried next to Mr. F.W., but I'm only a jot of painful knowledge. Am I answering myself? Who's answering me? Hello, this is the sounding board speaking. Does that mean that everything is recorded from everlasting to everlasting? Silly question. To hell with your police government. Doesn't anybody ever get free of police government from everlasting to everlasting? When I think of all the files of cause and effect, I'd like to be the devil. All right, you've got your wish. Aha. So this is hell, and I'm back from furlough. I'm not quite clear about it, but I know I had some kind of furlough. No, this isn't hell. Of course it isn't hell. Pardon me, dear sounding board. How could I be so stupid? Hell is much more final. I only had a furlough from purgatory. Please, sir, do you think it's too late for a little moral improvement? No answer. Do you suppose I could clear away the corpus delicti and the other corpora delicti that I buried? I remember it distinctly now. Burying them meant clearing them away. And moral improvement means digging them up again, is that right? Right you are. On your way. Look. Find. Dig. I have tried to render in the form of dialogue what went on in the incorporeal consciousness that I called a pang of conscience floating in space. But it wasn't a dialogue at all. It was a kind of ebbing and flowing, a rhythmic, breathing, brightening and darkening of the conscious but almost an abstract part of my existence. The unconscious but concrete part, the sinister Mr. F.W., lay far away, somewhere nowhere. But the important thing was his state of being murdered and buried. I was getting more and more certain that I was no longer on furlough but that I had been taken back into the great absence. This absence was really and truly purgatory, as I had always suspected. I had returned to the condition that I had quite forgotten during my furlough, a condition of dull uneasiness that had to do with my person and its misdeeds that were separated from me. So this is purgatory, Thought, the state of which the having haven't the slightest notion. Purgatory is not in the intermundia nor in the grey neuter. It is beyond space in its own space and beyond time in its own time. The horrible thing about purgatory was that there was no diversion, that there was no intercourse with any other being, that, if I may speak personally, it consisted of an unimaginable solitary confinement. That the egocentricity of life was surpassed and punished by an ulterior egocentricity precluding any association with other beings. As Dante's travel report indicates, there were probably many kinds of purgatory. But since the life of the soul, no matter what it may be, can never be anything but life, it is subject to the primary principle of life, mutability. As a man of the 20th century, I obviously had to undergo a different kind of purgatory from a man of the 14th century, not to think of one of the 11th cosmic capital year of Virgo. Moreover, my solitary confinement was probably only intended for the upper 10th, for the so-called intelligentsia whose chief fault is egocentricity. But there was one good thing about purgatory, that there was a chance, and as I floated in the great lostness in the form of a pang of conscience, I wished that a new Swedenborg might come to tell mankind about this chance. For suddenly I knew deep down inside me that I was permitted to wander and search and find. Yes, I was permitted to go look for Mr. F.W., and an innermost hope told me, the moment I find him and dig him up, he will no longer be dead, but free and sprightly along with all his victims. But how to find him? When all is darkness. In what direction to look for him? When there is no direction. Let's go, I said to myself, and now I really began to move. I can't tell you how. It certainly wasn't any floating. And it wasn't any lazy being moved. It was an eternal dragging along, the crawling of a centipede in a pathless wilderness with only hope to guide me. I still thought I was crawling when the soft beam of light was already shining on my face, when I was no longer split into a jot of painful guilt and the distant, buried, unself-conscious Mr. F.W. For by this time I had been perfectly reconstructed and was lying on the couch. Where? On what couch? In Bedford Drive? Or in Madame Poznanska's hole in the wall? For heaven's sake, that was a long time ago. That was in the chancellery of the high floater. In the meantime something terrible has happened. An ancient revolver exploded. Lofra was sacrificed. All engagements are broken. I protest. It's not my fault. In spite of the oracle of the day. Who's here? It was a conventional exclamation. It sounded like a character in a childish story who awakes from a faint and asks, "Where am I?" I had known for quite a while who was here. And the question on the tip of my tongue was one that is more frequently heard in operas and musical comedies than in real life. Is it a dream? But I couldn't trill a pretty aria in reply. It is a dream, oh vision of heaven, why bliss. The floating, creeping pang of conscience in the void of purgatory might more properly have been diagnosed as a dream, although I can't even say that with 25% certainty. At first I kept my mouth shut and stared and stared. The bride, who stood at my bedside and who had saved me from purgatory, was real. She was flesh and blood, breath and fragrance. She had not yet taken off her dove-gray formal garment, although her wedding had been bloodily ruined. As a matter of fact, she seemed to have put on fresh finery. On the palm of her left hand she carefully held a white object that looked exactly like a large egg. But it was a boudoir lamp, or rather a source of light, for, without shining itself, the egg diffused a mild glow about its bearer. The first thing I did was to pull my veil cover up to my chin because I was embarrassed to be lying there in shirt sleeves. "Pardon me," I muttered in confusion. Lala said nothing at all, as though, despite her mental training and polished, indirect conversation, she disdained to say anything empty and formal at this moment. Her magnificent blue eyes gazed at me intently. So I was forced to speak. "Did something happen, Lala? Another calamity?" "Much is happening," she answered briefly and equivocally. "Is that why you're coming to me?" I asked. "No, that's not why," she said. "I believe you're not permitted to come to me at all," I whispered, as though we were in danger of being overheard, to me, an utter stranger. "After all, you're still a bride. What are the women's quarters for? What would your father think if he knew that you were visiting me so late at night?" Lala's reply to my pedantic question was a queer little laugh. "I'm no longer a bride," she said dryly after a lengthy pause. But I, to my own disgust, relapsed once more into the didactic tone that had cropped up once or twice before quite against my will in my talks with Lala. "That you're no longer a bride is only your subjective conception, Lala. But what is the objective legal situation?" "My subjective conception is the objective legal situation," said Lala with the astonishing wit of which young girls are sometimes capable in moments of stress. "Is your fiancé in the house?" I asked suspiciously. As she replied, Lala's eye was keenly searching. Lodu packed up his weapons and left the house. And do you know where he's gone, Lala? To horrid people, Seigneur. What sort of people, Lala? To the conspirators. To the other collectors of weapons. Aren't they harmless fools? They dream of using their weapons. Aren't you being unjust to your fiancé, Lala? I admonished her. He's more to be pitied than blamed. He didn't know that living death was in that antique revolver, and besides it's absurd. That's even more unbelievable than the mummified grains of wheat that were planted after 5,000 years and that bore full ears of grain. Lala dissented and shook her head. It isn't quite like that. Seigneur, Lodu always hated and tormented Brother Lofra. And he deceived me because I never knew anything about the big conspiracy. Despite her revelations, I was determined to continue my defense of Lodu to the bitter end. Lala, I said, I'm very familiar with the type to which your fiancé belongs. They flourished in my day. The first time I saw Lodu and his collection of weapons, I felt it at once. In its time, this widely prevalent type was called fascist. What does this word mean? Seigneur, fascists, my dear child, were party members who destroyed the old world order by defending it. But let's forget this moldy nonsense. After all, the anti-fascists destroyed the new world order by establishing it. Unfortunately, history repeats itself like the weekly bill of fare of a small-town housewife. Let's speak of Lodu. He will return to you, Lala, a better man as a result of this calamity. A year from now you will celebrate an other wedding, and I won't be here to see it. Lala interrupted me with a gesture as if she wanted to stop my mouth. But I continued to take Lodu's part all the more stubbornly. You two were destined for each other from early childhood. The stars approved your union. Therefore, everything will still turn out well. Never, said Lala softly but emphatically and repeated it twice. Then I gave up and lay still. All at once she placed her light, mental, girlish hand on my breast and left it there while she brought the luminous egg close to my face. I distinctly felt that it was a cosmetic light which falsified my appearance by smoothing my wrinkles, removing my double chin, and making me years younger. I shouldn't have done it, Lala, I groaned. What shouldn't you have done, Seigneur? Asterisk, she asked with overtones of tenderness. I shouldn't have put my hand on your naked little heart the day before yesterday, but your great-great-grandmama tempted me to do it. It's asterisk too late to talk about that now, said Lala, and suddenly her mouth was just like GR3's. But I'm much too old for you, Lala, I stammered, bravely suppressing 1,000 volts of blissful ecstasy. You're only 50, the girl smiled at me happily. A little more than 50, I retorted very inaccurately. So we fit together splendidly, Seigneur, she said. I shut my eyes in order to keep my strength. It's not a matter of the silly 50 years at all, Lala. In my day, and especially in this country, there were plenty of older fools than I, fools of 60 and 65, who married brats of 18. Why not? But my 50 years are antique 50s and not mental 50s. We'll have to do a little problem in proportion therefore, and very likely it will be wrong anyhow because I'm a very poor mathematician even compared with the idiot of the era. Now let's see, 180 years, that's the average length of life, is to your 26 years, Lala, as my relative age, X, is to a little over 50, my absolute age. Now what's the answer? Oh, Lord, won't you help me, darling? About 93, said Lala without stopping to think. A wonderful accomplishment of astro-mental youth, mental arithmetic. Then she added, but I don't understand what you mean. Seigneur, I mean that I am subject to entirely different laws from you. What are your laws to me? She laughed. They do concern you, these laws of mine, I tried to explain in a dignified tone. The difference in our ages isn't really important, Lala, I admit that. I feel young. I even feel much too young. My friend BH was quite right today when he called me infantile, that is, hoary but immature. I'm not afraid of you, Lala. As far as youth is concerned, we'll get along fine together whether I'm over 50 or 93. No, indeed, I'm concerned with quite another matter. And what is this other matter? She asked in a singing voice while her hand stroked my shirt front very gently. Don't you know, I blurted, that I'm only a dead man on furlough? Don't you know that I'm rooted in darkest antiquity while you're living in the remotest future? On the very first evening of our union, Lala, you'll not be able to bear the gaps that you'll hear in every word of mine. And besides, don't you know that I only exist subject to recall? Do I have to tell you all these things, Lala? The girl looked at me calmly. My disclosures hadn't frightened her in the least. You didn't need to tell me anything, Seigneur, for I know everything. And it doesn't change a thing. It's madness, Lala, I almost yelled. You don't know a thing, nothing at all. You haven't the slightest idea, just as your dear sweet little hand hasn't any lines. Quickly and deeply ashamed, she took her hand from my shirt front. You're right, I haven't any lines in my hand, she said, but I have something else that no one knows except father and mother. And I'm going away with you, and I'm happy that my fiancé is gone. You want to go away with me? You want to go away with me? I whispered, and my composure melted away. Yes, we're going away together, Seigneur, said Lala, and handed me my swallowtail from the reclining chair with childlike, feminine resoluteness. She picked up this fantastic, ancient, male, formal garment, not like one who is only familiar with veiled draperies but like a real wife who is entirely at home in the wardrobe of her husband. It was charming and touching, but I had no time to think about it. She stood there ready to help me get into my coat after she had laid aside the egg that diffused light and smoothness. I jumped up from the bed, stepped into my shoes, and slipped into my swallowtail. And to think that I didn't even possess a comb and brush, shabby old sloven that I was. What do you intend to do, Lala? I asked. Where? Is there another place for me but the one? She answered my question with a question. I had been trying to straighten my dry, tousled hair with my bare hands. Why should there be only one place in this world for you, Lala? I cried indignantly. But it's the very place where I want to go, she said emphatically, and then added quietly, isn't it your place too? Now I saw it all. She had chosen the jungle. And when she said that it was my place too, she was speaking nothing but the truth. The jungle was my place. It was the refuge of everything that was past, ancient, backward, primitive, familiar in my makeup. It was, so to speak, my own time in the midst of the strangest future. Furthermore, it seemed the only way for me to escape from the adventures of my voyage of exploration and to remain alive. We would live in one of the little white houses that I had seen from the parapet yesterday, so my thoughts ran on. It will be easy. We will live on bread and milk and perhaps even on eggs. By and by Lala will even become used to the chickens. I could be a schoolteacher or a storyteller or town crier or public scribe, for the jungle would probably be full of illiterates. My dress suit would be most appropriate for all these occupations. Yes, there was no doubt I was at home in the jungle. But was Lala at home in the jungle? What a come-down for her. Lala, I heard myself exclaim. Use a little discretion, you don't belong in the jungle, in the swinish hubbub of antiquity. In answer, the girl took the ebony black helmet from her head with a strangely resolute gesture and held it above her crown for the space of 3 breaths. To speak of an abundance of black silky hair would be crude. It was an aura, a halo, an intimation of dark hair that Lala showed me for 2 seconds. But I need not say that this self-revelation of a touching mental infirmity robbed me of the last vestige of my composure. Lala's radiant beauty had not only become much more beautiful in my eyes so that her forbidding strangeness melted away in this aura of feminine hair, but the total effect was far more than a mere intensification of her sensual charm. I felt indescribably closer to Lala historically. A sweet companionship had opened between us. I knew something about Lala that only her father and mother knew. She had surrendered her secret in order to prove that she belonged to me rather than to Lodu and to the dandies and fops of this era. In the midst of the serious, strange world into which I had dropped willy-nilly, a fellowship and intimacy suddenly bloomed, such as only a woman can give to a strange man. The result was I lost my head. I thought the clock had struck 1920 or 1930. I drew Lala into my arms, I kissed her and received her kiss. For the sake of this kiss I unfortunately have to interrupt the novel in order to do justice to the travel account. My duty compels me to record the most significant differences between the beginnings of mankind and this very distant era. No one will deny that a kiss is as important a phenomenon as, for instance, the formal dinner right after my first appearance, to which I devoted a detailed description in the 5th chapter. In the first place, it will be a matter of gratification to a good many people to learn that the exchange of a kiss between man and woman had not been abolished as a result of a hygienic taboo of physical contact. Since I enjoyed the quite unexpected honor and the quite undeserved, dizzying good fortune of a kiss from an astromental girl's lips, I can, in all fairness, not content myself with a simple account of the sentimental transaction. But I must interpolate a brief yet circumspect analysis. In my day people were rather impetuous and uncontrolled in such things. But when I held Lala in my arms so suddenly and unexpectedly, my congenital impetuousness quickly faded. Again, as on several previous occasions, I felt that I, the ghost, was the crudely material and brutal factor in this astro-mental community. The girlish body that lay in my arms was as ethereal, as imponderable, as delicate, as over-refined as the eye alone could never have guessed. And the kiss also was not a primeval, primitive, passionate squeezing and squashing of the lips, etc., but a mere delicate, breath-like, elfin touch that left the soul to experience the satisfaction which the bodies denied themselves. I hope no one will object to the comparison, but it seemed to me that the kiss revealed the same principle that I expounded in connection with the mental soups and creams, namely the distinction between matter and substance. As much substance and as little matter as possible. The kiss itself, as long as it lasted, was little more externally than a blending of breath and a contiguity of the physical peripheries. The spiritual reaction, however, that was induced by this chastely restrained kiss was so overwhelming that I finally had to tear myself away from Lala and turn aside in fear of a swooning fit. Yes, I turned away and stared convulsively at the empty, false night at the window simply because I couldn't look at the girl. Although such confessions on the part of persons of mature years are very embarrassing, I must admit that I was literally trembling from head to foot. A man who was born in the 19th century may possibly get away with kissing a girl around the year 1950 if he has the courage, but to do the same thing in the 11th cosmic capital year of Virgo, that's absurd, that's god-awful. The ineffable delight of the kiss had logically changed into burning pain. I threw myself down full length on the couch and forced myself to look away from fair Lala. If I didn't, I was lost. And now I made a long, pedantic, dry-as-dust speech, and all the arguments that I advanced were cogent and idiotic. I must look at you, Lala, I began, because otherwise I would go away with you at once. But do I dare go away with you? Please consider. It's true that I didn't come voluntarily into the house of your parents, the house of the wedding. Your circle summoned me without first asking my consent, but that doesn't relieve me of any responsibility. For even the things that happened to you are included in the final accounting. I'm a guest in the house of your parents, a terribly strange, embarrassed, and bashful guest. God alone knows to what extent my presence is connected with the calamity that took place. But I was in the absence beyond long enough to know that such concatenations are not as unthinkable as the little, weak, distracted human minds assume and wish. After all, this world is the shadow of the other world and not vice versa. But whether my presence has any connection with Lodu's shot or not, it would be disgraceful conduct on my part to take advantage of his misfortune and to steal his bride even before the dawn of the wedding day. A thing like that would have been most disgusting even in the very first beginnings of mankind, in the days of the bow and arrow, long before the good old railroad. Whenever I speak of my age, Lala, you laugh your silver, mental laugh. But I don't have the right any longer to make my own happiness and my own infatuation the focus of the universe. Oh, I did it all my life, again and again. I don't renounce the privilege of being in love with you, my sweet. But I no longer have the privilege to draw selfish consequences from this fact. As a revenant, I am obligated to forget everything that went on between us, even the kiss, which I shall never forget. It's your future that's at stake. Still, I'm just the least bit worried about myself. Do you know what you did with your shining egg just a little while ago, my sweet child? You roused me directly from purgatory. That's where my actual residence seems to be. That's where a piece of me is hanging in space in the form of a pang of conscience and another piece is crawling around as a centipede of guilt in order to dig up myself and my other murder victims that I've buried somewhere. Even if I don't look like a seducer with my little potbelly, believe me, Lala, back in my day a man turned into a Bluebeard without half trying. Even right now you're not the one that's seducing me as I would like to make you believe, but I'm seducing you, for the man is always the seducer simply by his covetousness. But I don't want to bury anybody else, no one at all, and least of all you, fair Lala. While I stammered these words with confusion in my mind and pain in my heart, my eyes riveted on the white wall, I seemed to hear the trampling of many feet. And they didn't stop when I stopped speaking, they wandered up and down in the labyrinth outside and inside me. On the other hand, the room in which I lay was derisively silent. Suddenly I was seized by wild panic that I had rejected the most divine opportunity of my life. Let's go, Lala, I cried and jumped up from the bed. But where was Lala? My moralizing, vinegary speech had driven her away, and how right she was. The divine opportunity was gone forever. My respectability as a guest and as a man of principle was safe. I stared into space with sleepless eyes. God knows how long. A resolution grew more and more firmly within me to put an end to my astromental adventure. I had no idea how to go about it. Only one thing was certain, I must go away. I couldn't stay in the house of the wedding party. I'll simply walk and walk and walk, and finally I'll get somewhere. That was the only clear thought in my turbulent brain. I'll see no one and speak to no one, least of all BH. For my reincarnated friend, my best friend, would convince me, would persuade me, would force me to stay here, although my presence had become useless for all concerned, useless for the cancelled wedding and useless for me because I had seen and heard enough. In a handful of hours I had seen, heard, and felt everything that was new and significant in this astromental world, particularly the Jebel and the universe it enclosed. The only thing I had not seen was the institution that was mysteriously and probably euphemistically called the Wintergarten. As I tested my most intimate feelings, I found that I was still curious to become acquainted with this institution in which the era seemed to culminate, though I couldn't even guess how. But now that Lala was gone, no sight and no piece of information seemed important enough for me to expose myself to new conflicts and to burden my poor soul in its accustomed purgatory with newly acquired troubles. Over all these murky lucubrations there hovered a restless torment which I can only describe as an aimless urge to flight. I felt the travel puzzle in my pocket, but I had no intention of using it. I wanted to walk and walk. A few seconds later I was standing in the garden under the trees with the leathery foliage and the motionless waxy blossoms. The giant moths fluttered and twittered excitedly at this hour. I stepped through the garden gate into the open, that is, into solitude. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning. The first signs of dawn were in the sky. The emptiness of the mental world was stifling. It required a strong imagination to picture the labyrinth of the living Panopolis under the iron-gray sod from horizon to horizon. I almost lost my faith in the existence of the universal city, even though I had just emerged from one of its houses. Never had the earth impressed me so much as a lonely planet as it did in the dawn of this April day. Despite the millions of people under the turf on which I walked and their highly developed powers of mind and spirit, Gia or Eve seemed more deserted than John Evangelist and Apostle Peter. How I would have welcomed 2 melangeloi of the Earth planet as my companions. But the angels were otherwise engaged at the moment. Then I thought of the jungle. Maybe the jungle was really a new experiment that God was making with mankind after experiment number 7958, astromentalism, had failed. Was Minyaman's son right in regarding the jungle as the basis for renewal? My hand reached for the travel puzzle. The jungle was my place. Lala had been right. No, the jungle was old stuff. I had 3 other possibilities in case of need. The Grand Bishop and King Saul had offered me refuge, and the High Floater would certainly not turn me away. While my thoughts turned confidently to these 3 persons, my feet had discovered a narrow, worn path in the iron-gray sod. Along this path they walked with morning briskness without knowing where they were going. A silvery haze, such as I had never seen before, rose just ahead of me. It was not the damp morning fog that used to rise from the earth before sunrise. It was the exhalation or emanation from the gray sod, a kind of electrically nervous dew, reminiscent of the vapor over the mare plumbinum, except that it billowed up much more thinly and more slowly. I had long ago learned to understand the meaning and purpose of the omniprevalent turf. Superficially it appeared to supplant the good old green grass of olden days, but actually it played a much more important role. It was the common conductor for all nerve impulses, thought flashes, exhibitions of feeling, and adhibitions of Voltaic mental men sent toward each other. Within the realm of this heavy turf, which had the same color as nerve substance, everything human was spiritually united. The keenly directed desires were transmitted to the harmonizers, since the bottle-green vitreous material of the geodrome amplified and separated all the currents that the turf carried. This was the reason why objectives outside the realm of the iron-gray sod, that is, outside the civilized world, could be moved toward the traveler only with great difficulty or not at all. The hills and mountains of the jungle, for example, as we will soon witness, had to be climbed under one's own power or by some other old-fashioned means of locomotion. As I strode along in the silvery morning haze of Panopolis, heedless of the path and ignorant of its destination, a dainty figure suddenly began to take shape not more than 30 paces away against the brightening horizon, calmly awaiting my approach. I was certainly not prepared to meet the ancestress out in the open at this hour. I must admit that I never in my life saw a beautiful woman dressed in such perfect harmony with time, place, and light as Gr. in this early dawn. She was all wrapped in silver veils, as though she were the incarnation of mental pre-dawn mood. I must not forget the long, stylized shepherd's staff on which she nonchalantly leaned. It was decorated with a bouquet of the rusty red rose-like blossoms. "Your elegance has already risen," I said with an embarrassed bow. "Madam is no longer sleeping?" "No, Madam is no longer sleeping," Gr. replied in her deep alto voice, the most colorful voice in the mental world, and if I understood her elegance rightly, she meant that sleep was entirely superfluous at age 200. "I don't wish to disturb Madam on her morning walk," I said with another bow and tried to go on, mindful of Lophage's warning that the ancestress was to take care of her respiratory organs out in the open air. "Disturb," the dark contralto cooed, restraining me. "She who retires late and rises early knows more than the others and lives more than the others." I replied with strained gallantry that Madame would know and experience incomparably more than all the others even if she did not retire late and rise early. The youthfully beautiful old hag looked at me with deep-set eyes in an enamel-smooth, unclouded face. I couldn't tell whether the expression in her eyes was derisive, sad, rigid, angry, or merely extremely myopic. "I know, for example," she said, "that our little one has run off." "Our little one? Whom do you mean, Madame?" I stammered, although I knew exactly whom Madame meant. The ancestress rearranged the folds of the silver veil about her immaculate body. It was the characteristic gesture of the modern lady of fashion. "Our little one ran off directly from your room, Seigneur, just as she was, but not as she had been before." I felt myself grow rigid and pale. "Lala," I exclaimed impulsively. "What does that mean? She's run off? Where to?" "Why ask something to which you know the answer?" said the ancestress, and her voice was dark velvety with feigned moral indignation. "She went the way of the free kittens, the way of Melba." "But she mustn't," I cried. "She must be permitted to, she must be stopped." "Who's to stop her?" "Seigneur," the ancestress sighed deeply. "There's no other way," I said. "I'll have to bring her back. I will bring her back." "Good, good, good," the horribly charming old woman cooed. "Better do it before the house awakes, before the city awakes, before events begin and end." It was one of those moments in which one gropes as in a labyrinth. The ancestress knew that the bride had spent a part of the night in my room. She intimated that she believed the bride had been a different woman when she left me. Whatever she knew or claimed to know would be common knowledge of the whole house, the whole city as soon as they awoke. Quite innocently, I had become an infamous scoundrel who abused hospitality, who raped his host's daughter, the virginal betrothed of another man, in his room when he couldn't even lay claim to being a genuine, living human. All that was implied in the words with which GR3 blackmailed me and left me no choice. She had the whip hand. At the same time, however, something else vibrated in the words and in the tone in which they were spoken. It was a lecherous, pandering invitation to seize the divine opportunity to follow Lala into the jungle and to vanish there with her forever. What a situation for me! I had the choice of two roads, one moral, the other immoral. But both roads, the moral and the immoral one, were the same, for they both led to Lala. It would have taken a stronger character than that of Benoit's debtor to avoid the moral road in this instance because it was a subterfuge for the immoral one. The sun rose, parting the unfamiliar haze. Never during my entire stay was I less conscious than at this moment of living in the anticipated present of the remotest future. It was a pure present all about me, for Eros knows no other tense. I blinked up at the sun. How about a little heart attack right now, or a transparency, or better yet, self-destruction in accordance with Ursula's first fundamental paradox? But the sun did not react to my suggestion. I turned around. Something had forced me to. With rhythmic little steps, GR3 was moving toward our house garden, swinging her flower-decked shepherd's staff. In the silver-gray veils, on buskins, and with her tall headdress, she resembled one of those well-known 18th-century engravings representing Greek goddesses, nymphs, and dryads. I sent a powerful evil impulse after her. My powerful evil impulse hit her right in the middle of her slim back. She tottered weakly. After all, she was 200 years old, and I thought she would fall over. But guess again, she didn't fall over. I hadn't counted on the forceful vanity of astromental mankind incarnated in the person of Lala's great-great-grandmamma. The youthfully beautiful old lady regained her balance at once and skillfully transformed her tottering and swaying into a brisk, cheerful little dancing and prancing. She didn't even stop to catch her breath. But I reached into my pocket for my travel puzzle. Part 3. The third day, flight from the Wintergarten. There are two fundamental species of angels. The ones helped man from the beginning to make the earth habitable. The others prevented him from doing it. Mankind is still far too immature to be told which of these angels are the good ones and which the bad ones. Valentinus the Gnostic, cited from the Syntagma by Hippolytus, ca. 170 AD. The 19th chapter. Wherein I get a close-up view of the preparations in Jungle Mountain Town, bid farewell to a transformed Lala, and am quite unexpectedly appointed as negotiator. And there I sat, once more in familiar surroundings at a genuine oak Ratskeller table in a huge, smoke-filled, public restaurant, and I have the definite impression that it was called Central Beer Parlor. If I could begin the following chapter with this lively sentence, we would both be better off, the reader and I. But that's just the trouble. I am not permitted to plunge in medias residential with such animated and ruddy-cheeked sentences. That is contrary to the fundamental law of this travelogue, which requires me to avoid the epic illusion and to take the reader behind the scenes again and again for the sake of the unpleasant truth. On my desk lie many scraps of paper filled with rapidly scribbled notes. I'm not silly enough to try to make anybody believe that I brought these notes back with me. Still, they are among the oldest documents of my journey, no matter how you define it. For these notes concerning my visit to the interior of the jungle are some of the memoranda that I put on paper in the first few days after my return into the year 1943, written, for the most part, in a hand that I can scarcely decipher today. I quote the following selections at random. Don't forget that Jungle Mountain Town was really a mountain city in the heart of the jungle. It may have been called *Montan or something like that, I don't quite remember. But the essential and surprising thing that I do remember is the fact that Mountain Town was not antique or Italian or Spanish or Mexican, although I might well have expected it to be Mexican with a population of Indios and Mestizos, since we were in California. But it wasn't as logical as that. Mountain Town was rather Slavic or perhaps Scotch, plain and prosaic, while the peasants in its environs for unknown reasons resembled Albanians. I had been blindfolded. They thought I might be a spy from the mental world. How can I best describe the quintessence of this vision? The question that still worries me most is this: how could the astromental Panopolis, dull, gray nerve substance, and the jungle, old-fashioned, beer-drinking, rustic, enchanting, exist side by side on the same earth? This coexistence struck me as unspeakably remarkable. Any attempt to bridge the contrast, as, for example, a discussion of the question why Mountain Town looked gray under the eternally blue sky, would diminish the validity of the experience. Mental time seemed to differ from time in the jungle in spite of the fact that they shared the same sun. Likewise, weeks and months seemed to separate the Lala of this morning from the Lala of last night. I can't recall whether it was a funicular railway or a cable car that brought me to Mountain Town or Montan. Although I dozed off at once, I had the feeling of sitting in a scenic railway or a roller coaster. At any rate, it moved like the wind. These quotations are a scant and entirely casual selection from the hundreds of notes that I jotted down while the memories were still fresh. Meanwhile, they have hardly faded at all. And now, under the reader's very eye, I shove aside this mountain of notes because it brings back too many details which would only stand in the way of a concise account of my mission in the jungle. The word mission has just slipped out of my pen. I would have been the last to suspect that my moral purpose of fetching Lala home or my immoral purpose of living with her in the jungle could have developed into a mission, and a political mission at that. My eye falls once more on the scrap of note paper on the top of the discarded pile. It contains two questions. Why had the guards with the alpenstocks been withdrawn? Who was it that blindfolded me like a go-between with a flag of truce? I can't answer the first question, but it proves that I missed the guards along the parapet when I climbed down through the moat. It may be that treason was involved. The second question is easily answered. A group of jungle peasants in their Sunday best seemed to have been waiting for me. In a crude hillbilly dialect of the monolingua, which I understood very well, however, they explained apologetically that they had been commissioned to blindfold me and to conduct me to Mountain Town. Go right ahead, I laughed. I don't mind being blindfolded if you'll only get me to the distinguished bride LOLA as quickly as possible. They told me that quite a number of the erstwhile dove-gray brides was assembled in the central beer parlor and that the trip would take only a few minutes since there was no point in using the slow observation car when the express coach was waiting for us. All the better. One of the brown-skinned skipetars or high-class gypsies unfolded a red silk kerchief and bandaged my eyes. When they removed the cloth in front of the central beer parlor in Mountain Town, I had a chance to cast a leisurely look all around. I had the impression of being in a rather cheerless provincial town, built on hilly terrain with narrow, precipitous streets. The gray 3- and 4-story houses with perfectly plain fronts were quite without character. Their only mildly noteworthy features were the windows, which were not transparent but consisted of a greenish, opaque substance intended to protect the inmates against the glaring sunlight of the era. If I had had an experienced historian of culture with me, he would probably have established the fact that this recidivism, which astromental men unjustifiably termed jungle, had reached a state of development roughly equivalent to the year 1860, the early period of Victoria and Francis Joseph, of Darwin, and of world industrialization. And yet, in spite of certain obvious analogies, Mountain Town had an entirely different mood from the era of my grandparents, an echo of which I had felt in my youth. The restrained, repellent, even menacing temper of Jungle Mountain Town, as foreign to me as that of the astromental world, stifled my momentary suspicion that I had been materialized into two different historical eras in the course of my involuntary voyage of exploration. No, there could be no doubt that the jungle was not only located on the same earth with Panopolis, the Geodrome, and the Jebel, but it was also running on the tracks of the same historical period. The simple junglemen with their plaids and red tassel caps took leave of me with old-fashioned handclasps, and 2 men in city dress took me in charge. But for the life of me I can't describe the details of their city dress from memory. It was probably so commonplace to my eyes that I paid no attention to it, and I assume, therefore, that it must have looked like the normal dress of my former life. In the same way, my black formal and burial suit attracted neither attention nor derision. We walked through a wide, dark vestibule, crowded with people going in and out, and descended a flight of worn stairs into the great hall of the beer house. Despite the early morning hour, most of the tables were occupied. Perhaps it's a market day, I thought. For I hadn't a moment's doubt that we were back in an economic world, a world of cheerful, wretched buying and selling. There, and now the time has come for the first sentence of this chapter, the poor sentence that I left miserably dangling a while ago. And there I sat, once more in familiar surroundings, at a genuine oak Ratskeller table in a huge, smoke-filled, public restaurant, and I have the definite impression that it was called Central Beer Parlor. I saw that the customers all about me were drinking brown beer from earthenware mugs, and I looked forward passionately to this unforgotten and long-missed pleasure. My companions read the craving in my eyes and smiled at each other. "The carrier will be here in a moment with your drink," said one of them, whereupon they both took leave of me. The second one, however, turned around once more and called to me in a low tone, "The general wants to see you, of course." The general, I thought, this is going to be good. But I didn't have much time to wonder about the general who wanted to see me because I was distracted by loud choral singing. Perhaps it was only a vocal quartet or maybe a sextet that was singing on the distant stage. At any rate, it was resounding music and not inner music, which marked a difference between the jungle and the world of the Sampayan. I surmised that it was the customary beer hall chorus that entertained early drinkers in Jungle Mountain Town. A few of the tipplers at adjoining tables hummed with the music or kept time with their hands or feet. But the melodies of the singers proved that my impression that the jungle was a relapse to the year 1860 was a mere illusion. All these choral tunes and their tonal system were slow, ruminant, indolently mournful, and belonged to a totally strange era. A moment later, a mug of foam-crowned dark beer stood on the table before me. I took a long, passionate draught. The wild satisfaction that this drink produced was not comparable with that which I had felt yesterday after the heathen meal of water and cheese, the Christian one of wine and bread, and the Jewish one of milk and honey. I was just about to reach for the stein again when I noticed that the carrier was still waiting at the table. I assumed that it was customary here to pay for the drinks at once, a suspicious and distrustful habit of second-rate restaurants. Here, in the jungle of the 11th cosmic capital year of Virgo, we are plunged back into the most archaic economics. It's these little things that make it obvious. I remembered that fortunately but carelessly a handful of quarters and smaller coins had been left in the trouser pockets of my dress suit, and that these had been reconstructed as meticulously as the birthmark on my right arm and the gold tooth in my upper left jaw. I reached into my pocket and pulled out 3 quarters, intending not only to pay for my beer but also to give the carrier a good tip. The superiority of American legal tender over all other varieties of money had been such a dogmatic experience in my former life that I was quite sure that the carrier in the Central Beer Parlor of Jungle Mountain Town would accept my $3 with humblest thanks. But chance or my awkwardness caused one of the coins to drop through my fingers and to roll under the table. As I stooped for it, the choral music rang particularly loudly in my ears. Then I saw a pair of small, beautifully formed, ivory-pale feet in golden buskins. I arose slowly. I knew who was standing beside me. Lala was no longer wearing her Dovrey bridal veil but a sort of peasant costume with a lot of gold braid and stylishly modified. Today she's enjoying it. But what about tomorrow? That was my first subconscious thought as I exclaimed, "Lala, what have you done? Now you're suddenly entangled in economics." "You poor little thing." "Why poor?" Lala asked, surprised. "You don't understand what economics means, Lala. It means no service without its equivalent. It means that you have to sell yourself in one way or another only in order to eat and drink. But I like it here in spite of your economics. Besides, I always like to play at buying and selling." A note of stubborn defiance lay in Lala's words. I laid the 3 25-cent pieces on the table. "Now I almost gave you a tip," I muttered. "Isn't that awful? Isn't that terrible?" "Why terrible?" she asked, and her deep blue eyes were innocent and at the same time glittered with cupidity. "Please give me the silver, Seigneur." She didn't even wait for my reply. Her fairy-like mental hand reached for the money, caressed it, and quickly hid it in the breast of her gold-embroidered bodice. Don't you know that it's you who have been paid now, Lala, not only the beer, but you yourself? What is asterisk paid? She laughed. I think being paid is very nice. She sat down on one of the low chairs at the table. In her decision to sit down, to form a broken line, I felt something purposeful and stubborn. My head was so heavy with undefined sadness that I had to rest it in my hand. Many bitter words came over my lips. But perhaps I only imagined that I was speaking while I was silent in reality. It's a good thing that, outside of my friend BH, there aren't many reincarnated people who remember. Otherwise they would go crazy over the history of mankind. You finally conquered economics. You no longer need to sell yourselves to more powerful people or to the state. You have a central worker with a golden, growling voice who provides your soups and clothes and toothbrushes and baby shoes and household furnishings. And you've no sooner attained all that when a jungle crops up, full of swinish hubbub and paved streets, and the hands of the most glorious brides reach out for small change. 3 steps forward and 2 back might still be evidence of the existence of God. But 2 steps forward and 3 back, there's no sense to that. That's madness. Lala looked at me uncomprehendingly since I had probably only moved my lips. But I struck the table with my fist. I'm completely on your father's side, Lala, I shouted louder than necessary. Get yourself ready at once. I'm taking you home. We can still get there by the time your parents awake. The beer hall chorus was just having an intermission so that a deep silence reigned in the restaurant and the dull eye of many a tippler turned toward us attracted by my loud, excited voice. But Lala only inclined her lovely head, wrapped in a gay shawl, and said, no. Never. And this never had the same note of irrevocability as it had had a few hours earlier at the time of her nocturnal visit to my room. And now I felt what I quoted a few pages back from the notes made immediately after my return. The brief hours that lay between Lala's visit to my room and these moments in the beer parlor of Jungle Mountain Town had the weight of weeks and months. Lala was radically, utterly changed. The jungle had swallowed her. Mindful of my own experiences on John Evangelist and Apostle Peter, I should have been less surprised. The former had mercurized and the latter Jupiterized me much more rapidly than the recidivist life in the beer parlor had absorbed the girl Lala. I must confess that I was deeply grieved, although I really should have been pleased that Lala's incredible adaptability to the jungle brought her even closer to me historically. But that's where the trouble lay. I clearly felt that her greater nearness was at the same time a barrier. And there could be only one reason, and I knew the reason. As I asked the following questions, I did it with the perverse pleasure of a wounded person who rubs alcohol on his wound to make it burn still more. Did I understand you to say, Lala, I began hypocritically, that you intend never to return to your world, to the house of your parents, that you never want to see your loved ones and your home, that you want to disappear forever in such dens as this one? I purposely paused in order to give her time to shake her head violently to emphasize her never. Her face had become ghastly pale. Now I went on with my second question. So you don't intend to return? That means you want me to stay here in the jungle with you and live with you? Lala was so obviously shocked at these words that I gave the rack of my voluptuous torture another deliberate twist. I gave a lot of thought to your visit, dearest, and to all the things you said in my room. More than that, I came here at the advice of your wise ancestress, from whom you seem to have inherited many qualities. All my moralizing arguments at home were untruthful and cowardly. I hereby officially retract them. The difference in our ages, Lala, is a bagatelle. And even if I were 93 years old, as you figured out, what does that mean? I could be a good 20 years older without having to renounce you. My life is perfectly regular, although I don't know exactly how I came to be reconstructed. The main thing is that I'm an Akmetan and a Humilier. Look, when I flex my biceps you can feel the muscle through the heavy material of my dress coat. Does a ghost have muscles like that? The same thing is true of my morale. One don't owe the slightest consideration to your father or your mother, to your ancestress or to BH. On the contrary, I didn't summon anybody, they summoned me. Furthermore, you know perfectly well that I didn't court you by any seductive wiles, not even by a single glance. When I touched your breast, Lala, my thoughts were timid and chaste. It is true that the hand of your ancestress placed my hand on your naked little breasts in order that the primitive forces of antiquity might pass over to you. Whether that happened or not, it was a dangerous gamble in any case. You've made your decision and carried it out. Now I'm doing the same thing, Lala, for I can't live without you. That's why I'm here. I accept the proposal you made last night. Lala slowly lowered her head. I moved closer to her and took her hand. You haven't forgotten, I said, that you kissed me? Lala's mouth quivered once or twice before she said softly, "They've given me some work to do here. And I'm so proud of it." "Work, dearest, yes, work," I nodded with satisfaction but with clenched teeth. Things certainly move fast. In the wink of an eye, people get mercurized or economicized. 5 hours ago, the word work was as strange to you as the word death. Your astromental ancestors liberated you from work, Lala. But back in the beginnings of mankind, where I come from, men and women had to work. And that was a good thing, else they would have chewed each other up even more frequently than they did. I admire you, Lala, for working as a waitress. And I'll find some work too, for now we're all tangled up with economics again, with this primary consequence of the fall of man. But first of all, I'll find us a place to live. Maybe the general can help me. I knew exactly what I was doing when I injected the word general into the conversation at this point. Incidentally, this designation is no linguistic makeshift and no mere substitute for some concept in the monolingua. This general was really called general. I knew everything. The clairvoyant powers of advanced mankind had not left me untouched. My foresight and prescience had increased remarkably. When Lala heard the word general from my lips, she raised her eyes and gave me a long look. And suddenly she began to weep. "Tears?" I asked in malicious, feigned surprise. "Why tears? Isn't everything smooth as butter? Just a day or two ago you wept from pure stubbornness. And after just a few hours in the jungle you bawl from genuine grief." "That's not true," she said and glared at me coldly. "I didn't weep and I didn't bawl. I'm just not used to this biting smoke." "You'd better get used to this biting smoke, Lala. For not only was I a heavy smoker all my life, but the general still is." "It isn't true," she blurted out. "The general just promised me to give up smoking." "Thanks," I said. "That's all I need to know." With these words I rose from the table. I was so hurt that my hands trembled. My throat was swollen and I could hardly speak. "I don't deny," I finally said, "that I'm in love with you, Lala. I don't deny that you have deeply hurt me by your behavior. You're not the first woman to deceive me or to be unfaithful to me. But your fickleness breaks all known records. Nature worked for 100,000 years on the refinement of the female sex, even to the point of monopedia, and 3 hours in the jungle are enough to make you what you are right now." I stopped because I had to cover my eyes in order not to betray myself. I clearly felt that I shouldn't speak as I did. I was disgusted with myself beyond words. Whatever was it that had compelled me from the very beginning to preach to this girl again and again? Did I have any claim to her? A claim to jealousy? Because of the general, who was probably a fine, husky, robust specimen? I wish I could say that I made myself so detestable for moral reasons in order to alienate Lala entirely. I seemed to have succeeded completely in doing that. Every nerve told me how loathsome I had become to her and how much she wanted to get rid of me. At the same time, I suffered agonies that her assimilation into the jungle had progressed so rapidly. At this moment, I adored mental civilization and cursed Jungle Mountain Town, where they drank beer and sang quartets, where there were generals and money had regained its value. Without being in the least ashamed of the curious drinkers at the adjoining tables, I placed my hands on Lala's shoulders and raised my voice excitedly. "I implore you, Lala, come back. I'm not begging on my account, I'm begging for you. I know that your nocturnal visit doesn't give me the slightest claim. But I don't want you to be vilified, to be jungle-fied, to relapse 100,000 years. I want you to be forever much too good for me. Come, let's go, let's run away quickly. Maybe the general took your travel puzzle from you, but I still have mine." As I spoke, the customers at the nearby tables looked at us curiously with bleary eyes. Lala kept her face turned away. I firmly believed that it was on account of the effect of my words, but she was actually looking at two men who were approaching me. The choral music broke off in the middle of a song. The men politely requested me to follow them. The room looked exactly as the temporary office of a military commander of any era is supposed to look. A bare room with 2 windows. A plain deal table with 2 documents on it, 3 colored pencils, a clumsy watch, and a half-empty coffee cup. I don't want to be too certain of it, since I have no notes on the subject, but it seems to me as I write that there was a big relief map on the wall, and on it was written, either in Greek or at least Cyrillic letters, Subterranean Dwelling Network. Southern California Sector. I am definitely certain about one thing, and that is that I read the words Southern California on the wall of the office. This fact made a strong impression on me because it proved that this particular jungle was actually located in what had formerly been California. I was led to the conclusion that each of the inhabited sectors of the Earth had its own jungle and its own local danger. On the other hand, I was worried by the many paradoxes that I found on my brief visit to this future world. Wasn't it logical to expect that a jungle located so close to what used to be Mexico might be populated by brownish, small, lazy, mild-eyed, flat-nosed Indians or mestizos rather than by these tall Balkanesque people? No, it wasn't as simple as that anywhere. Unexpected confusion lurked everywhere. Even the morphological laws that govern the creation and extinction of the planet's dreams seemed to have been revised with the changing climates and altered conditions. Perhaps the jungle of the Balkan sector now harbored flat-nosed Zapotecans instead of eagle-beaked Skipetars. And there was the general sitting at the table absorbed in one of the two documents and expertly ignoring me. I don't know his name. As far as I was concerned, however, he couldn't possibly be called anything but Constantine. During my military service in the lowly grade of a sergeant, I had sometimes been required to deliver messages to high-ranking officers. And in all cases the situation was invariably and monotonously the same. The general or colonel or lieutenant colonel was always sitting at a table absorbed in a document and paid no attention to me standing there before him, until I felt as though my cramped rigidity were shaking me back and forth like a man who hadn't found a seat in a rocking streetcar. In spite of changing times, some of life's repetitions resemble the stereotyped staging of second-rate films. The hapless director knows only one routine. General sits at table, reads document, pays no attention to anything else. Even the chronosophic schoolmaster waving his pointer at the pupils was an eternal stereotype, as I realized at once yesterday. General Constantine was definitely a primitive phenomenon. A quarter-inch haircut merged gradually into the bald spot on his square, undistinguished, gleaming skull. His red cauliflower ears stood out from his head. His violet, crisscrossed bull neck was encased in a sort of blouse shirt. Pale blue eyes under very blonde brows, a short nose, and the brutal mouth required by a resolute profession spoiled the picture of a gaunt, gray-haired, Roman type that I had had in mind since I first heard the word general. And did I have to be summoned from purgatory after 100,000 years just to take a look at you, Constantine? I realized that the history of the swamp-bred jungles and of their ill-begotten inmates was far too brief to produce more distinguished generals. Wasn't it sufficient that there were generals at all? This fact may surprise the reader more than me. I took it as a matter of course that the historical stage represented by the jungle required the maintenance of soldiers and officers, and for that reason I accepted the word general without any qualms. Since the jungle had produced roosters, why shouldn't there be soldiers to wear the tail feathers in their caps? Furthermore, I didn't find it particularly astonishing that the highest-ranking ones among these soldiers had taken steps at once to secure the dove-gray brides who had eloped to the jungle by the dozens in the course of the last night. But the thing I couldn't stomach at all was Lala's poor taste. This coarse Constantine fellow, nothing but a hunk of old-fashioned male muscle, gave orders to the most glorious of astromental brides, and she obeyed him. Lala had demonstrated the greatest delicacy of feeling and understanding at the dance in the Park of the Worker yesterday when I refrained from touching her without gloves. Only a few hours ago she had lain in my arms, chaste as a breath, and I, unworthy of her ethereality, had scarcely survived the ecstasy of her kiss. But Constantine would kiss her as you kiss a barmaid or any other jungle woman. And the worst part was that he would be right. The general shoved the papers aside and turned around. "What do they call him?" he asked his adjutants, who gradually materialized before my astigmatic eyes. Beside his chair stood none other than Lojol Sid, Minyaman's son, who was still wearing his astromental garb. He was the only one in the room with a golden headdress and dark veil costume. "They call him Seigneur over there," said King Saul's son, leaning a little in the direction of Constantine's protruding ears. "Then I'll call him Gospodar," growled the general. He was undoubtedly speaking the monolingua, though with a harsh foreign accent. I understood him, as I understood everyone during my visit, not so much as a result of outward linguistic ability as of an inward willingness to understand. Constantine turned once more to Lojol, who looked extremely mental here in Jungle Mountain Town, while he had looked highly anti-mental in California's East Side. It was particularly clear to me at this moment that he belonged neither here nor there. And as this thought ran through my mind, I felt that he became uncertain and suffered from it. "Explain the situation to him," the commandant ordered. Seigneur and Doctus, Minyaman's son, began, and his distress and embarrassment became more and more obvious. "You know the fact, but you do not know the significance of the fact. The fact is spilled blood. The significance is blood to be spilled. Why shouldn't I know the significance of this fact?" I replied, firmly fixing my eye on Constantine and not on Lojol. Spilled blood cries to heaven and demands that blood be spilled, especially after such an unnaturally long time of peace. I squinted at Lojol from the corner of my eye. His slightly albinistic face was pale. The freckles and blemishes of his skin became conspicuous. The young man had lost the self-assurance and the cold sarcasm that had been so much in evidence at our meeting in the former East Side district. Here in Jungle Mountain Town, in the office of the primeval general, he seemed to suffer from a sense of his own inadequacy. I knew lots of people like him in my lifetime. He was one of those fanatical idealists who hate the moral state of their own class and therefore look up to all lower classes. Joel, overfed with star substance and with milk and honey, admired the beer drinkers in the central beer parlor for their virility, their strength, their unfamiliar, boorish well-being. He admired them so timidly and humbly that all the arrogance with which he hated astromental culture evaporated here in the wilderness. In Minion Man's son, I had long ago recognized the tendency of intellectuals which had formerly manifested itself from Rousseau to the Deutero-Marxists as a sentimental hatred of their own origins. Please don't misunderstand my role, Doctus and Senior, he said. I am no advocate of blood to be spilled, as you might imagine after our conversation in my father's house. No, I am not. And neither is the general. We have an entirely different idea of the renewal of the world. Aha, I thought, that sounds familiar too. In the last minute before the action begins, he wants to crawfish. Those are bourgeois scruples that the real revolutionaries will settle without batting an eye. Pardon me, I said, sitting down boldly on the general's desk and letting my legs dangle. My audacity made Constantine furious but seemed to impress him at the same time, for instead of reprimanding me for my impudence, he growled at Joel, when the Jew of the era appears, facts dissolve into words. Deeply offended, the young man straightened up and announced with exaggerated pride, not I, but my father has the honor of being the Jew of the era. The general, forgetful of his promise to Lala, lighted a long thin cigar, bent like a horn, and began to puff so that I was shaken with envy. Go on with the information for the Gospodar, he ordered and leaned back. I could see Joel pulling himself together and forcing himself to be coldly casual. What is going on in this jungle, Doctus, is going on simultaneously in all jungles on Earth. The shot which, as you know, was intended for me as a representative of reform, was only a signal. The conspirators everywhere were listening. But calm yourself, Doctus. The conspirators are not on the side, as you believe, but on the other side. The fiancés and the dandies and fops have been collecting weapons on the craziest pretexts for a long time and have had them put into working order by experts, weapons that are effective at great distances, with which they could easily destroy the jungles. General Constantine's big red fist hit the table so hard that I slipped down from it. Boy, he yelled, foaming with rage, who has given you the right to call our civilized society a jungle? The Gospodar here regards Mountain Town as a city and not as a primeval forest, and he knows that our good beer isn't ditch water. You are a licensed interpreter and not a sophist. Stick to your job. That's what comes from being born above class distinctions, Joel muttered with white lips. It would have been more modest to say, between class distinctions, I criticized, although I felt sorry for him. Incidentally, this almost geometrically compulsive tactlessness was an old story. But Joel, a morally sensitive character, now apologized for the wrong use of the word jungle on the ground that it was commonly current in the cultured world outside. I understand, I began, it's a question of who will attack first, the conspirators or the general. Quite right, Gospodar, Constantine laughed, addressing me directly for the first time. And besides, I continued, it's clear that a general has to keep the initiative. Constantine was obviously pleased. There's just one thing I don't understand, I concluded. The use of arms, as I have heard, is an impossibility for astromental people and is not provided for constitutionally. But the possibility lies in this impossibility, Joel declared, perhaps a little too captiously. But I understood his legal train of thought. A thing that is so impossible as not even to be mentioned in the laws becomes possible by that very fact. And for what purpose am I being drawn into your political confidence? I asked the general. Because you are a natural-born umpire, Doctus and Senior, Joel resumed as interpreter. And he couldn't refrain from adding a questionable joke. As a matter of fact, it is even an exaggeration to say that you were born. Haha, he's only living subject to recall, haha, the general chimed in. Apparently he liked to hear himself laugh. And I, unprincipled as I am, joined in with his laugh and found only the following comeback. Sometimes that's an advantage. Of course I could have said, I'm only living subject to recall, gentlemen, but you're not living at all yet and still you manage to act important. I can think of such bon mots by the dozen today, but they're only afterthoughts. In the course of that conversation I felt offended and bitter, for my consciousness of reality wasn't a whit weaker at that time in Jungle Mountain Town in Lala's vicinity than it is today at my desk where I am recording a part of my experiences. And that's the reason I'm entrusting this mission to the Gospodar. I heard General Constantine completing a sentence, the beginning of which I had missed because of my ill humor. A mission as a negotiator, presumably, I said. Constantine cleared his throat and summarized. You will tell them to consider the following. For the present, the general of Mountain Town isn't in the least interested in plowing up your world. But he has the means to plow up your world. Little old means that you don't know anything about because you neglected studying. And if your young men so much as make one false move today, what is today? The 5th day of the 4th month, several of his aides obligingly shouted. Then there won't be any more geodrome or any more jebel on the evening of the 5th day of the 4th month. Or perhaps there will still be a geodrome and a jebel, but you'll be moaning about something else. A deep silence followed these terrible words. That's quite an errand for so early in the morning, I said and wiped the perspiration from my forehead. Lojol had come closer and whispered into my ear, don't ever believe, Doctus, that the people over here have more to worry about than the ones over there. You know the dandies and fops, Lodu and his buddies. They're amateurs. They have collected and repaired the most archaic trans-shadow disintegrators with which they can easily level out a few mountains and forests. But these people have the will to live, and the general has psychic artillery at his disposal about which I am not permitted to tell you anything. If I were you, I would hurry. This warning showed me that Minion Man's son was worried about his father, although he was eternally at sword's points with him. Lala, on the other hand, had given up her family easily. I accept the commission, I said so loudly that my ears rang. I'm not doing it because I'm interested in the will to live or in the future. I wouldn't know what to do with any more future than I've already had. I am doing it for the Jebel, for the Star Rovers, Marvelers, Foreign Feelers, for the High Floater, and for Lorunt, the Star Dancer, who will someday add to the knowledge of the shape of the universe and of the most important moment of mankind. Gospodar is dismissed, said Constantine, and picked up a paper, terminating the interview. I was annoyed that he treated me like an orderly, just as all the officers in my former military career had done. Stop, I cried, I demand that my mission be facilitated. What kind of facilitation? Growled the general without looking up. I demand the immediate repatriation of the Dovray brides, I said, finding it a little difficult to put this bureaucratic terminology into the monolingua. Lojol looked at me derisively with his pale eyes. I doubt whether you are doing the Dovray brides a favor. Possibly within the next few hours it will be safer here in here in Mountain Town than over there. Don't forget about the cats. It's not a question of safety, I insisted, but of justice, law, and the Constitution. At these ill-considered words of mine, Constantine jumped up furiously. Constitution, he barked at me, and his square skull and his cauliflower ears became red as the revolution. The Constitution was always against us, and it's the general's business to protect the freedom of the will. What is the general's business? I asked calmly and deliberately. I can't believe my ears. It used to be the business of our generals to protect the unfreedom of the will. And sometimes that was very important, Constantine. Bring the girls here, the general yelled. They can tell him whether they want to go home or not. The general's rage helped me to retain my equanimity. You talk of freedom of the will, Constantine, I said, of the miracle that permits man to break the laws of nature. And you haven't even enough miracle in you to throw away your cigarro horn for the sake of your new sweetheart. Unfortunately, my audacity went unnoticed because at this moment a group of the brides crowded into the room. Some were still in their Dovray bridal finery, some in peasant dress with embroidered bodices, like Lala's. Only a small number of them managed to get through the door, the rest milled around in the corridor outside. Lala was probably among the latter, for I didn't see her. I could almost bet that I also noticed a few furry gray pussycats prowling around among the young girls. Constantine rudely addressed this bevy of vastly superior astromental youth and beauty, perhaps to impress me. The Gospodar here has come to take you home. Female iOS. He is doing an important errand for me. You will facilitate this errand and help your people at home if you go with him. Whichever ones of you don't want to stay here can pack up your junk and get out. A long silence followed Constantine's incredibly plebeian words. Then the silence was broken by a strange mewing moan from the brides in chorus. Once more the general had proved that he knew his business. That will do, I said, bowing to the ladies, and then I couldn't see any more for they had already put the red silk bandage back over my eyes. As I was led outside, my ears rang as from the sound of marching columns and clanking artillery. But that was simply imagination. The person who had been leading me by my hand took off my blindfold. I knew at a glance that I was standing in the central square of the little border village that I had seen yesterday, where the merry-go-round and the primitive swings now stood deserted. The Skipetarian jungle peasants in their Sunday suits who had whisked me up to Mountain Town and back again were disappearing in the distance. Their red tassel caps gleamed in the distance for a moment and then vanished around a comber. But one person was still holding my hand. It was Lala in her gold-embroidered bodice and shawl that did not go properly with the golden buskins at all. Had she accompanied me? Or had she followed me? It flashed through my mind that she wanted to go with me. She wanted to go home with me. And at the same instant I was astonished, even a little terrified, to realize that I didn't want that to happen. My delight in Lala had vanished along with my infatuation. It was not that the intensity of her image had faded for me, it was only that the background of the picture and the frame had become more prominent. In these minutes, as I stood in the little square in front of the village church, I felt more circumspect, I almost said more double than ever before. I knew what fate inevitably awaited the world. I knew that Lala and all the brides were safer here than in the houses of their parents. I knew that Lala would not leave the general, for in Constantine she had met for the first time the elemental male force which the astromental world had not known in eons. But alongside of all this sensible knowledge ran a strain of embarrassment rooted in my masculine feeling of guilt, which always crops up when a man begins to lose his concentrated interest in a woman. In spite of my infatuation and enchantment, I was beginning to withdraw from Lala. I could easily have ignored my feeling of guilt in this instance, since it was the girl who had jilted me and not vice versa. But my embarrassment was more honest than I, and so I became entangled in a final feeble effort to persuade Lala to go home with me. But I had not counted on the refinement of the soul of an astromental girl who could not be deceived at all in the same sense as her sisters of early or later antiquity. This point represents a truly respectable advance in the relations between man and woman, which, on the other hand, means a remarkable impoverishment since it excludes a lot of colorful novel and comedy plots. I had hardly uttered my first few persuasive words when Lala nervously put her finger on her lips and shook her head a little, as though she feared that I might make a clumsy mistake at the last moment, spoiling everything and degrading myself forever. With her right hand she pointed at the little village church. Then she walked ahead of me in that direction with the rhythmic, rested step that women had acquired in a world of pure play. At the portal she whispered to me, "I want to show Lo-F-double something." It was the first time that she had not addressed me with the coldly conventional seigneur that always had a slightly derisive sound to my ear. She had addressed me with the sounds that she took to be my personal name because my friend used them. This form of address made me feel very strange. Lala had kissed me under the aegis of the name seigneur. But I understood that I had only now become human in her eyes, a real living person, not merely an interesting phenomenon to parade in public. She made me feel that our relation had only now become real and genuine. We were now standing in a Baroque rustic church, as I and any of my well-traveled readers might have expected. Of course, it was a variety of rustic Baroque that neither my readers nor I have ever seen, compounded of the remotest outcroppings of human powers of expression, a mixture of styles that will dawn in thousands of years and fade and dawn again. Still, it was recognizably rustic Baroque, in pleasant contrast to the abstract severity of the astromental church. I saw images of saints with eyes fervently raised toward heaven, and a golden volute canopy over the main altar, and a monstrance in the shape of the sun, and everything was as quiet and simple and rustic as it ought to be. Lala was holding my $3/4 in her hand. "Where can I make an offering?" she asked. I pointed at the alms box. She stepped up to it and awkwardly laid the 3 coins next to the SHT. How could she be expected to know what to do with money and how to give alms? We walked on silently and stopped in the transept before a fairly large statue of the Madonna and Child. In the traditional reverence of the jungle peasant for unattainable astromental beauty, the artist had given the Blessed Virgin the form of a dove-gray bride. You could plainly distinguish the ebony helmet and the characteristic folds of the veil garments produced by the worker. "Is that the Holy Mother of God?" Lala asked. "Yes, the Mother of God with the Child, LOLA, the same that stands as a work of art in your father's house." "And do you believe in her, Lo-F-W? Do you believe that she lives above the intermundia?" "Believe is the wrong word in my case, Lala, for I know that she helped me wherever she may live." "Then I want her to see what I am going to show you now," said Lala, and with a determined little gesture that was proud and bashful and sad all at the same time she opened the palms of her 2 hands. It was gloomy in the little church, for it had no windows at all, only small slits under the ceiling arch. So I saw nothing at first and had no idea what Lala wanted. But when I put my hands under hers and drew them nearer to my eyes, I saw that they were no longer the empty palms of a show window dummy like those of her mother and of her ancestress and of all other people over there. Overnight, these waxen, rose-tinted palms had developed a few delicate lines and signs and runes which crossed the three main markings and began to fill the former void with touching new life. These few delicate lines woke compassion in my heart like fresh wounds. They were not the stigmata of a saint, they were the stigmata of a real human who is born in pain, lives a fateful life, and dies in pain without avoiding these three discomforts. Overnight, Lala had won her stigmata, no matter how plain and scanty they still were. I almost expected her to say, "Now do you understand, Lo FW, that I can't go home with this disgrace, which is my pride, and that I have to stay in the jungle with the general who smokes his horn until my eyes begin to water?" Fortunately, she said nothing of the sort, for as long as Lala lives she will always be an astromental fairy, cool, innocent, impervious to any sentimental impulse. No matter how deep the lineation of her palms may become, she will be eternally different from us who lived before. Lala said nothing awkward. She merely asked with a little smile, "Can you read what is written in my hand?" "I'm not trained to decipher this writing," I replied, "but I understand the general outlines." "And what do the general outlines mean, Lo FW?" I knitted my brow and pretended that the simple hieroglyphics were hard to translate. Finally, I spelled out, "You will be happy through misfortune and unhappy through good fortune, dear Lala." "And is that bad?" she asked attentively. "No, Lala, I believe that's good." "No, Lala, I believe that's good." After these words, I bent my head over her delicate, fragrant hands and breathed a kiss on the scars of her normalization, that is, her recidivism. And so I said farewell to Lala, who, of all the women of my more intimate acquaintance, will always remain the one with whom I was least acquainted. The 20th chapter, wherein I try to carry out the negotiator's mission, make a soundless speech, and see the orange flame which will one day consume the moon. "You're all wrong, it isn't coldness and indifference," said BH when we were alone for 2 minutes. "The only coldness and indifference is the pretense of grief in order to torture the others." "Do you mean GR3? I inquired. "Wasn't Lala always her favorite descendant, and didn't she always guard her like the apple of her eye?" GR3 envies Lala to the point of hatred, for one of the consequences of eternal youth is that strong women never know when they are through. Lo Fajer and Lo Raza are deeply grieved, although you could never tell by looking at them. It was true, as BH had said, that Lala's parents showed nothing. One might almost have believed that they never thought of criticizing their daughter and that they had already gotten over her loss. They did not even avoid speaking about her. They spoke about her with impersonal sympathy. It was an admirable attitude which the human race had acquired since the days when erring children were cast out and cursed and their names were torn from the parents' hearts. And yet in these days of monopedia a child was worth ever so much more than back in the times when many women were pregnant almost year after year. Since a premature and involuntary death never occurred except in a few unusual instances, parents could lose their son or daughter only through life and to life. Even that occurred only rarely, since the economic and social frictions of the ancient world had disappeared and there was no dissension over rank or inheritance. The only things that might disrupt a family were emotional clashes or philosophical differences of opinion. But in this case it did happen. Lo Fajer had lost his daughter and Lo Salip his son. What went on among the conspirators, incidentally, where they had their headquarters, and how and since when this mafia had developed, all that was religiously concealed from me on account of a general feeling of shame. This concealment was not particularly advantageous for the fulfillment of my mission. It is easy to imagine my painful embarrassment as I stood before Lo Fajer, Lo Raza, and the entire household to render an account of my unsuccessful attempt to lure Lala home. Even my Virgil was shocked by the precarious situation into which he had brought me by drawing my name from the alphabet. By comparison, the real Virgil had plunged his protégé into far less serious difficulties, for he remained quite untouched by the calamities of hell on his visit, except for some slight twinges of compassion. Dante observed all the cruelly famous episodes as an interestedly disinterested bystander and was not personally involved in any conflicts. Perhaps that was because he moved among the dead as the only living person, while my case was exactly reversed. Of course, it required the mighty poetic genius of a mighty era to create the Divine Comedy, the millenary bestseller, out of a mere sightseeing tour, without any personal involution, without intrigues, complications, eroticism, or any other consideration of the more or less reading public, and to do it in adamant and terza rima at that. Somebody should try that today. The strangest thing was that the ancestress had kept her mouth shut. Lala's parents seemed to know nothing of their daughter's nocturnal visit to my room, or at least they pretended to know nothing. Gr.'s discreetness gave me the most uncanny feelings. I recoiled from the thought of sharing a secret with her. For this reason, distasteful as it was to me, I divulged the secret of Lala's clandestine visit without, of course, carrying my honesty too far. Naturally, I kept quiet about Lala's proposition and about my own infatuation, for which no one can blame me, and I spoke only of Lala's request that I accompany her as far as the jungle. To be sure, I could not quite justify myself on the charge of not having given the alarm at once. But no one accused me of that, for the decisive factor lay in Lala's passionate yearning for the jungle. For astromental people, an inner longing and an outward realization were practically synonymous. How much easier it was for us in the 20th century when the road from the wish to its fulfillment was narrow and rocky, when an ocean of inward desire produced only a few driblets of realization, and when we could practice mountainous deceit on ourselves and others without being found out by our own clairvoyance and by that of the world at large. I had no means of measuring how much of the truth my friends knew after I had given my account, but in our few minutes of private conversation I revealed the entire truth to my friend B.H. At first he looked at me horrified, but then he thanked me and opined that I might have brought even greater disgrace on the beginnings of mankind. This private report occupied only a very few minutes. More important things were at stake. We started out at once. I hardly had time to gulp down a crystal cupful of some sort of juice. I have compounded the speech from various parts of the report. The reason I could not follow it in its entirety was the man at the other lectern at the left of the Selenozujan. In view of his activity, this functionary could be called by no more accurate title than the analytic analyst. He too had an enormous folio on the desk before him. But the mirror pages of this volume were turned from left to right. While the reporter went along with time as it passed, the analyst pursued time backward from the current moment. He was the historian who read off the unknown interrelations of the past as they were revealed by the progress of events. Unfortunately, I was too inexpert in the art of the polyphonic perception of words, so that the analyst only kept me from understanding the reporter without making himself clear to me. The only thing I understood was that he was exposing the threads of causality which led, on the one hand, to the shot at the Simpayan and, on the other, to the world-disrupting consequences of the shot. It would be a simple matter for me at this point to yield to the temptation of putting a few sentences into the analyst's mouth and to tie the events together with a logical string where they appear disjointed, even to me. I can think of no course of action that I would regard as more detestable. There was many an unsolved riddle in the catastrophe that I witnessed. As a transient visitor in a very distant, vacillating, and sometimes unintelligible future, I am not obliged to solve these riddles, and my sensitive reader will not want to be insulted by clumsy solutions as in detective stories. Truth above everything else, particularly in a realm where truth and falsehood cannot be distinguished from each other. I stake my honor upon this motto. It is for this reason that I have acted contrary to my own interest as an author from the very beginning. I have disturbed the reader, I have engaged him in conversation, I have implored him not to confound spiritual sight with dream turmoil or, still worse, with the bold play of fancy, difficult as it is to keep these elements separate. I have told many realistic stories in my life, but I have never served the cause of truth with such painful care as in this quite unverifiable account. On the first day of my visit we saw Lodu's collection of arms without guessing that it meant more than a mere playful hobby. We heard the Geo-Archon's oracle of the day, we witnessed Lophage's gloomy forebodings and a number of incidents that pointed towards serious developments, the visit of the Selenozujan to the high floater, the exodus of the cats, the massacre of the chickens, and so forth. We were present when the shot was fired at the Simpayan and all sorts of mysterious whisperings came to our ears. Finally, we stood eye to eye with the general in Jungle Mountain Town and we heard the unexplained word psychic artillery. That's all, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle with half of the pieces missing. But now, when I might have had the opportunity to increase my understanding of the underlying causes of events through the rapid and unaccented accounts of the two mirror analysts at the right and left of the world region, their duetting merged and blurred like pearly applied watercolors. In addition to these there was a third bald head in a black official cowl who stood like a shadow behind the lunar consecrate, and since I don't know his title, I now baptize him Moonshadow. Moonshadow stepped forward now and then to pound with a small hammer on the thin white pillar, which emitted a horrible, hollow sound that I shall never forget. Simultaneously he directed a few warning words to the Geo-Archon each time, as for instance, the stream of time is doubling its flow. Earth minutes are no longer Earth minutes. Or the following sentences which I find among my notes: if the stability of the world is imperiled, the lunar consecrate must guard the Constitution. The moon will one day vanish in an orange flame. The Constitution gives the lunar consecrate the choice of letting the disturbers of the peace vanish in the orange flame or of doing so himself. These were a few of Moonshadow's warnings, accompanied by the hollow gong sound of the lone column which still rings in my memory. The astromental custom of revealing facts by concealing them in portentous words was more reminiscent of the Eleusinian or Oriental mysteries than of the 20th century with its laudable preference for simplicity and precision. Still, I thought that I understood the warnings correctly. All of us, my readers and I, have experienced the doubling and trebling of the flow of time in highly dramatic hours of world history in our own era of world wars. Since time is far more human and expedient than space, which exists independent of the consciousness, the chronosophers had long ago discovered that time can stampede like a frightened horse. These same chronosophers, and probably the great Ursula before them, had long ago calculated the cosmic year and the Earth hour in which the moon would end its existence in an orange flame. I regarded the reference to this flame, in which either the disturbers of the peace or the world regent would have to vanish, as merely an ominous astromental metaphor. Presumably the Constitution gave the world chief the right to do away with dangerous criminals, that is, by arresting them, paralyzing or anesthetizing them, or neutralizing them in some other gentle and highly cultivated manner. How mistaken I was! Other thoughts oppressed me. I clearly saw that the lunar consecrate was unable to make up his mind. This moment of imminent peril showed the weakness of the tricky election system that placed the highest power into the hands of a sensitive, contemplative visionary who had no ability to exercise power nor pleasure in will for it. I don't recall whether it was BH or I who formulated the conservation of evil in the world. That is to say, no matter how much you turn things upside down and put one thing in place of another, the fixed measure of failure can never be reduced. The astromental constitution was perfectly adapted to a cool, unemotional, playful human race and to a cosmically oriented mode of life on a high plane. But it was utterly unfit to provide a barrier against the blood-red passions that had suddenly erupted from the depths. Who could have guessed that these passions still existed? An archaic shot rang through a puff of powder smoke, the most genteel brides eloped into the jungle by night, and the destructive frenzy of the conspirators had a sufficient, you might almost say, a reasonable incentive to strike. The lunar consecrate, leaning leisurely against his white pillar, smiled with ironic expectation. Moonshadow behind him struck the column with his little hammer. The stream of time has trebled its flow. I have compounded this speech from various parts of the report. The reason I could not follow it in its entirety was the man at the other lectern at the left of the Selenozusian. In view of his activity, this functionary could be called by no more accurate title than the analytic analyst. He too had an enormous folio on the desk before him. But the mirror pages of this volume were turned from left to right. While the reporter went along with time as it passed, the analyst pursued time backward from the current moment. He was the historian who read off the unknown interrelations of the past as they were revealed by the progress of events. Unfortunately, I was too inexpert in the art of the polyphonic perception of words, so that the analyst only kept me from understanding the reporter without making himself clear to me. The only thing I understood was that he was exposing the threads of causality which led, on the one hand, to the shot at the Sympeian and, on the other, to the world-disrupting consequences of the shot. It would be a simple matter for me at this point to yield to the temptation of putting a few sentences into the analyst's mouth and to tie the events together with a logical string where they appear disjointed, even to me. I can think of no course of action that I would regard as more detestable. There was many an unsolved riddle in the catastrophe that I witnessed. As a transient visitor in a very distant, vacillating, and sometimes unintelligible future, I am not obliged to solve these riddles, and my sensitive reader will not want to be insulted by clumsy solutions as in detective stories. Truth above everything else, particularly in a realm where truth and falsehood cannot be distinguished from each other. I stake my honor upon this motto. It is for this reason that I have acted contrary to my own interest as an author from the very beginning. I have disturbed the reader, I have engaged him in conversation, I have implored him not to confound spiritual sight with dream turmoil or, still worse, with the bold play of fancy, difficult as it is to keep these elements separate. I have told many realistic stories in my life, but I have never served the cause of truth with such painful care as in this quite unverifiable account. On the first day of my visit we saw Lodu's collection of arms without guessing that it meant more than a mere playful hobby. We heard the Geo-Archon's oracle of the day, we witnessed Lo-Phage's gloomy forebodings and a number of incidents that pointed towards serious developments, the visit of the Selenozusian to the High Floater, the exodus of the cats, the massacre of the chickens, and so forth. We were present when the shot was fired at the Symphaean and all sorts of mysterious whisperings came to our ears. Finally, we stood eye to eye with the general in Jungle Mountain Town and we heard the unexplained word psychic artillery. That's all, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle with half of the pieces missing. But now, when I might have had the opportunity to increase my understanding of the underlying causes of events through the rapid and unaccented accounts of the two mirror analysts at the right and left of the world region, their duetting merged and blurred like pearly applied watercolors. In addition to these, there was a third bald head in a black official cowl who stood like a shadow behind the lunar consecrate, and since I don't know his title, I now baptize him Moonshadow. Moonshadow stepped forward now and then to pound with a small hammer on the thin white pillar, which emitted a horrible, hollow sound that I shall never forget. Simultaneously, he directed a few warning words to the Geo-Archon each time, as for instance, the stream of time is doubling its flow. Earth minutes are no longer Earth minutes. Or the following sentences which I find among my notes: if the stability of the world is imperiled, the lunar consecrate must guard the Constitution. The moon will one day vanish in an orange flame. The Constitution gives the lunar consecrate the choice of letting the disturbers of the peace vanish in the orange flame or of doing so himself. These were a few of Moonshadow's warnings, accompanied by the hollow gong sound of the lone column which still rings in my memory. The astromental custom of revealing facts by concealing them in portentous words was more reminiscent of the Eleusinian or Oriental mysteries than of the 20th century with its laudable preference for simplicity and precision. Still, I thought that I understood the warnings correctly. All of us, my readers and I, have experienced the doubling and trebling of the flow of time in highly dramatic hours of world history in our own era of world wars. Since time is far more human and expedient than space, which exists independent of the consciousness, the chronosophers had long ago discovered that time can stampede like a frightened horse. These same chronosophers, and probably the great Ursula before them, had long ago calculated the cosmic year and the Earth hour in which the moon would end its existence in an orange flame. I regarded the reference to this flame, in which either the disturbers of the peace or the world regent would have to vanish, as merely an ominous astromental metaphor. Presumably the Constitution gave the world chief the right to do away with dangerous criminals, that is, by arresting them, paralyzing or anesthetizing them, or neutralizing them in some other gentle and highly cultivated manner. How mistaken I was! Other thoughts oppressed me. I clearly saw that the lunar consecrate was unable to make up his mind. This moment of imminent peril showed the weakness of the tricky election system that placed the highest power into the hands of a sensitive, contemplative visionary who had no ability to exercise power nor pleasure in will for it. I don't recall whether it was BH or I who formulated the conservation of evil in the world. That is to say, no matter how much you turn things upside down and put one thing in place of another, the fixed measure of failure can never be reduced. The astromental constitution was perfectly adapted to a cool, unemotional, playful human race and to a cosmically oriented mode of life on a high plane. But it was utterly unfit to provide a barrier against the blood-red passions that had suddenly erupted from the depths. Who could have guessed that these passions still existed? An archaic shot rang through a puff of powder smoke, the most genteel brides eloped into the jungle by night, and the destructive frenzy of the conspirators had a sufficient, you might almost say, a reasonable incentive to strike. The lunar consecrate, leaning leisurely against his white pillar, smiled with ironic expectation. Moonshadow behind him struck the column with his little hammer. The stream of time has trebled its flow. I have compounded this speech from various parts of the report. The reason I could not follow it in its entirety was the man at the other lectern at the left of the Selenozusian. In view of his activity, this functionary could be called by no more accurate title than the analytic analyst. He too had an enormous folio on the desk before him. But the mirror pages of this volume were turned from left to right. While the reporter went along with time as it passed, the analyst pursued time backward from the current moment. He was the historian who read off the unknown interrelations of the past as they were revealed by the progress of events. Unfortunately, I was too inexpert in the art of the polyphonic perception of words, so that the analyst only kept me from understanding the reporter without making himself clear to me. The only thing I understood was that he was exposing the threads of causality which led, on the one hand, to the shot at the Symphaean and, on the other, to the world-disrupting consequences of the shot. It would be a simple matter for me at this point to yield to the temptation of putting a few sentences into the analyst's mouth and to tie the events together with a logical string where they appear disjointed even to me. I can think of no course of action that I would regard as more detestable. There was many an unsolved riddle in the catastrophe that I witnessed. As a transient visitor in a very distant, vacillating, and sometimes unintelligible future, I am not obliged to solve these riddles, and my sensitive reader will not want to be insulted by clumsy solutions as in detective stories. Truth above everything else, particularly in a realm where truth and falsehood cannot be distinguished from each other. I stake my honor upon this motto. It is for this reason that I have acted contrary to my own interest as an author from the very beginning. I have disturbed the reader, I have engaged him in conversation, I have implored him not to confound spiritual sight with dream turmoil or, still worse, with the bold play of fancy, difficult as it is to keep these elements separate. I have told many realistic stories in my life, but I have never served the cause of truth with such painful care as in this quite unverifiable account. On the first day of my visit, we saw Lodu's collection of arms without guessing that it meant more than a mere playful hobby. We heard the Geo-Archon's oracle of the day, we witnessed Lophage's gloomy forebodings and a number of incidents that pointed towards serious developments, the visit of the Selenozusian to the High Floater, the exodus of the cats, the massacre of the chickens, and so forth. We were present when the shot was fired at the Symphaean and all sorts of mysterious whisperings came to our ears. Finally, we stood eye to eye with the general in Jungle Mountain Town and we heard the unexplained word psychic artillery. That's all, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle with half of the pieces missing. But now, when I might have had the opportunity to increase my understanding of the underlying causes of events through the rapid and unaccented accounts of the two mirror analysts at the right and left of the world region, their duetting merged and blurred like pearly applied watercolors. In addition to these, there was a third bald head in a black official cowl who stood like a shadow behind the lunar consecrate, and since I don't know his title, I now baptize him Moonshadow. Moonshadow stepped forward now and then to pound with a small hammer on the thin white pillar, which emitted a horrible, hollow sound that I shall never forget. Simultaneously, he directed a few warning words to the Geo-Archon each time, as for instance, the stream of time is doubling its flow. Earth minutes are no longer Earth minutes. Or the following sentences which I find among my notes, if the stability of the world is imperiled, the lunar consecrate must guard the Constitution. The moon will one day vanish in an orange flame. The Constitution gives the lunar consecrate the choice of letting the disturbers of the peace vanish in the orange flame or of doing so himself. These were a few of Moonshadow's warnings, accompanied by the hollow gong sound of the lone column which still rings in my memory. The astromental custom of revealing facts by concealing them in portentous words was more reminiscent of the Eleusinian or Oriental mysteries than of the 20th century with its laudable preference for simplicity and precision. Still, I thought that I understood the warnings correctly. All of us, my readers and I, have experienced the doubling and trebling of the flow of time in highly dramatic hours of world history in our own era of world wars. Since time is far more human and expedient than space, which exists independent of the consciousness, the chronosophers had long ago discovered that time can stampede like a frightened horse. These same chronosophers, and probably the great Ursula before them, had long ago calculated the cosmic year and the Earth hour in which the moon would end its existence in an orange flame. I regarded the reference to this flame, in which either the disturbers of the peace or the world regent would have to vanish, as merely an ominous astro-mental metaphor. Presumably the Constitution gave the world chief the right to do away with dangerous criminals, that is, by arresting them, paralyzing or anesthetizing them, or neutralizing them in some other gentle and highly cultivated manner. How mistaken I was! Other thoughts oppressed me. I clearly saw that the lunar consecrate was unable to make up his mind. This moment of imminent peril showed the weakness of the tricky election system that placed the highest power into the hands of a sensitive, contemplative visionary who had no ability to exercise power nor pleasure in will for ing it. I don't recall whether it was BH or I who formulated the conservation of evil in the world. That is to say, no matter how much you turn things upside down and put one thing in place of another, the fixed measure of failure can never be reduced. The astromental constitution was perfectly adapted to a cool, unemotional, playful human race and to a cosmically oriented mode of life on a high plane. But it was utterly unfit to provide a barrier against the blood-red passions that had suddenly erupted from the depths. Who could have guessed that these passions still existed? An archaic shot rang through a puff of powder smoke, the most genteel brides eloped into the jungle by night, and the destructive frenzy of the conspirators had a sufficient, you might almost say, a reasonable, incentive to strike. The lunar consecrate, leaning leisurely against his white pillar, smiled with ironic expectation. Moonshadow behind him struck the column with his little hammer. The stream of time has trebled its flow. I have compounded the speech from various parts of the report. The reason I could not follow it in its entirety was the man at the other lectern at the left of the Selenozusian. In view of his activity, this functionary could be called by no more accurate title than the analytic analyst. He too had an enormous folio on the desk before him. But the mirror pages of this volume were turned from left to right. While the reporter went along with time as it passed, the analyst pursued time backward from the current moment. He was the historian who read off the unknown interrelations of the past as they were revealed by the progress of events. Unfortunately, I was too inexpert in the art of the polyphonic perception of words, so that the analyst only kept me from understanding the reporter without making himself clear to me. The only thing I understood was that he was exposing the threads of causality which led, on the one hand, to the shot at the Sympeian and, on the other, to the world-disrupting consequences of the shot. It would be a simple matter for me at this point to yield to the temptation of putting a few sentences into the analyst's mouth and to tie the events together with a logical string where they appear disjointed, even to me. I can think of no course of action that I would regard as more detestable. There was many an unsolved riddle in the catastrophe that I witnessed. As a transient visitor in a very distant, vacillating, and sometimes unintelligible future, I am not obliged to solve these riddles, and my sensitive reader will not want to be insulted by clumsy solutions as in detective stories. Truth above everything else, particularly in a realm where truth and falsehood cannot be distinguished from each other. I stake my honor upon this motto. It is for this reason that I have acted contrary to my own interest as an author from the very beginning. I have disturbed the reader, I have engaged him in conversation, I have implored him not to confound spiritual sight with dream turmoil or, still worse, with the bold play of fancy, difficult as it is to keep these elements separate. I have told many realistic stories in my life, but I have never served the cause of truth with such painful care as in this quite unverifiable account. On the first day of my visit, we saw Lodu's collection of arms without guessing that it meant more than a mere playful hobby. We heard the Geo-Archon's oracle of the day, we witnessed Lophage's gloomy forebodings and a number of incidents that pointed towards serious developments, the visit of the Selenozusian to the High Floater, the exodus of the cats, the massacre of the chickens, and so forth. We were present when the shot was fired at the Sympeian and all sorts of mysterious whisperings came to our ears. Finally, we stood eye to eye with the general in Jungle Mountain Town and we heard the unexplained word psychic artillery. That's all, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle with half of the pieces missing. But now, when I might have had the opportunity to increase my understanding of the underlying causes of events through the rapid and unaccented accounts of the two mirror analysts at the right and left of the world region, their duetting merged and blurred like pearly applied watercolors. In addition to these, there was a third bald head in a black official cowl who stood like a shadow behind the lunar consecrate, and since I don't know his title, I now baptize him Moonshadow. Moonshadow stepped forward now and then to pound with a small hammer on the thin white pillar, which emitted a horrible, hollow sound that I shall never forget. Simultaneously, he directed a few warning words to the Geo-Archon each time, as for instance, the stream of time is doubling its flow. Earth minutes are no longer Earth minutes. Or the following sentences which I find among my notes, if the stability of the world is imperiled, the lunar consecrate must guard the Constitution. The moon will one day vanish in an orange flame. The Constitution gives the lunar consecrate the choice of letting the disturbers of the peace vanish in the orange flame or of doing so himself. These were a few of Moonshadow's warnings, accompanied by the hollow gong sound of the lone column which still rings in my memory. The astromental custom of revealing facts by concealing them in portentous words was more reminiscent of the Eleusinian or Oriental mysteries than of the 20th century with its laudable preference for simplicity and precision. Still, I thought that I understood the warnings correctly. All of us, my readers and I, have experienced the doubling and trebling of the flow of time in highly dramatic hours of world history in our own era of world wars. Since time is far more human and expedient than space, which exists independent of the consciousness, the chronosophers had long ago discovered that time can stampede like a frightened horse. These same chronosophers, and probably the great Ursula before them, had long ago calculated the cosmic year and the Earth hour in which the moon would end its existence in an orange flame. I regarded the reference to this flame, in which either the disturbers of the peace or the world regent would have to vanish, as merely an ominous astro-mental metaphor. Presumably the Constitution gave the world chief the right to do away with dangerous criminals, that is, by arresting them, paralyzing or anesthetizing them, or neutralizing them in some other gentle and highly cultivated manner. How mistaken I was! Other thoughts oppressed me. I clearly saw that the lunar consecrate was unable to make up his mind. This moment of imminent peril showed the weakness of the tricky election system that placed the highest power into the hands of a sensitive, contemplative visionary who had no ability to exercise power nor pleasure in will for it. I don't recall whether it was BH or I who formulated the conservation of evil in the world. That is to say, no matter how much you turn things upside down and put one thing in place of another, the fixed measure of failure can never be reduced. The astromental constitution was perfectly adapted to a cool, unemotional, playful human race and to a cosmically oriented mode of life on a high plane. But it was utterly unfit to provide a barrier against the blood-red passions that had suddenly erupted from the depths. Who could have guessed that these passions still existed? An archaic shot rang through a puff of powder smoke, the most genteel brides eloped into the jungle by night, and the destructive frenzy of the conspirators had a sufficient, you might almost say, a reasonable incentive to strike. The lunar consecrate, leaning leisurely against his white pillar, smiled with ironic expectation. Moonshadow behind him struck the column with his little hammer. The stream of time has trebled its flow. I have compounded the speech from various parts of the report. The reason I could not follow it in its entirety was the man at the other lectern at the left of the Selenozusion. In view of his activity, this functionary could be called by no more accurate title than the analytic analyst. He too had an enormous folio on the desk before him. But the mirror pages of this volume were turned from left to right. While the reporter went along with time as it passed, the analyst pursued time backward from the current moment. He was the historian who read off the unknown interrelations of the past as they were revealed by the progress of events. Unfortunately, I was too inexpert in the art of the polyphonic perception of words, so that the analyst only kept me from understanding the reporter without making himself clear to me. The only thing I understood was that he was exposing the threads of causality which led, on the one hand, to the shot at the Sympeian and, on the other, to the world-disrupting consequences of the shot. It would be a simple matter for me at this point to yield to the temptation of putting a few sentences into the analyst's mouth and to tie the events together with a logical string where they appear disjointed, even to me. I can think of no course of action that I would regard as more detestable. There was many an unsolved riddle in the catastrophe that I witnessed. As a transient visitor in a very distant, vacillating, and sometimes unintelligible future, I am not obliged to solve these riddles, and my sensitive reader will not want to be insulted by clumsy solutions as in detective stories. Truth above everything else. Particularly in a realm where truth and falsehood cannot be distinguished from each other. I stake my honor upon this motto. It is for this reason that I have acted contrary to my own interest as an author from the very beginning. I have disturbed the reader, I have engaged him in conversation, I have implored him not to confound spiritual sight with dream turmoil or, still worse, with the bold play of fancy, difficult as it is to keep these elements separate. I have told many realistic stories in my life, but I have never served the cause of truth with such painful care as in this quite unverifiable account. On the first day of my visit, we saw Lodu's collection of arms without guessing that it meant more than a mere playful hobby. We heard the Geo-Archon's oracle of the day, we witnessed Lophage's gloomy forebodings and a number of incidents that pointed towards serious developments, the visit of the Selenozusion to the High Floater, the exodus of the cats, the massacre of the chickens, and so forth. We were present when the shot was fired at the Sympeian and all sorts of mysterious whisperings came to our ears. Finally, we stood eye to eye with the general in Jungle Mountain Town and we heard the unexplained word psychic artillery. That's all, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle with half of the pieces missing. But now, when I might have had the opportunity to increase my understanding of the underlying causes of events through the rapid and unaccented accounts of the two mirror analysts at the right and left of the world region, their duetting merged and blurred like pearly applied watercolors. In addition to these, there was a third bald head in a black official cowl who stood like a shadow behind the lunar consecrate, and since I don't know his title, I now baptize him Moonshadow. Moonshadow stepped forward now and then to pound with a small hammer on the thin white pillar, which emitted a horrible, hollow sound that I shall never forget. Simultaneously, he directed a few warning words to the Geo-Archon each time, as for instance, the stream of time is doubling its flow. Earth minutes are no longer Earth minutes. Or the following sentences which I find among my notes: if the stability of the world is imperiled, the lunar consecrate must guard the Constitution. The moon will one day vanish in an orange flame. The Constitution gives the lunar consecrate the choice of letting the disturbers of the peace vanish in the orange flame or of doing so himself. These were a few of Moonshadow's warnings, accompanied by the hollow gong sound of the lone column which still rings in my memory. The astromental custom of revealing facts by concealing them in portentous words was more reminiscent of the Eleusinian or Oriental mysteries than of the 20th century with its laudable preference for simplicity and precision. Still, I thought that I understood the warnings correctly. All of us, my readers and I, have experienced the doubling and trebling of the flow of time in highly dramatic hours of world history in our own era of world wars. Since time is far more human and expedient than space, which exists independent of the consciousness, the chronosophers had long ago discovered that time can stampede like a frightened horse. These same chronosophers, and probably the great Ursula before them, had long ago calculated the cosmic year and the Earth hour in which the moon would end its existence in an orange flame. I regarded the reference to this flame, in which either the disturbers of the peace or the world regent would have to vanish, as merely an ominous astromental metaphor. Presumably the Constitution gave the world chief the right to do away with dangerous criminals, that is, by arresting them, paralyzing or anesthetizing them, or neutralizing them in some other gentle and highly cultivated manner. How mistaken I was! Other thoughts oppressed me. I clearly saw that the lunar consecrate was unable to make up his mind. This moment of imminent peril showed the weakness of the tricky election system that placed the highest power into the hands of a sensitive, contemplative visionary who had no ability to exercise power nor pleasure in will for it. I don't recall whether it was BH or I who formulated the conservation of evil in the world. That is to say, no matter how much you turn things upside down and put one thing in place of another, the fixed measure of failure can never be reduced. The astromental constitution was perfectly adapted to a cool, unemotional, playful human race and to a cosmically oriented mode of life on a high plane. But it was utterly unfit to provide a barrier against the blood-red passions that had suddenly erupted from the depths. Who could have guessed that these passions still existed? An archaic shot rang through a puff of powder smoke, the most genteel brides eloped into the jungle by night, and the destructive frenzy of the conspirators had a sufficient, you might almost say, a reasonable incentive to strike. The lunar consecrate, leaning leisurely against his white pillar, smiled with ironic expectation. Moonshadow behind him struck the column with his little hammer. The stream of time has trebled its flow. I have compounded the speech from various parts of the report. The reason I could not follow it in its entirety was the man at the other lectern at the left of the Selenozusian. In view of his activity, this functionary could be called by no more accurate title than the analytic analyst. He too had an enormous folio on the desk before him. But the mirror pages of this volume were turned from left to right. While the reporter went along with time as it passed, the analyst pursued time backward from the current moment. He was the historian who read off the unknown interrelations of the past as they were revealed by the progress of events. Unfortunately, I was too inexpert in the art of the polyphonic perception of words, so that the analyst only kept me from understanding the reporter without making himself clear to me. The only thing I understood was that he was exposing the threads of causality which led, on the one hand, to the shot at the Sympeian and, on the other, to the world-disrupting consequences of the shot. It would be a simple matter for me at this point to yield to the temptation of putting a few sentences into the analyst's mouth and to tie the events together with a logical string where they appear disjointed, even to me. I can think of no course of action that I would regard as more detestable. There was many an unsolved riddle in the catastrophe that I witnessed. As a transient visitor in a very distant, vacillating, and sometimes unintelligible future, I am not obliged to solve these riddles, and my sensitive reader will not want to be insulted by clumsy solutions as in detective stories. Truth above everything else. Particularly in a realm where truth and falsehood cannot be distinguished from each other. I stake my honor upon this motto. It is for this reason that I have acted contrary to my own interest as an author from the very beginning. I have disturbed the reader, I have engaged him in conversation, I have implored him not to confound spiritual sight with dream turmoil or, still worse, with the bold play of fancy, difficult as it is to keep these elements separate. I have told many realistic stories in my life, but I have never served the cause of truth with such painful care as in this quite unverifiable account. On the first day of my visit we saw Lodu's collection of arms without guessing that it meant more than a mere playful hobby. We heard the Geo-Archon's oracle of the day, we witnessed Lo-Phage's gloomy forebodings and a number of incidents that pointed towards serious developments, the visit of the Selenozusian to the High Floater, the exodus of the cats, the massacre of the chickens, and so forth. We were present when the shot was fired at the Symphaean and all sorts of mysterious whisperings came to our ears. Finally, we stood eye to eye with the general in Jungle Mountain Town and we heard the unexplained word psychic artillery. That's all, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle with half of the pieces missing. But now, when I might have had the opportunity to increase my understanding of the underlying causes of events through the rapid and unaccented accounts of the two mirror analysts at the right and left of the world region, their duetting merged and blurred like pearly applied watercolors. In addition to these, there was a third bald head in a black official cowl who stood like a shadow behind the lunar consecrate, and since I don't know his title, I now baptize him Moonshadow. Moonshadow stepped forward now and then to pound with a small hammer on the thin white pillar, which emitted a horrible, hollow sound that I shall never forget. Simultaneously, he directed a few warning words to the Geo-Archon each time, as for instance, the stream of time is doubling its flow. Earth minutes are no longer Earth minutes. Or the following sentences which I find among my notes: if the stability of the world is imperiled, the lunar consecrate must guard the Constitution. The moon will one day vanish in an orange flame. The Constitution gives the lunar consecrate the choice of letting the disturbers of the peace vanish in the orange flame or of doing so himself. These were a few of Moonshadow's warnings, accompanied by the hollow gong sound of the lone column which still rings in my memory. The astromental custom of revealing facts by concealing them in portentous words was more reminiscent of the Eleusinian or Oriental mysteries than of the 20th century with its laudable preference for simplicity and precision. Still, I thought that I understood the warnings correctly. All of us, my readers and I, have experienced the doubling and trebling of the flow of time in highly dramatic hours of world history in our own era of world wars. Since time is far more human and expedient than space, which exists independent of the consciousness, the chronosophers had long ago discovered that time can stampede like a frightened horse. These same chronosophers, and probably the great Ursula before them, had long ago calculated the cosmic year and the Earth hour in which the moon would end its existence in an orange flame. I regarded the reference to this flame, in which either the disturbers of the peace or the world regent would have to vanish, as merely an ominous astromental metaphor. Presumably the Constitution gave the world chief the right to do away with dangerous criminals, that is, by arresting them, paralyzing or anesthetizing them, or neutralizing them in some other gentle and highly cultivated manner. How mistaken I was! Other thoughts oppressed me. I clearly saw that the lunar consecrate was unable to make up his mind. This moment of imminent peril showed the weakness of the tricky election system that placed the highest power into the hands of a sensitive, contemplative visionary who had no ability to exercise power nor pleasure in will for it. I don't recall whether it was BH or I who formulated the conservation of evil in the world. That is to say, no matter how much you turn things upside down and put one thing in place of another, the fixed measure of failure can never be reduced. The astromental constitution was perfectly adapted to a cool, unemotional, playful human race and to a cosmically oriented mode of life on a high plane. But it was utterly unfit to provide a barrier against the blood-red passions that had suddenly erupted from the depths. Who could have guessed that these passions still existed? An archaic shot rang through a puff of powder smoke, the most genteel brides eloped into the jungle by night, and the destructive frenzy of the conspirators had a sufficient, you might almost say, a reasonable incentive to strike. The lunar consecrate, leaning leisurely against his white pillar, smiled with ironic expectation. Moonshadow behind him struck the column with his little hammer. The stream of time has trebled its flow. The 21st chapter. Wherein the episode of the Wintergarten begins in the interior of the planet, and I enter the institution where ingress is most convenient but egress is highly inconvenient. In the Dark Ages, which, according to my astromental friends, includes the century from which I came, men had accumulated a remarkable wealth of information concerning all external things, while they knew very little about all internal matters. Even the Sumerians and Chaldeans had a good deal of more than theoretical knowledge of the planets in the minor intermundium and of the galaxies in the intermundium of the first degree. My report on the excursion to the Grey Neuter and my sojourn on John Evangelist and Apostle Peter would scarcely have aroused their astonishment, and Babylonian, Egyptian, and Hindu neophytes would certainly have felt more at home in the three lamaseries than students of Heidelberg, Oxford, or Harvard between the years 1920 and 1940. But the case is quite different with regard to internal matters. First of all, by internal, I don't mean anything psychic, spiritual, or mystic. I merely mean everything that lies on the side of, that is, inside, our skin. We'll have to admit frankly that we children of the 20th century were really quite uninformed about the things that went on inside us, after all. Only a historical moment had passed since the wise Englishman Harvey discovered the circulation of the blood around 1650. Just imagine, in my younger days medical science knew practically nothing about gland secretions, about biochemistry, and about the electric charges of the nervous system. What is true of the restricted interior of our bodies is also true of the greater interior of our planet. We did not shrink from audacious calculations regarding the strange universes of star nebulae, but we managed only to penetrate a scant 3 miles into the interior of the Earth. This proves beyond a doubt that man stands in much less awe of the world about him than of the world within him, and that he is much less afraid of the distant infinite than of the immediate infinite enclosed within himself. Everyone who recognizes the accuracy of this reasoning will comprehend my pleasure at having visited not only the lower intermundium above our planet but also the interior of the planet itself. It is true that artistic convention recommends the progression from the lower to the higher rather than the reverse. But, as in many previous instances, my duty as a travel writer interferes with my freedom as a novelist. I do not guide events, they guide me. The fair-minded reader will decide in the end whether the directional anticlimax was also an anticlimax of suspense. What follows now is the report of an eyewitness, not of a geologist. Here in this mighty chamber in the earth I shall remain true to my unscientific principle which stood the test of the lower intermundium. Although it is much easier to describe comic calisthenics in the remotest realms of celestial space than the adventure in the Stygian domain. In school we had learned that the temperature in the interior of the Earth increases by 30 degrees centigrade for each kilometer, and that it makes very little difference whether you penetrate the surface at the North Pole or at the equator. You would accordingly reach the boiling point of water at the end of the 3rd kilometer in depth, and 60 kilometers farther on you would attain a temperature of 1,800 degrees centigrade at which even granite melts. Geological facts seem to bear out this formula based upon practical observation. It was attested by countless volcanoes that hurled fiery, molten matter to the surface in the form of lava, as well as by the geysers that puffed clouds of hasty, heavy steam to the sky. Volcanic and tectonic earthquakes reminded us that the firm crust of the earth on which the tragedies and comedies of history unfold is not even comparable to an eggshell but at best to the skin of an apple. Now I do not presume to assert with a layman's audacity that this theory is wrong. On the contrary, my experience on the unstable surface of Apostle Peter tells me that it is right. The only thing that I can report on the basis of my personal knowledge is that the theory is incomplete. Just as the sight of the more densely sown stars and the authority of the high floater had taught me that the universe expands and contracts as it breathes, so my physical presence down here taught me that the interior of the Earth contains at least one cavity of enormous dimensions, probably, however, several, and that this cavity is filled with breathable atmosphere and suffused with a milky twilight, bright enough to distinguish people and things clearly. 2 questions, however, puzzle me. First, did such cavities in the bowels of the Earth always exist, or were they created by the gradual cooling of the planet? I never discovered the exact 6-digit number designating the year in which I was privileged to spend 3 days. The 11th cosmic capital year of Virgo was a cyclic denotation, probably embracing an entire eon, by which the ancients meant approximately 6,000 years. On the other hand, whenever I speak of 100,000 years or more than 100,000 years that I spent among the dead, that is merely a conventional figure that BH and I used in our conversations and does not represent an exact number. But no matter what this 6-digit number of revolutions about the sun might have been, it meant a mere instant, half a breath in the life of a heavenly body, in the course of which the cooling process could hardly have progressed appreciably, unless we were dealing with some unknown effects of the sun transparency. For my part, I incline to regard these cavities in the Earth's interior as ancient formations whose origin far antedates the real beginnings of mankind. All known mythologies inform us of realms beneath the surface of the Earth. And even our most prosaic historians know that mythologies are no idle fantasies but actualities seen as visions and interpreted. The second question is, was the Tartarus surrounding the astromental Wintergarten naturally or artificially lighted and ventilated? My lack of information on this important point is the result of the unpardonable neglect of a poorly trained reporter. But if you consider my state of mind, the gloomy agitation that made my dubious body quiver as it approached a second dissolution, my negligence will appear more comprehensible. Although I can't prove it, I should like to assert frankly that I regard the ventilation and illumination of this vast earth chamber as the work of human hands. After all, astromental civilization had accomplished greater things than to supply light and air to a place that lay 200 or 300 miles beneath the surface. The concept of 200 or 300 miles is also scientifically quite unjustified and is merely the result of an instinctive conjecture of my sense of time and space. Unfortunately, we had no chronosophic elementary teacher with us in the Camera Caritatis, which lowered us into the earth almost imperceptibly, nor any respondents like Lohol and Lorar, from whose mechanical and sometimes inaccurate babbling I might have derived some slight enlightenment. And so I arrive at my own conclusion independently on the basis of my own sense experience and surmise that a fairly thin and probably not continuous layer of molten magma lies directly beneath the apple skin or eggshell to stretch a point that we call the Earth's crust. The small amount of heat that radiates upward seems to bear this out. Otherwise, every living being on the skin of this baked apple, the Earth, would evaporate in a puff of steam, and the well-known glacial periods could never have established entire continents of moving glaciers on the shell of this red-hot egg. This appears to be simple and cogent reasoning and leads to the assumption that the hellfire that supplies the volcanoes can only be a very tenuous stratum between fixed layers of rock of varying elasticity. Far, far below these there may be a liquid or gaseous core of magnetic iron which is said to form the innermost heart of the earth. According to my feelings therefore, this wondrous world lay beneath the lava floor but still in the upper stories of the earth building. I couldn't tell how much time our descent consumed because I didn't even notice for a long time that we were moving at all. We hadn't put on any light protective garments like the space diving suits in which we had visited the lower intermundium. The absence of all preparations kept me from discovering that we were well on our way to the starting point of our finish. I suppose that BH wisely refrained from telling me the purpose of this room, which was commonly called Camera Caritatis. Incidentally, I'm not at all certain that this remarkably large parlor at the end of a long corridor was actually called Camera Caritatis. I'm inclined to think that this circular room with separate compartments fanning out from the center was not called Chamber of Mercy but Chamber of Equality, in other words, Camera Paritatis. It reminded me in one way of the waiting room of a successful quack doctor, in another of a beauty parlor. The compartments were intended for couples who wanted to spend the last hours of their lives together. The Camera Caritatis, let's leave it at that, was so overcrowded on our trip that intimate conversations were out of the question. It goes without saying that Lofager and his household were not the only ones who had made this fateful decision. The Camera Caritatis didn't serve only a single house but a number of them, I don't know how many, that composed a neighborhood, the smallest administrative unit of the urban community. Some 70 or 80 people in festive dress were crowded and jammed into our round parlor, which provided couches for only 20-odd. The women, even the oldest ones, wore the dovré veils of their bridal days, for a charming, archaic custom required both men and women to wear wedding garments on this last voluntary journey. Our ancestress, too, was no exception to the rule. She looked splendid in the bluish dovré, and the ebony helmet in place of the silver headdress made her look even younger, if that was possible. I had a curious little interlude with her that didn't strike me as significant at first, although it really was. The ancestress and I were the last to enter the Camera Caritatis. Behind us was no one but Lofager, the head of the clan, who was counting his flock to see that none had been left behind. While Lofager was looking through the open door, occupied with his duties, Gr Carrot invited me to enter with a vehement, annoyed gesture. Of course, I was reluctant to walk through a door ahead of a lady, and particularly an eminent and venerable lady of the ancient regime. And I emphasized my refusal with a superfluously gallant motion of my hand as I bowed the ancestress into the Camera Caritatis. I have never received a look of more inimical despair than that which stabbed me from the eyes of the graceful hag. I was aghast, because I didn't have the slightest idea what I had done. After a brief conference of the heads of the various households, the door of the parlor was ceremoniously and cautiously locked with several big bolts. Now I assumed that this was a secret conclave in which we would be told what to expect and how to conduct ourselves. But nothing of the sort happened. No one made an instructive speech. Loraza, who was now as radiantly lovely as her daughter Lala, even though her beauty was tinged with ineffable sadness, took her husband's hand and held it. Her blue eyes were large and moist and were fastened on the eyes of Lofager. In the presence of all this youth and beauty, it seemed absurd to think of the end. The other couples did the same as Lo Fajer and Lo Raza. Most of them were silent. They seemed to be reviewing their past life. You could almost see it glide across their bright, smooth brows like shadows of clouds. Strangely enough, the bachelors, who were present in large numbers, appeared far less composed. These household officials strode up and down morosely and nervously without uttering a word. BH had closed his eyes and slept standing up or pretended to sleep in order to avoid my questions. While the people were silent, the dogs spoke. There were perhaps 7 of them in the Camera Caritatis, among them naturally our dog Sir. And at last the moment has come for me to conciliate my dog-loving readers who have been irritated for a long time. At least I shall make the attempt. In the first place, I am anything but a dog hater. How often have I looked into the great sad eyes of our shepherd dogs and Irish setters and have immersed myself in the dour depth of the animal's soul until my heart began to pound. For me, every beautiful dog that shared our life was a kind of enchanted fairy tale prince. That was because the animal form of good dogs contrasted sharply with the intelligent, soulful expression of their eyes. There was an overabundance of expression, a love-filled struggle for attention, concentration, and memory which transcended animal nature, at the same time betraying and denying it. Man had found a creature on earth that could love without being inconvenient. In his insatiable desire to be loved, venerated, deified, and imitated as a master, man drew this creature to him, fed it, cherished it, instructed it, and thus made it into the hopeless renegade of the animal kingdom. My dear dog lovers, at the risk of spoiling my attempt at reconciliation, I must say frankly, the dog is one of the sins of man. Isn't the measure of love and kindness in our hearts so lukewarm and so small that we should not spend it on convenient objects while we deny it to our inconvenient fellow creatures? The history of the future supplies the answer to this question. Our excessive cinephilia turned out badly for men and still worse for the dogs. In the course of time, man corrupted the dog by robbing him of his true character and making him a copyist by virtue of his constant proximity. As a perfectly logical result, the dog developed into a babbling, pseudo-artless creature, in short into Sir, whose character and mannerisms are repulsive to all dog lovers among my readers. And finally, I must confess that I had the misfortune of meeting a particularly affected specimen in the person of Sir. It was curious that the people paid no attention whatever to the talking of the dogs. Here too, in the Camera Caritatis, they ignored them entirely, although the dogs were the only ones who were carrying on a conversation. Sir is very, very faithful, yapped our dog, trembling from head to tail, very, very faithful. Shut your trap, growled a bass voice. The speaker was a large, sturdy animal who, in spite of the uniformity of all canine characteristics, had retained something mastiff-like about him. We're all in the same boat. What goes on anyway? What goes on? A third one squawked with silly curiosity. His tail was bobbed and was wagging prestissimo like that of a terrier. A fourth joined in the chorus of foolish questions, but he spoke incoherently, chattering like a parrot. What's happening to Skippy? What's happening to Skippy? What's happening? Morons, all of them, growled the honest old bass voice. What's happening to Skippy? It's the end for us. Really the end? Whined Sir, quivering as though with cold. Papa, Mama, Sir doesn't believe it. The other dogs, all but the one that looked like a mastiff, joined Sir in a shivering, whining chorus. A thunderous shout from one of the men finally called them to order, and they moaned more softly and slunk with drooping ears in and out among the people. At this point, I lost track of events because I was busy trying to overcome a sort of nausea. I pressed my handkerchief to my lips, for I felt as though I would have to vomit. No wonder, considering that we were hurtling downward through strata of liquid fire or elastic, semiplastic minerals. I feel as though we're moving, I exclaimed, rousing BH from his coma. Are you just finding that out? He yawned, you old comet acrobat and movement specialist? We've been moving for almost an hour at the rate of acceleration of an object falling through a vacuum. These splendid shafts are hermetically sealed vacuums, and it's probably around noon by this time. I didn't succeed in avoiding a brief fainting spell. Fortunately, I didn't fall over but merely leaned against BH. He was startled and gently wiped the perspiration from my forehead. Just a little later, our circumstances were reversed and I had to take care of him. When the Camera Caritatis stopped moving as imperceptibly as it had commenced, I felt well at once. The bolts were drawn and the door opened. The air that streamed in seemed cool and fresh. My body quickly regained a sense of well-being, and along with it I recovered my curiosity, the surest sign of complete vitality. As we emerged from the Camera Caritatis, its bright light yielded to the twilight of a late autumn afternoon. I had expected to see a place like the bottom of a mine. Instead, however, we found ourselves standing in a wide, open countryside. This depressing landscape, wrapped in autumn gloom, gave every indication of being located at the outskirts of a big city. The road on which we were walking, voluntarily and on foot, led toward a city that looked at a distance like one of those gigantic railway terminals built in the 1930s in modem style. At any rate, it was a 2- or 3-story building with symmetrically recurring square asterisk turrets, and it extended as far as the eye could reach. This building, which was still 2 miles or more ahead of us, was obviously the Winter Garden. To the right and left of our road the terrain was bare and hilly. But perhaps they weren't genuine hills or knolls at all, but only deposits of coal, cinders, rubble, and ash. Any child of my own era would have concluded at first glance that he had gotten into one of the big industrial centers like Pittsburgh or Wickiewicz or the Ruhr district, where they had just closed up shop for the evening. But that was only a momentary illusion. It was raining gently. Or let's say it was misting, for the warm, light drizzle could hardly be called rain. The astromental people, however, seemed to enjoy the bad weather on their final journey, since they had only rarely experienced it up above under their eternally blue sky. And while we're speaking of the sky, I will confess that the spacious sky over this landscape, heavy with clouds, gave me the queerest feelings. A cloudy sky in the interior of the earth? The reader asks incredulously. I admit that the word sky is misleading, although I have never seen a higher cloudy sky anywhere, or if you prefer, a higher cloud ceiling. Suffice it to say that the distance between our eyes and the bank of clouds or steam above us was more than 300,000 feet, while the rain clouds or thunderheads out in the open air usually collect not much more than 3,000 feet above the ground. It's no wonder, therefore, that we seem to have an inordinately high sky above us here in the depths. The cavity in which we were walking appeared as unlimited in all directions as the earth above us. It had the effect of a strange, tragic landscape. A soft rushing sound was audible from all sides, as of distant cascades or rapids. There must be certain natural forces held in perfect balance, I thought, that keep this chamber from collapsing. The light, which was strong enough to permit us to recognize each other as well as to see in the distance, was something like the day-night or night-day on Apostle Peter. A more vigorous illumination with a bluish tinge rose from the buildings ahead of us that I compared with a gigantic railway terminal, while occasional surges of red blossomed in the rolling landscape around us. Low stone balustrades ran along both sides of the impeccably smooth road. I had to step quite close to these to discover that the road that led to the Winter Garden was no road at all, but a bridge of incredible length. I looked down into a dizzying abyss at the bottom of which the ground seemed to heave in glutinous swells. Was it a swamp? Or was it plastic, unsolidified earth? Presently we reached a spot where a fairly wide river of lava rolled along in the depths under the bridge. It was the source of the surges of reddish light that flared up over the landscape from time to time. "Why, that's the Phlegethon," I said to BH with a childish laugh. And BH broke into a childish laugh too. We were both happy that the Greek mythology of our school days was no empty dream. We were looking at the Phlegethon, the fiery river of Hades, with our own old eyes. And it proved once more that neither Homer nor Virgil nor any other poet and prophet could ever invent anything that didn't and doesn't really exist. This heartwarming little humanistic experience made me feel much better. I confess that my spirit reacted to a tiny touch of erudite vanity that enabled me to harmonize the most ancient with the most modern, to recognize in the realm of the astromental Winter Garden, where death is conquered, the Phlegethon, the Styx, and the Cocytus, all empty words for those who were born too late to get a humanistic schooling. In the recognition and acknowledgement of the fact that the most ancient is the ultramodern, we find a profound spiritual satisfaction, and in it lies one of the eternal roots of conservatism. We soon became aware that human nature was so little adapted to the conditions down here that our bodies became weaker with every step. The air we breathed seemed insufficient for our lungs. We began to feel a strange longing to get to the Winter Garden as quickly as possible and to be put to rest there, no matter what the nature of this rest might be. Even if our sense of time and space was not confused as in the gray neuter, still we were outside our accustomed dimensions in the interior of the planet, in one of the cavities that might have been created by the ejection of the mass that made the moon. The bridge on which we were walking was bustling with traffic, but it was not particularly crowded. I had already noticed that there were many roads or bridges like this one, converging from all sides as well as from above and below to a great junction. The individual groups or clans, including our own, plodded along in silence. A faint stupor, a kind of somnolence enveloped everyone and made him lonely. Not even Sir was prattling. He crept along, dragging his belly on the ground. The journey that was made voluntarily and on foot was shorter than I had anticipated. We were already approaching the structure that I arbitrarily called a city or railway terminal. Big signboards with illuminated inscriptions in extensive script began to appear on both sides of the road. But the lettering on these signboards had nothing to do with distances, directions, or place names. Instead, they repeated two questions with magnificent monotony. What do you fear? Were you afraid to be born? The nearer we came to the buildings, the more frequently these signboards appeared, and now there were also some with the following instructions: trust the animator and the bath attendants. Simultaneously, we began to pass men and women in white who leaned idly on the balustrades of the bridge and paid no attention to those who went by. Their white smocks, buttoned up to the neck, were not made of veil material and made them look very much like practicing physicians and nurses of antiquity. But the thing that struck me about them, particularly the men, was their taller stature than the astromental average and their obese, flabby, sexless appearance. That's the result of the unhealthful living conditions down here in Tartarus, in the realm of the dead, I thought. Lofager, who was walking at the head of our party, stopped, waited for me, and told me in a low voice, "Those are the enumerators, Seigneur." I noticed that my tongue was heavy and that I had trouble speaking. What are the enumerators, compere? Every load that reaches this point is counted, given a number, and entered in the book. I don't like that, I grumbled. I thought that mental civilization had outgrown statistics. These are the only statistics in existence. Seigneur, and for what purpose are we numbered out here on the highway like pieces of baggage? Will you kindly notice, Seigneur, that the traffic on this road runs only in one direction? Lofager replied in a remarkably savage tone. I swallowed the bitter taste in my mouth and inquired, "What's become of the sublime freedom of the will, my friend?" "Our thinkers, inventors, and lawgivers had to take human frailty into account," said Lofager. "What human would not recoil at the last moment from that which is our greatest accomplishment? You yourself awarded the prize to sophists Losum for making the statement that God's love is manifested in our will to be rather than not to be. In other words, man must even conquer God's love in himself in order to depart this world in a clean and decent manner. It will probably be easier for you, Seigneur, than for some of us. And in order to keep the weak ones from deserting and from perishing miserably, this road may be traveled in only one direction." There was an almost menacing tone in Lofager's words. I realized at once that in Lofager and his kind the idea of the Wintergarten took the place of religious fanaticism, the only sort they knew. In this point, the astromental probably did not differ from dervishes and fire worshippers. So far, I had no idea what would take place in the buildings directly ahead of us. In any case, it was a detour around death. Lofager regarded this detour as the greatest attainment of modern mankind. Although I was quite ready to use this detour as an exit, I felt that I was in a trap. "All coercion is terroristic," I exclaimed, "even coercion for one's own good." No one had heard me, not even BH. We were standing before the portal that had been assigned to us. There were probably hundreds of such portals, for the fronts of the buildings stretched out interminably. The arch over our door had the following inscription: "What you are is the reward and punishment for what you are." A moment later we were in a room that had none of the qualities of the railway terminal I had expected. On the contrary, it closely resembled the lobby of an expensive hotel or of a sanatorium for pampered neurotics. I was strangely on guard. I was permeated with a definite will to fight, as if I were not preparing myself for the end but as if I were ready to defend my dubious life, which wasn't the case at all. White-smocked persons greeted us with disarming friendliness, with cheerful cordiality, like old acquaintances. I, as the seigneur, received an undue share of attention. But I felt at once that this fine, warm reception had a distinct purpose. Everything was to proceed quickly before we had a chance to think. While they smiled at us and complimented us, men and women, and particularly married couples, were imperceptibly separated. In this way they were cheated of the pain of parting. Although, as I have said, my head was heavy with somnolence, I had firmly decided at once not to be separated from BH. All the tricks of the Whitesmocks failed. I demanded and obtained a joint room for my friend and me. This room with its dangerously soft couches was more luxurious than any room in Lofager's house. "We'll try once more not to sleep, BH," I said gruffly. He looked at me with half-closed bleary eyes and nodded. I had sternly told my friend not to lie down. He sat on the couch in an extremely broken line, his heavy head propped on his hands. My own head was undoubtedly as heavy as his. But in order to combat my sleepiness, I walked up and down our spacious room with firm steps, loudly declaiming the while. Never in all my life did a hypnotist succeed in putting me to sleep, I boasted. I distinctly remember that I almost managed once to hypnotize the hypnotist. "You know perfectly well, BH, that willpower isn't my specialty and that I'm much more of a lazzaroni than a character snob." But there's one thing I won't stand for, and that is to have someone take liberties with my soul and my consciousness. Those are things that I guard like an archangel or like a prizefighter. Back in my younger days, a couple of psychoanalysts tried to start impertinent conversations with me, but I fixed them in a hurry, believe me, in a big hurry. And what about confession, FW? Muttered my sleepy friend. That's an old comparison, BH, and a spurious one, I replied. Confession is not heard by an individual who has to prove his superiority and who stealthily challenges you with malicious eyes, but by the priest, a steward and not a person, the administrator of a holy sacrament, who is not guided by fiendish theories but bound by stern precepts. I stopped abruptly, for at this instant my eyes settled on a white card posted on the wall like the price list in the hotels of ancient days. This card announced in neat lettering, "The brothers of the childlike life say Holy Mass and hear Holy Confession." A masterpiece, I marveled. The Church denies the dying sacraments to the candidates for the Wintergarten, but not confession and communion. Suddenly I recalled that the Grand Bishop had offered to protect me if that should happen, which had happened, and if they proposed the Wintergarten as the last chance. But what good was it? At the memory of the Grand Bishop I excitedly pounded my fist against the wall. It was a white wall and oily smooth as in all astromental rooms in order to afford the appropriate blank surface for visionary wallpaper before the occupant of the room fell asleep. But this wall was surprisingly brittle. My bare fist had made a big hole in the wall, which must have consisted of very inferior material, for it was not crumbling plaster that trickled to the floor but sand, black soil, and ashes. Besides, the hole was much too large for the force of my blow. Now if some kind of bugs, cockroaches, or other vermin had crawled out of the hole, I shouldn't have been a bit surprised. No cockroaches or other bugs crawled out of the hole, however, but all kinds of questionable mollusks, queer little snails, with and without shells, ringworms, and other repulsive gastropods, some of which stayed so clearly in my memory that I was able to look them up and find them after my return in Dr. H. G. Braun's Classes and Orders of Mollusks, 1862 to 1866. For the most part they were pulmonates or lung snails that were classified by Lamarck as cephalopods and nudibranchiates and further described as pupa, bulimus, achatina, and planorbis. So these creatures with the lovely names writhed and slithered out of the hole. It proved that there had to be rich, black, nourishing soil in the neighborhood, a thing no one would have expected in this lifeless cavity far beneath the lithosphere, for rich, nourishing earth is nothing but the product of decaying organic life which can only exist on the outermost surface of the planet. I'm not particularly finical, but I felt an irrepressible loathing at sight of these snails and other mollusks. The water affected me the same way. There was a splendid bathing saloon next to our bedroom. I must insist on the word saloon, for it was at least 20 feet long and contained all sorts of unfamiliar shower and spray equipment. It reminded me of a cold water sanatorium of the old days. Down here in Tartarus the dry astrotonic ablutions seemed to be inadequate. Everything down here was old-fashioned and out of keeping with astromental customs. Near the bathing saloon was a fountain-like basin with a faucet in the shape of a fish. I moved my hand back and forth inadvertently over the fish mouth a few times and the electromagnetism of my body activated the fountain. But even as the water fanned out I was disgusted to observe that it was thick and brown with microorganisms. Tiny tadpoles, infusoria, larvae, miniature fish, and shells collected in the basin. I called BH and showed him the hole with the gastropods as well as the fountain bowl with the crazily gyrating water fauna. What do you suppose Lo-Fager thinks of this and all the other fine gentlemen and ladies who live on star food? We're in the underworld, FW, BH shrugged absently and yawned again. What about the underworld? The underworld was always messy, he said without evincing any interest. Our room had 2 windows with closely drawn curtains. As the astromentals were not used to real windows, our predecessors here had probably never thought of opening the curtains. I did so over my friend's objections and pushed up one of the windows. Incidentally, the panes were broken and pasted up with paper, messy. Despite the autumnal twilight, I could see fairly far. No name, no designation ever described the external appearance of its object as well. What we saw here could be nothing but a Wintergarten, a hothouse of infinite dimensions. The singular form is wrong, of course. There were countless hothouses of varying sizes extending in all directions as far as the eye reached out into the November dusk. Most of them had appropriate roofs of glass or glass-like material, and the gleaming reflections here and there seemed to come from invisible rays that were refracted on the glass roofs before they penetrated the interior to fulfill their purpose. I sniffed the air that had a faint but sharp aroma. What do you smell? I asked BH. My friend, whose body was not of dubious nature like mine, who was properly born into the astromental world and had lived in it for 107 years, was not as distrustful as I and appeared to be satisfied with everything. I don't smell a thing, he said. Naturally, the air in the winter garden isn't particularly salubrious. That's an old story and you can't expect anything else. What do you think you smell? It smells like, wait a minute, it smells like diapers, it smells like babies. Could be, he yawned deeply. We'll smell like babies ourselves soon. A hell of a note, I exclaimed. My ejaculation aroused BH from his apathy. How can you say it's a hell of a note, he said, shaking his head over and over again. It's man's greatest attainment, it's the death of death, it's birth from one's own body. Nothing in the world is pleasanter and sweeter, so it said. At this point our conversation was interrupted by two white-smocked figures who had been standing in the room for some time but whom I noticed only when I closed the window with the diaper scent and turned around. In contrast to astromental dwellings which affected a certain Spartan barrenness, the floors here were covered with heavy carpets, and besides the white smocks sneaked about on felt like saws so that you could never hear them coming or going. The two bath attendants who had been assigned to us were big, heavy individuals, like the others. Although they did not attain the gigantic stature of the worker and his clan, their dimensions nevertheless invited this comparison which, of course, was to their disadvantage. I don't want to be unjust, and it would be if I expected the employees of the winter garden to have the suntan, the tremendous good humor, the explosive healthfulness, and the golden lion's growl of the worker. You really couldn't expect the attendants down here in this great cavity who never saw the sun and probably couldn't stand it. You really couldn't expect them to harbor life's morning song in their solar plexus. In the low oxygen content of this atmosphere, constantly imperiled by the eruption of dangerous carbonic gases, subjected to unnatural pressures, exposed to the warm drizzle of this make-believe sky, the human body developed quite differently than in the dry, clear air of the park of the worker. These two bath attendants in our room had gray faces, were morbidly bloated, and looked like eunuchs in a harem. They moved slowly and languidly, spoke with high-pitched, flat voices, and exhibited good nature and patience. Their great stature and girth seemed to inconvenience them. They had too much to carry around. My impression of the white smocks could be briefly formulated, colossi on clay feet. While I had no out-and-out antipathy for them as yet, still my entire nature was involuntarily and unconsciously off guard. BH, on the other hand, who had had the propaganda about the greatest attainment dinned into his ears all his life long, showed no trace of resistance and was agreeable to everything. I was annoyed to hear him thank the two functionaries for coming so quickly to take care of us. We're bringing breakfast for the gentleman, said bath attendant number 1, leering at me bashfully with lowered eyelids, which led me to assume that he was assigned to me. The two had carried in a small table with the familiar juices and soups. Or you can take it as your supper, said bath attendant number 2. You can take it for whatever you like, gentlemen. And he leered at his charge, BH. How's that? I asked sharply. It's much too late for breakfast and much too early for supper. What time is it anyhow? We don't have any clock at all, the startled bath attendants answered in unison. And the one who seemed more intelligent added, where there's no sun and no moon, there aren't any clocks. You're quite wrong, I reprimanded him sternly. Clocks were invented to take the place of the sun and moon. On what kind of time do you run down here? My forceful manner not only appeared to intimidate the bath attendants but also to worry them. They looked at each other apprehensively. Their guests didn't ordinarily exhibit so much violence. You want to know on what kind of time we run? Senior. Number 1 repeated my question, raising his white cap that looked like a cook's bonnet. Well, as soon as it becomes necessary, everyone gets his own private time down here. Private time? What kind of nonsense is that? I shouted furiously. Time is the one thing that's probably least private. But now you're quite wrong, Chronosopher FW, exclaimed my friend who had been startled out of his sleepiness by my bad manners. Don't you know that every human has his own body time and that every human is his own body clock? And when do we start looking at our body clocks here? I inquired, slightly mollified, for, after all, BH was right. The bath attendants again exchanged worried and apprehensive glances. The bath attendant number 2, who was a little smaller than number 1, lowered his eyes and said hesitantly, like an uneducated person who is not sure of a technical term, the private time down here begins with antiception. As if to anticipate my anger, number 1 began to pacify me in his high-pitched voice. There's no hurry, gentlemen. You have all the time in the world before you make up your minds to begin your private time. In fact, you don't have to make up your minds at all. If you want to, you can become bath attendants or assistant gardeners or head gardeners or even animators if you pass the 27 examinations. This well-meant speech raised my ire once more. I heard the word *antiception just now, a lucidly obscure scientific term. I don't like lucidly obscure illusions. I want complete clarity and no dark light. I don't object to the gallows if it's called a gallows and not a loop swing. I had to stop abruptly. My previous lethargy had developed into the most violent headache imaginable. The blood throbbed in my temples. The pressure in my forehead became unbearable. They say, I groaned, that you experience only the pleasantest and sweetest feelings in the world down here. So far I haven't noticed anything of it. Oh, my poor head. The two white smocks now exchanged satisfied instead of worried looks. They seemed pleased with the opportunity to help a sufferer. Such headaches, they said, as my friend and I were enduring were regular afflictions of all newcomers. They didn't mean a thing but a passing reaction of the system to the unaccustomed conditions and the high atmospheric pressure down here in the cavity. There was a tested remedy, they said, for getting rid of the headache. After that we would feel unusually relaxed. More than that, we would feel like newborn babes. And the remedy wasn't anything more serious than a little mud bath in the water sanatorium next door. Moreover, everything was ready for us. Before we could say yes or no, the bath attendants had undressed us. I still had the strength to insist that my clothes be kept in plain sight. The bath attendants were very reasonable. They didn't appear in the least offended by my suspicious attitude, not even when I demanded assurance under oath that there would be no snails, worms, mollusks, and tadpoles disporting themselves in the mud bath. Light, I shouted in conclusion. I want more light in the bathing saloon. What kind of light would you like, Senior? Attendant number 1 asked eagerly. June noonday sunlight, I demanded unreasonably in stentorian tones. My desire was fulfilled without delay. Now this wasn't the first mud bath I had ever taken. But it differed agreeably from my previous baths of this sort in the fact that the thick warm substance in which I stretched my relaxing limbs neither stuck to the skin nor soiled it. My headache vanished in a few seconds. A feeling of freeness and lightness permeated my whole body as though the lagging bloodstream had been given new impetus. It was undoubtedly a pleasant, a sweet sensation of rejuvenation and alleviation that I was permitted to experience. They really hadn't lied to me. After the numerous hardships of my third astromental day, I gladly yielded to the balsamic bliss of the moment and began to forget where I was and the purpose of my presence. I don't know how long we had been sitting in the mud bath when my eye fell on BH. He had closed his eyes and was smiling in perfect serenity. As an astromental, it seemed he was much more susceptible to the effects of this bath than I, a dull citizen of early antiquity. But when I looked at him more closely, I noticed that his face had changed in an alarming manner. He seemed to have become even younger, even more boyish. All lines and shadows in his features had been erased. It looked as if one of the bath attendants had covered his face with a very thin layer of a cosmetic preparation, removing all characteristics and leaving only this doll-like, rigid expression of serenity. I still marvel at the strength and resoluteness with which I jumped up out of the thick mud, seized my friend under the armpits, dragged him out of the wooden tub and set him on his feet. He offered no resistance, but he appeared very angry, although he didn't say a word for a long time. The consternation in his eyes, however, made it clear that he couldn't understand why I had brutally torn him out of his blissful state. I couldn't understand my own reaction. Why was I afraid of this harmless, invigorating mud bath? Hadn't I, moreover, made up my mind in Lofage's house to take this final journey as my only way out? What did I want? I didn't know what I wanted. I wanted BH not to smile so blissfully. The bath attendants 1 and 2 stared at me, and worry creased their foreheads at the unexpected muscular strength I had demonstrated. Send for our animator, I shouted at them. Have him come here at once. You've asked for him, here he is, replied a lisping, shivering voice, an obsequious, hand-rubbing voice, so to speak, from between the bedroom and the bathing saloon. The 22nd chapter. Wherein the last of my sightseeing trips takes place under the guidance of the animator, and I make the acquaintance of the hothouses, the pride of astromental mankind, and of the mound of the wet nurses. The animator was standing in the doorway of our bathing saloon with an encouraging smile and was actually rubbing his hands. He was no giant. On the contrary, he was small and perhaps a little deformed. His white smock seemed too large for his figure. While the other functionaries of the underworld wore head coverings reminiscent of cooks' and confectioners' caps, the animator displayed his bare, unusually long, and slightly misshapen cranium. He had the only ill-proportioned figure I had seen on my journey, for the spherical deformity of the high floater had, as we know, proved to be a premature tendency of the human body in the direction of floating locomotion, a development which would be consummated in countless hectomillennia. The slight deformity of our animator, however, and the word deformity is really an unjustified exaggeration, betrayed no kind of biological design. It was not the result of cosmic arthritis that the foreign feelers contracted in the oceans of space between the star nebulae. As far as the name animator is concerned, I'm not quite clear about its meaning. It would certainly be a mistake to translate it literally as inspirer or enlivener, for the bearer of the title had nothing to do with inspiring or enlivening dead matter, quite the contrary. It was his business to transform the separation of the soul from dead matter into an occasion of festive enjoyment. I am inclined, therefore, to connect the title of the animator with the word animate in the sense of encourage. It was the animator's business to encourage his customers. Lophage's last words to me had revealed the fact that there were many who, when the time arrived, recoiled from this festive enjoyment which they had praised so highly all through their lives, for, after all, no matter how exquisite and enjoyable and attractive the end may be, it is still the end of a long, accustomed condition. And who likes to change his accustomed conditions even if they are not enjoyable at all? I mustn't forget to mention an amusing trait of the animator. He seemed to feel chilly even in the thick, steamy hothouse atmosphere down here. Every now and then he would audibly suck in a deep breath as he tried to keep his teeth from chattering. I'll risk another comparison. Just as the high floater could not manage to remain in the lower regions of his office in spite of intensified gravitation, so the animator could not manage to keep warm in the steam bath. Occupational infirmities. Please pardon our informal attire, maitre animator, I said, suddenly quite composed, forgetting that nakedness wasn't improper at all. The animator suppressed a shiver and replied with a slight lisp, to the eye of the physician, Seigneur, nakedness is only another garment. As he came nearer with apologetic little steps, he continued to talk to himself as if the incessant scientific monologue inside him broke through to the surface for an instant. No, the skin, the epidermoid area, is anything but nakedness. Anyhow, nakedness is nothing but an illusion of lovers who rub against each other in order to make each other receptive. But the skin is the most inclusive and conclusive thing in the world. It is the seamless garment. This time he didn't quite manage to refrain from shivering. He surveyed me and then my friend from head to foot with a brief, remarkably sharp look of his reddened eyes. Meanwhile, he continued his monologue in the manner of one who accompanies his work with loose, meaningless talk. The seamless garment of the high priest had 4 openings. The seamless garment of man, the skin, has 3 times 3 openings: 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, a mouth, a sex organ, an anus. Everything in good shape. Seigneur, as far as the seamless garment goes, with the exception of the 10th aperture or semi-aperture, the navel. Crude job of binding. Must have been sinister times. Well, makes no difference now. You survived it. But we're not going to have such an easy time with you. Seigneur, not too easy. More difficult than with your friend at any rate, and he smiled encouragingly at BH. What do you mean by easier and more difficult? I asked the animator from between clenched teeth. I should like to preface my remarks, he lisped, *L, why saying that I have devoted myself to the service of mankind and that I always have only the best and most charitable designs. This false phrase for, of course, designs are always evil and never good is not to be charged to the author as an error. Not often, but occasionally the animator slipped up on his metaphors. Perhaps these slips were the result of what BH had called the messiness of the underworld. Somebody used the word antiception a while ago, I said with a trace of acerbity. The animator pacified me. Don't pay any attention to words. Seigneur, particularly not to scientific, technical words, empty and idle synonyms in dead languages. They are nothing but relics of outmoded times when science consisted of nothing but them. Don't you see that the gentlemen are chilly? He turned to the bath attendants, and you let them stand there without drying them. Hurry up, rub them down and dress them. The 2 white smocks pounced on us with wonderfully rough towels and rubbed us off in a fairly expert manner, but without showing much muscular strength. Dressing us was a harder job for them because they were unfamiliar with the intricacies of B.H/S field uniform as well as of my black formal garment. They found the fronts and backs of the trousers especially confusing. Moreover, I noticed at once that the order to dress us had aroused their astonishment and disapproval, as in the case of all subordinates who are asked to commit a breach of regulations or conventions. The regulations undoubtedly read, when the customer is once undressed, he is not to be dressed again. When we were finished, we preceded the animator into our bedroom. "Whatever your intentions, gentlemen," he said almost humbly, "I am at your service." "You know who I am, Maitre Animator," I said, glancing down at my violet wrist rosette which I had not even taken off in the mud bath. He inclined his head in order to indicate his sympathy. "I am ever so sorry that your visit to our world has been so rudely interrupted." And looking upward he added, "Things are bad, very bad. The latest news is devastating. You gentlemen made the only correct choice. Even under ordinary circumstances I would have decided to pay a visit to the Wintergarten and to its management. After all, I was also in the Jebel. I ascended with the chronosophers and was received in the office of the High Floater. The Wintergarten, it seems to me, is just as important for the welfare of mankind and for the curiosity of a stranger as the Jebel." The animator looked at me, at first suspiciously, then searchingly, and finally he broke into a broad smile. "Do you really mean that, Seigneur? Foolish question. A man like you speaks the truth, and if he lies he only deceives the others but not himself. You didn't deceive yourself. We down here don't have any illusions. They praise our institution as a great attainment, but they do it timidly and in whispers. They would ignore us entirely if they could. Yes, the Jebel shines brightly. Stars are headline attractions. Stars are for snobs. Understand me, I'm not saying a word against the stars of all the various intermundia. But I should like to ask you not to underrate our unassuming intermundium of cell division. On the contrary, Maitre Animator, I interjected, I hope you will give my friend and me the same attention we received in the Jebel." With these words I pushed my rosette back under my cuff. At this instant BH suddenly emerged from the blissful absent-mindedness into which the mud bath had plunged him. He pulled himself together. His face showed more lines and shadows than ever. An expression of determined concentration formed about his mouth. "We have the right to demand the same attention we received in the Jebel," he shouted in the violent tone of one who is not quite sober. "I promised my friend from the beginnings of mankind that he would get to see everything. I am delighted at the opportunity," the animator smiled. "Honor to whom honor is due. I thank you in the name of the Wintergarten. Our relations with the Jebel are excellent. In an extended perpendicular directly above your head, Seigneur, is the 0-pound BCE of the High Floater. Again, in an extended perpendicular directly above that is the Archangel Michael, otherwise known as the North Star. Directly above the latter in a third extended perpendicular is the zygotic, i.e., the fructified, star nebula, Mundus Hibernus or Winter World. They must have told you in the Jebel of the two kinds of star nebulae, the spiral ones and the egg-shaped ones, the spermatic and the ovarian, the male and the female. I was not only surprised but annoyed to hear the animator talk so freely about exalted world riddles and to speak quite casually about a tremendous secret like that of a fructified universe when the High Floater had been so reticent. "Unworthy as I am," I said softly, "I have been told that the universe has the shape of a human and that it is wedded with itself. We talk about these things in less mystic and metaphysical language, Seigneur / the animator retorted. "We don't ascend to the heights but descend into the depths. And the deeper one goes, the more real reality becomes. Remember one thing, gentlemen, the universe is not androgynous, not male-female or female-male, as a few quacks claimed only recently, that is, just 200 years ago. 3 words hold sway over everything, from the bright winter world up there to the dark Wintergarten down here. Procreation, fructification, parturition. I don't want to hear anything about it," BH yelled in a sudden rage and stamped his foot. "I don't want to hear it said that stars are the same thing as unicles, acads, and monads. That's all lying rubbish of obsolete natural science. We rolled around long enough yesterday on the inside of a damned hydrogen atom. Atoms aren't stars any more than poker chips are gold pieces." The animator looked at me for help. My friend chose a figure of speech from one of his former lives. I laughed. "You see, he's a bit excited. But I prefer his excitement to the apathetic compliancy he demonstrated in the mud bath." I took BH's hand. "Isn't it about time to start on our sightseeing tour, Maitre?" "Just another moment, gentlemen," the little man replied and inclined his long, narrow skull. "I regard a few preliminaries as indispensable. By that I mean a few explanatory remarks on my part so that you will understand the principle and will be able to appreciate the miracle more fully. Man, oh man, this certainly is a bright Sunday for me." "Sunday?" I asked. "Do you have days down here?" "Of course there aren't any days, Seigneur," the animator informed me. "That was only an expression to indicate my happiness at your visit. We have the advantage of not being hampered by an astronomic schedule." "But by private time instead," I smiled pointedly. "Private time is only what it is called in the jargon of the subordinates," the animator answered in a tone of faint reproach. We gentlemen speak of autobiological time. And no one is in a low voice. The animator gave an order to the bath attendants. The colossi on clay feet stumbled over each other in their eagerness and returned a few seconds later. They brought a jug and 3 cups which they filled with fluid from the jug. While I was constantly on guard, still I decided to accept the welcoming drink. It really and truly seemed to be old cognac. At least it tasted and burned like good cognac, fiery and oily smooth at the same time. You will need new energy for the inspection tour, gentlemen, the animator exhorted us. And he was right. The drink concealed no insidious trick. Whether the cup was filled with brandy or with some unfamiliar elixir, it did miracles, at least for me. Although I had no idea at this time what I intended to do and had no real doubt that I would submit to the procedure of the Wintergarten, yet I watched over BH's and my physical and mental powers with the utmost concentration. For an astro-mentally acute premonition told me that we would need every ounce of these powers for whatever adventures might confront us. Meanwhile, to my great surprise, the animator squatted unceremoniously on the rug like a son of the desert. You detest this posture, gentlemen, he lisped, seeing my astonishment. But quite wrongly. Knees drawn up to the chin, little hands turned out, that's the devout posture of nascent man in utero when he receives the gift of higher life. We should pray to the Creator, whoever he may be, in this posture of receptivity and not on our knees as before a despot. Since even squatting was hallowed by these words, I sat down on one of the couches and drew BH down beside me. Is that part of the principle? I inquired in order to get the animator to the subject as quickly as possible. The principle is very simple, he nodded. Terra is not terms and Gaia is not geos. The human spirit, which is nothing but the awakening consciousness of life, was aware even in its first dawn that its planet is a woman. Maitre animator, I interrupted, if I had not become personally acquainted with the strictly masculine natures of John Evangelist and Apostle Peter, I should regard your disclosure as the tritest kind of banality. But now, since you have yourself discovered what a barren, brutal, uncharitable creature a masculine planet is, you no longer consider this great but simple truth banal. And now you know why all of us, you and your friend and I, are troubadours and minstrels and above all, mother's pets. You see, sometimes even dry science can get enthusiastic. What kind of science are you talking about? Asked BH. He sounded dignified and hostile, and I was happy over his hostility. I am not speaking of science, I am science, the animator declared, and he didn't sound as presumptuous as it looks in print. I bring order into the millions of disorders of life, just like the honorable star rovers, marvelers, and forefeelers up there, less spectacularly, perhaps, but with more evident results. For instance, BH insisted on his pedantic questions. For instance, the animator repeated almost tenderly, take for instance the 2 gentlemen at whose feet I am squatting in receptive devotion. What are these 2 gentlemen physically? They are twice 26 trillion cellular beings, living, plasmatic discs, each with a viscous droplet in the middle, and every single one of these discs is assigned to a separate group, and each group owes its existence to a different cause, serves another purpose, and assumes a different shape. Yet they are all bound together and moved by the same force and the same law that keeps the cosmos in motion. I have the honor, therefore, of squatting in receptive devotion before 2 cosmoses, 2 exalted low stash. Not that, BH ground out through his teeth, not this comparison, if you please. Don't interrupt him, my boy, when he's right, I reprimanded my friend and had another cup of cognac or elixir poured for him. Go right ahead and interrupt me, noble low / the animator fluted. Inasmuch as I don't want to bore Senior with ancient commonplaces about bioelectricity and symmetrology that had already been rejected by his famous contemporaries such as St. Thomas, Minkowski, Aristotle, Coghill, Harvey the Great, Lactantius, Davenport Hooker, Coronios, Li Feng Yang, and Joao Treveo, do I pronounce them right? Perfectly, Maitre, I nodded, flattering the vain polyhistorian, but I didn't interrupt you. I interrupt myself. Senior, by closing my eyes in order to see you better. For as I look at you with my mind's eye, I succeed in retrovolving you figuratively, a faculty that has become second nature to me through a century of experience in the Wintergarten. Now I am seeing 26 trillion entirely different little discs and still others, and now I skip many cycles of concrescence, and presently you are a roly-poly child, Senior, with big, observant eyes, why so very sad? And then you are a postnatal baby, your seamless skin scalded red, and finally, old practitioner that I am and always fascinated over and over again by my practice, I go back to the very extreme of retrovolution, I go usque ad ovum. Back to the origin. He paused after these words, and his white face, which impressed me as almost painfully in need of a little white goatee and sharply ground spectacles, seemed to shrink with scientific ecstasy. Back to the origin, he repeated softly. What's that I see? I see a globe, a globule, the archetype of all things, and possibly someday the final type. I see a globule whose unsolidified, bicellular mass is bounded and enclosed by a thin, vitreous membrane, a shell, a surface. Every being begins its existence by enclosing its bounds. And now, Seigneur, you are indebted to no one and to nothing except to your father and mother. You are nothing but a promising presumption. You are visible only to me, the animator in the winter garden. The two chromosomes, the sacred color particles, the female bright red and the male sky blue, have neutralized each other in the globule, which is you, into an inextinguishable potentiality for the reception of higher life. I stared at the animator in profound fascination while his embryological discourse turned my stomach a little. And then, oh no, it couldn't be carrot, he squeezed out a tear from under the closed lid of his left eye. It beats everything I thought, that these hellions are soft and sentimental on top of all else, and I almost missed the next words of the animator. And so I must ask your permission to let me develop you a bit further and to make you a little bigger. About like this. Now, Seigneur, you look like a wisp of smoke or a bit of curved fluff in a palely transparent soap bubble. Let's go a trifle further. Now you have the features of a tiny little ram. But what's this? There, can't you hear it? The little heart is beginning to beat. It started quite imperceptibly, irregularly, giddily, drunken with sleep. So far all muscles are only faint indications, but the heart muscle has begun to pump the personality, the soul, into the tiny head. But what's the matter? Why does the little heart labor so hard? You were right to come to us. Seigneur, by your first heartbeats I can feel the negative tendency of your constitution. You were quite right. Why expose yourself to the worst of all terrors, to a sudden end, this barbarity of bygone eras? What do I hear in your left ventricle? Permit me to develop you a little further. I won't permit it, I yelled and jumped up beside myself as BH had been before. The animator had given me wild palpitations, and it took quite a while before I calmed down. You took the liberty, I finally blurted out breathlessly. You had the unmitigated gall to retrovolve me usque ad ovum without my permission, instead of explaining the principle of the Wintergarten objectively and impersonally. The animator had risen from his receptive squatting posture. He seemed not only startled but actually aghast at my outbreak. Didn't I reveal the principle of the Wintergarten in every one of my words? He stammered. Didn't the Honorable Los understand me? He directed his tearful voice to the two bath attendants who were standing in the doorway of the bathing saloon. Excellent. Wonderful. Brilliant. Never better, the two assistants answered in the automatic, flattering tone in which perspiring and praise-hungry virtuosos are appeased after a performance. But then the smaller one of the bath attendants, it was number 2, stepped a pace forward, blushed, and said in an embarrassed voice, pronouncing the foreign words cautiously, I beg humble pardon. The animator forgot about the retrogenetic humus. I looked at BH. BH looked at me. Both of us were a sorry sight. What is that retrogenetic humus? I asked, and my voice sounded as though I were choking. It's joy beyond all joy, the animator chattered, shivering not with cold but with ecstasy. You gentlemen took your first bath in a weak solution of retrogenetic humus a while ago. In order to follow a travel report from the most distant future like this one, without resistance and perhaps even with a little profit, the reader has to free himself from the indurated thought pattern of his own era. I myself had to meet the same condition, and, God knows, I didn't always succeed, although I had the advantage of personal experience and direct observation. All in all, I spent 2.5 days and 3 nights in the astro-mental world. But that's only a subjective statement. I don't know whether it was in reality 2.5 seconds or quarter hours or just as many eternities that left the flotsam with which this volume is filled. Since we've become acquainted with so many different kinds of time, superplanetary time in the lower intermundium, static time in purgatory, and we are now approaching autobiological time in the Wintergarten, I must not neglect to pay my compliments to the most important time dimension in which man lives, namely spiritual time. This most splendid species of time is marked by the fact that it has no sequentiality, that it contains the entire course of the world in each of its parts, and that it gives him who lives by it liberty to leap without restraint from one point to another and permits him to witness the first day of creation and the last judgment in the same instant. Spiritual time is the source of the 3 virtues that elevate man to the rank of man: memory, premonition, and faith in the unprovable. And the worst enemies of spiritual time are the poor wretches who are unable to leap without restraint from time peak to time peak, who are not wrapped in the fabric of memory and premonition, and who do not dare to believe anything unprovable. They are the same ones who always ask the wrong questions because they want to know everything exactly, if only because they couldn't even understand it inexactly. Only the prerogative of having spiritual time within us gives the reader and me the opportunity of being present in the 11th cosmic capital year of Virgo before it is present itself. But we don't need any spiritual time to imagine that the congealed or half-congealed strata of the Earth's interior contain cavities, which, when illumined by a dim twilight, appear as strangely gloomy autumn landscapes. That's nothing but a presumable fact, as, for example, unknown species of animals. We don't even need spiritual time in order to designate the stupendous cavity of the Wintergarten with the same words as the animator, namely Uterus Matris Terrae, or the womb of Mother Earth. It is also a presumable fact that this cavity once contained the fiery liquid core of the moon before it rose to the surface and was cast off, in contrast to the previous one. However, this is not a mere fact but one that conceals a parable. The parable of the Earth female and the female Earth. But only spiritual time, which permeates us and which realizes what has been and what will be and even what has never been and will never be, endows us with the boldness to accept the retrogenetic humus and the retrovolution of the living form, and the astromental vanquishing of death, to accept them as possibilities foreseen in the dusk of distance, possibilities that nature and human reason may utilize or reject. It would be pure nonsense for me to claim that the retrogenetic humus was a product of the cavity which the animator called Uterus Matris Terrae. I don't even know whether this humus was not produced up above in the park of the worker under the rays of the sun or of certain female stars and was then brought down to the Wintergarten. I can't even say when it was first used and who was its discoverer. And therefore I can't put the name of this eminent biologist as appear at the side of the great astronomer Ursler. As we entered the first of the glass houses, the animator gave us a handful of this thick, damp, black earth that had the quality of not soiling a body with which it came in contact. In the bath I had seen it in muddy, heated form. Now, as I held it in my hand, it was pleasantly cool and aroused my desire to press it against my forehead, which was beginning to hurt again. It was much brighter in the hothouses than outdoors. They were filled with a particularly delicate spring light. The first impression was that they served the customary purpose of all glass houses, namely to raise flowers. In contrast with the astromental gardens in the upper world, I saw here not only the 8 or 10 species of chandler's and confectioner's flora, but a wide variety of half-familiar and unfamiliar blossoming plants of all kinds. Even such things as laburnum and oversized azaleas and blooming cacti in unbelievably pale color combinations. In my archaic mind, however, this floral splendor provoked the very association of ideas which the management of the Wintergarten had most sharply rejected, the idea of a cemetery. The glasshouses of the Wintergarten were the exact opposite of a cemetery. In an inimitably gentle manner, they transferred the living being into a form of nah-being that left no ugly traces. And yet I couldn't help it, the total effect on me, pretty flowers and all, was that of a cemetery. The persons in process of retrovolution were not in plain sight. They slumbered along the sides of the path, and again my plastic memory leads me to a funereal comparison. They slumbered in cradle-like graves. Of course, they were really slumbering, busily, and breathing rapidly. The cradle graves were wooden vats or tubs of the kind in which we had recently taken a mud bath. They were filled with humus of varying mixture and strength, and they were embedded fairly deeply in the floor of the glass houses so that they did not project above the surface. Each of the cradle graves was surmounted by a mound. Only this mound was not made up of green sod but of a grayish-white heap of something that could have been described as eiderdown, fluffy feathers, or freshly plucked lint. Flowers grew in profusion between the individual tubs, and their fragrance reduced the odor of the soil which I had sniffed at the window and had diagnosed as the scent of diapers. Down here it turned out to be a definite smell of ammonia. We rolled along slowly between these resting places on a moving sidewalk, the animator in the lead, bath attendants numbers 1 and 2 bringing up the rear. I was tormented by a very uneasy sense of imprisonment, while BH again appeared to agree to everything and listened to the animator's discourse with sleepy approval. We encountered only a very few white smocks and no laymen at all. Ordinary citizens of the era were not permitted to inspect this secret astromental institution. But instead of feeling highly privileged, I was absent-minded and resentful of the manner of our guide. He had turned out to be a type of scientist or medic that I knew well and that I disliked. The designation radical specialist is inadequate as a description of the physicians who trace all diseases to a single point, the liver, the pancreas, or the roots of the teeth, whether they are sound or not. They are people who are possessed of a fixed idea, who wear blinkers that restrict their vision to one spot, and the patient serves only as a means to vindicate their fixed idea. Radical specialism is the manifestation of human one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness in the field of science. The animator seemed to me to be a specialist of the sort through and through, a fanatic of his profession, a troll of these strange glass houses. Down here he had even lost his tactful smoothness. He was completely ruled by the science that he ruled. He lisped his explanations in a curiously solemn tone, with dreamy eyes, obviously quite convinced that he was doing a good job of animating us to hop right into one of the cradle graves by the wayside. My researches prove, he smiled at me gravely, that the terms epidermis, dermis, and endodermis are as ancient as you. Senior. By this primitive tripartition we refer to the external, the intermediate, and the internal stratum of evolution, hence also retroevolution, that constitutes the basis of our system of hothouses. That's an absurd simplification, of course, for there are not only 3 but 333 evolutional strata. For the purpose of a survey, however, we will keep it simple. Here, for example, honorable IOs, everything is confined to the external area of retroevolution. We are dealing only with cases in the primary stage. Just as the growth of the embryo takes place through rapid cell division induced by the universal forces in the amniotic cavity of the womb, just so our beneficent retrogenetic humus produces an accelerated, but infinitely gentle cell division which underlies the most ingenious, the most comfortable, and the loveliest of all shrinking processes. By means of cell division we become what we are, and by means of cell division we again become what we were before we were. I trust, Senior, that this round trip will delight and enchant you. He tiptoed up to one of the cradle graves, removed the heap of down and lindy fluff with tender hands, and beckoned us to step closer, at the same time enjoining silence by placing his finger on his lips. "Isn't it sweet, this sleep of childhood?" he whispered. We came nearer. I saw a polished astromental head which lay exposed while a boyish body was delineated under a layer of black soil, knees drawn up to the chin, hands turned out, a 7-year-old or so in the posture of an embryo. His face was not boyish but ageless as usual, and it wore the same blissful expression that had frightened me on BH's features in the mud bath. His skin was a violent red, undoubtedly from fever, and his breath came in gasps like that of a critically sick person. "This sleep of childhood," I said with gloomy frankness, "is the prologue to the sleep of death." "How can you utter such horrid words?" the deeply offended animator objected. "It is not our task to avert the end. The end is a necessary and a good thing. But it is our task to make the end subjectively and objectively beautiful. Moreover, by brutally mentioning that word you have offended the disciplinary code of the Wintergarten." "It shan't happen again," I apologized, "although the thing remains the same no matter what you call it. The process is salutary." "Senior, the name is offensive. For that reason it is a civil offense to refer to the Wintergarten as the Thanatodrome." He quickly covered the cradle grave with its heap of down and fluff, and after a brief nervous pause resumed his discourse. "All cases out here in the external area, the epidermis," he said, "are still movable. In a manner of speaking, they are still living outside the womb and are therefore fed orally." "Why feed them at all?" I inquired rebelliously. "Do you take us for barbarians or cutthroats?" came the outraged answer. "At first the retrovolved cases are fed by mouth as long as they are still half-grown, and finally as postnatal infants. Only when the placenta has closed around the fetus, nourishment is introduced through the navel. Coming and going, it's all the same. As long as the heart beats, it gets the necessary nutriment." "And when does the heart stop beating?" "At the corresponding point in the retroevolutionary process at which it began to beat." I swallowed my resentment. A warning voice told me under no circumstances to arouse the animosity of the animator. Besides, BH worried me more and more. Again he had become completely apathetic. His dark eyes listened dreamily and almost avidly to the animator's explanations. I therefore decided to change my tactics and to conceal my irritation as much as possible. "Cher maître," I began with an effort at flattery, "it's almost unbelievable. It's a great pity that my own contemporaries had no idea that there would be a Wintergarten someday with retrogenetic humus. But how about this autobiological time? How old, for instance, was the man we just saw?" The animator gave me a quick glance and seemed satisfied. "The man whom you just saw in the sweetest slumber of childhood. Senior arrived here at the age of 153 years, according to his birth certificate. That's not old, or at least not old enough for his autobiological time to elapse rapidly. He was planted about 12 planetary hours ago and 12 hours of cell division was sufficient to retrovolve him into a boy of 7 years? That's a fairly long time. Senior, smiled the animator. We've had cases where the whole process was finished inside of 12 hours. Is that possible? I exclaimed. And how long does it take with recalcitrance? The animator's red eyes stared at me in astonishment. That's not so easy to say. Senior, he replied after an infinitesimal pause. Recalcitrance is the only form of discomfort that the recalcitrant inflicts on himself. We've had cases that took years. Probably served them right, I agree piously. But now tell me about your most successful cases, your ideal cases, your model specimens. That's easy. His face beamed. I noticed that in the incubator heat of the glass houses he no longer shivered and chattered as he had done up in our room, nor did he rub his icy hands. This seemed to be the appropriate temperature for him. A genuine Desiderium origines, he continued, promotes a lightning-like process in which the blastocyst can be turned over to the daisy fields in a very few hours. By Desiderium origines *, I mean a yearning for the original state, one of the strongest impulses of man when he has grown old, tired, bitter, disappointed, hopeless, and worn out. When he can no longer resist the monsoon attacks of tedium senile, the loathing of old age for itself, even though he may still publicly parade around as a handsome, youthfully vigorous great-great-granddaddy. As he spoke these words, the animator's goggle eyes roved along the line of cradle graves. By this time, our moving sidewalk had carried us into at least the 8th or 9th glasshouse. I think I can show you a beautiful case right here, said the animator. It's a choice specimen whose autobiological time began only 2 hours ago. This case is going so fast that it skips over entire periods. He turned to the bath attendants. It's been a long time since we had anything like it as far as cell division and cell shrinkage go, isn't it? Terrific, said number 2 cautiously. The dry period will soon be over. It's not so easy to explain, Senior, how cell division and cell shrinkage can be the same thing. Oh, I'm used to such paradoxes from the Jebel Maitre animator. I just think of the great Ursler. Here he is. Here he is, our dear good little old fellow, the animator suddenly whispered, motioned me to keep quiet, and tiptoed to one of the cradle graves a few steps away. This time he kneeled down eagerly and quickly removed the eiderdown and the fluffy lint that loosely covered and protected the retrovolved case. When he had finished, I heard him grunt with exertion and pleasure. Only a little while longer and I couldn't have taken our dear good little old fellow out of the humus. He reached into the tub and expertly removed an apparently newborn babe and laid it cautiously on his left arm in the manner of a midwife, supporting the immoderately large skull with his right hand. Beaming with pride, he turned to us, at the same time prattling briskly to the infant in nipple language, diddle-diddle-dee. Kitchy-kitchy-coo. My dear good little old fellow. How are we doing now? Isn't he sweet with babies? I heard bath attendant number 1 addressing number 2 behind me. The animator invited me to examine the retrovolved baby. Take a look at him, Senior. Isn't he a museum piece? And just think, after 2 brief planetary hours, 1/12th of a revolution of the globe. I bent over the child with the customary vague politeness with which we inspect and praise the offspring of strangers. Did you ever see anything sweeter in all your life? The animator sighed ecstatically. I looked at the reddish, shriveled body of the infant and wished he were wearing a nightie. But the thing that fascinated me much more irresistibly than the tiny body was the child's hydrocephalus, the enormously bloated head, and the senile face that went with it. I knew, of course, that most babies have senile features for the first few hours after birth, faces full of wrinkles and creases and crow's feet and with the flabby mouths of toothless crones. But this was something else. This was not the senile head of an old man who was finally permitted to yield to senility after he had been kept from it for so long by the rigors of civilization. The 100 wrinkles in these features were not fresh wounds but old scars, and they reflected the Desiderium origines, the burning desire to withdraw into invisibility and unconsciousness. The animator blew gently on the ancient face as one fans dying embers. Then the creature suddenly opened its eyes. And by the eyes I immediately recognized Losalop, the unfortunate father of bridegroom Lodu who had kindled the new world holocaust up above. Is it possible? I croaked hoarsely. Are you dear gentle Iosalop, compare? I'll say we are carrot ha ha, I'll say we are, the animator answered on behalf of his charge. Of course we're still dear good old Losalop. And now we're going to have our last little swig of milk and then we'll bring out the tube and get hooked up to the central circulating system and everything will get cozier and cozier and quieter and finally the whole world will just be a berceuse. Just a berceuse. The word berceuse, which the animator used for lullaby, sounded affected and offensive to my ear. I sought to catch the retrovolved man's glance. Most infants have the eye of timeless old age. For me, the aged eye of infancy had always been a proof of the divine depth of the soul and of spiritual time, which extends from the beginning of the world to its end and perhaps beyond it. In Losalop's eyes, however, there lay something quite different from the aged look of infancy. There was the desperate effort to speak of those who were condemned to silence. They were adult, intelligent eyes behind bars, eyes that could no longer make themselves understood. Undoubtedly, they wanted to tell me that they had recognized me. And even more terrible than that, the tiny, sobbing wail of an infant escaped from the toothless little mouth of the old man. I turned away. My eyes were moist. If I had seen dear old Losalop as a decent corpse, I would not have wept. Well, Seigneur, the animator beamed triumphantly, are you finally moved to tears? Don't deny it, there's nothing more sublime. From this instant on, my mind was made up to flee from the Wintergarten and to return to the surface of the earth, notwithstanding the trans-shadow disintegrators and the psychic artillery. In my heart I extolled good old normal death, whether it came from without or suddenly from within, an early and likely probability for me according to the animator's diagnosis. At all events, it was better than the astromental detour by way of the Wintergarten, although I could hardly have summoned up any arguments in favor of normal death in preference to retrovolution. And all progressive advocates of euthanasia would certainly have been against me. But how to save ourselves? I hadn't the slightest idea what to do. The dull pain in my head grew from 1 minute to the next. BH rode along beside me or slouched with awkward steps when we had to walk. He never opened his mouth. I realized that in his present condition he was anything but a help to me. The only thing that gave me confidence and faith was the memory of the far more perilous predicament on Apostle Peter, from which I had escaped safe and sound after all. I wasn't thinking of any help from Melangeloi, however, which was more likely to be available in the minor intermundium than in the cavity of the Wintergarten. The strangest thing about this Wintergarten and its gray twilight landscape here in the earthwomb was the ponderous, solid, enormous reality and the crawling inexorability that held us captive. I was forced to regard the retrogenetic humus and its remarkable effects, comparable to the therapeutic effects of radium, for example, as a development based upon biological researches with which I was unfamiliar. It was far less inexplicable than the travel puzzle, let's say, or the space diving suit, or the surmounting of cosmic distances in the course of a class period. My heavy head was well aware that we would save ourselves down here only by means of a good plan and of superhuman exertion. I considered myself incapable of either, not to mention BH in his present condition. The animator had spoken of people who had resisted him for years, and besides he had made the remark that my case wouldn't be too simple. This sounded like a hopeful prospect to me. It was absolutely essential for us to dispel the animator's suspicions and to gain his unreserved confidence. And so when he had re-entombed dear little Losalop, I wiped my eyes and said, how can I help but be moved to tears, cher maître? For you are right, there's nothing more sublime. And now, please disregard our headaches and show us everything. He immediately had the bath attendants hand us some of the elixir that they carried along in a jug. I found that the drink refreshed me each time. In the course of a long and painful period of time, for which there was no standard of measurement down here, we saw many more miracles worked by the retrogenetic humus. Still, they never impressed me as miracles. In numerous glass houses of the dermal and endodermal zones I saw embryos of all sizes and of all autobiological stages, male and female, which had been retrovolved from old age to the state. Fortunately, what I constantly feared did not recur. I met no more old friends. I saw all kinds of embryos, from the fully evolved, retrovolved prenatal child with exquisitely modeled hands and feet to the caterpillar-like booklet with faceless, ram-shaped head enclosed by transparent membrane. The umbilical cord, leading from these tiny retrovolved human animals through the black soil to the central source of nourishment, was finally a hair-like, thin tube. The animator's monologue flowed on without interruption. I seemed at last to have lulled his suspicions. He had found an enthusiastic ear, the ear of a man from darkest antiquity who was still quite uninformed but intelligent enough to understand him after having gotten over his silly notions. Yes, he said, covering a little human caterpillar, cell division, luxuriant, exuberant, bubbling cell division, that's the female secret of the world. The man only furnishes the impulse, the idea, and in the ancient world, as Seigneur can no doubt verify, it was the women who worked and not the men. In some countries that was the case, I agreed in order not to offend him. That's not what I mean, he shook his elongated, deformed skull. Man's work is blazing and glowing, the residue of which is ashes. Woman's work is thriving, blooming, bearing fruit, and decaying, the residue of which is humus, as the word homo indicates. And when is the female work of cell division interrupted in the Wintergarten? I asked. In other words, at what point does retrovolution come to an end? That's a matter, Seigneur, on which I am really required to keep silent, by provision of the Constitution. You don't need to worry about a breach of the Constitution with respect to me, I struck while the iron seemed hot. I'm outside the Constitution, am I not? Don't forget that I'm extraterritorial. This legal comment appeared to impress him, as he was not only a scientist but also an official. He stared at me with his bulging eyes. Then he came nearer and whispered in my ear, we advanced the end of cell division just a little bit. He obviously tried to dodge the answer by asking a question. When, in your opinion, does the embodiment of human personality begin and when does it end? And now something unexpected took place. BH, who had been rolling along on the moving sidewalk next to me, silent and apathetic, straightened himself up with a jerk, clenched his fists, and something inside him creaked like the wheels of a clock. He gathered together all his energy and joined in the conversation in order to show that he was not yet lost. Thomas Aquinas teaches, he said, syllable by syllable, that personality begins when the embryo receives its third soul, first the vegetative, second the animal, then the rational soul. Well, the animator commented cheerfully, our learned friend is feeling better. Attendant, give the gentleman another swallow, even though St. Thomas is wrong. The first and the last thing that determines human personality is the heart. Unbelievable but true, the heart? Does that mean? Animator, I inquired, that individuality, the ineffable personality, the soul, enters the embryo with the first irregular heartbeats, long before the evolution of the organs and the lowest forms of consciousness? Yes indeed, and in exactly the same way the soul vanishes with the last irregular heartbeats, and not before. Ah, now I understand the word blastocyst, I exclaimed in sudden enlightenment, the word I didn't understand before. Blastocyst is the embryo before it has a heart. Today is really Sunday for me, the animator sighed with a smile of contentment. And you transplant these blastocysts, I went on triumphantly, and they turn into daisies, whole fields of daisies. I must ask you to be discreet. Seigneur, the animator's voice was alarmed, for this is not known to the general public. But I like the idea. It's a wonderful idea. It's a regular poem, a poem by some good primitive poet, Ovid, for instance. The departed members of mankind change into blooming daisies. I like that much better than asphodels. I only hope these daisies don't grow in glasshouses but outdoors. You guessed that too, smiled the animator, as far as we can speak of outdoors, down here. And this outdoors, is it still within the confines of the Wintergarten, or beyond? I inquired in an indifferent tone, closing my eyes so that no incautious beam or radiation might betray the purpose of my question. My anxiety was superfluous. Down here in the cavity there was no iron gray sod nor any other conductor for thought and mind impulses. Here the ego with all its insidiousness was well insulated. And so the animator appeared not to have noticed the motive behind all my questions, for he answered frankly, at present it's still within the walls, Seigneur. But we'll soon have to move outside the gates if it keeps on like this. The congestion is getting terrible. People are all so avid for the final good fortune. The daisy fields are probably not your only outdoor institution, I fumbled on a little more boldly as though I had some further information. He looked at me askance. I suppose somebody tipped you off about the wet nurses. He turned toward the two bath attendants and demanded peremptorily, which one of you tipped off Seigneur about the mound of the wet nurses? Before the white smocks had a chance to utter their earnest asseverations of innocence, I anticipated them. These gentlemen are the very soul of discretion. They didn't even tip us off about the retrogenetic humus, instead of that they gypped us with a so-called mud bath. They only did their duty, the animator declared. BH gathered himself together once more, clenched his fists, and said thickly, with a heavy tongue, I have heard about the wet nurses. Up there the mothers threaten their little daughters that they will be sent to the Wintergarten as wet nurses if they don't behave themselves. Disgusting. The animator flew into a passion and his voice cracked. Everything we hear from up there is disgusting. I'll ask you gentlemen to be the judges. You shall testify that our wet nurses are the most beautiful, the most voluptuous, the most shapely women in the world. After all, we're all minstrels and mothers' darlings, and we're no pederasts and pansies. We're not afraid of genuine, well-developed female cell dividers. With these words, the animator accelerated the tempo of the running platform on which we were moving along so suddenly that BH and I almost tumbled down, but we only fell into each other's arms. Cheer up, BH, I hissed at my friend, everything's going to turn out all right. You disturb me, he mumbled, and now he was sleepy again. Your vitality is simply disgusting. Azaleas, cacti, cradle graves, glass houses, white smocks, great piles of soil, and God knows what else whizzed past us before our trip came to an end. By the twilight, by the gentle drizzle from the lofty cloud ceiling, and by the more bearable temperature, we knew that we were outdoors. Before us rose a round, gentle hill, a mound, and not much more. Whether this round dome was shaped like a woman's breast is a matter of opinion. Much more important was the magnificent weeping willow, the largest I had ever seen, that grew from the nipple, so to speak, of the pale green hill and veiled a large area with its long silvery hair. The bodies of the young women who reclined on the hillside gleamed almost snow-white in the gloom of the day-night. The animator had not lied to us. The women under the tremendous spreading weeping willow on the hill that we were now climbing slowly and with heavy knees were of great physical beauty, a beauty that is not easy to describe. They were much more rounded and more voluptuous, and apparently also considerably taller than the dainty astro-mental girls. But I knew at once, and without having to await the animator's explanation, that they had come to the Wintergarten as dainty astro-mental girls, and that they had developed here to such attractive plumpness and to such statuesque dimensions. On their well-formed faces, however, most of them were wearing turban-like shawls around their heads. Lay an expression of sullen dejection, of slatternly, staring indifference, of apathetic passivity. That was only embarrassingly emphasized by their weak attempts at coquetry at the sight of us men. I had to think of the whorehouses in the native quarters of Arabian cities, although the comparison is misleading, for these women appeared well-groomed and attractive to our eyes. The animator took me aside. You know, he lisped, up there they don't know anything about the miracle of fertility anymore. Just take a look at these girls. Every one of them manages to develop an unfertilized ovum in her womb up to the 6th month without any outside assistance. They're really good, these parthenogenetic cell dividers. And he clicked his tongue in admiration and approval. These words made it clear to me that the 40 or 50 naked women who were lounging in the incubator atmosphere of the uterus matrice terrae were the outcasts, the pariahs of astro-mental civilization. They had been exiled to the Wintergarten, just as criminals in Russia were formerly exiled to Siberia, to the Katorga. Of course, their crime consisted solely of the fact that biologically they ranked even lower than the prolific asterisk people, the plebeians who raised 2, 3, 4, and in extreme cases even 5 offspring. These had probably been unbridled not only in their fertility but also in their inclinations. Civilization, alienation from God by time, according to the Grand Bishop, rid itself of them as of a disgrace that was never mentioned and, if possible, never thought about. Out of the tragic fate of these girls grew the magnificent weeping willow with its drooping silver foliage. Life in the cavity changed all those who served the Wintergarten and its ends. The heat, the pressure, the chemical composition of the air, the water, and other unknown causes had made these ostracized women what they were, simply wet nurses. They lolled and lounged about, given over wholly to lazy, prolific, rank growth. And yet, although the hill of the weeping willow certainly represented the extreme contrast to the rose garden of the Virgin, this aspect of femininity too filled me for an instant with reverent awe that bordered on loathing. Some of the women were sleeping with half-open mouths. Others were crocheting or knitting huge, ridiculous, rapidly growing things of colored wool. It looked as if the internal business of cell division had been transferred outside, and as if this feminine needlework were nothing but the production of parthenogenetic fabrics of wool or silk. Well, what's the matter, gentlemen? Don't be scared of them, I heard the animator animate us. Awkward as a schoolboy, I stepped up to one of the most voluptuous of them, made a bow, and asked in the most absurd manner, "May I inquire how you are feeling today, fairest lady?" The girl looked at me with perfectly vacant eyes, mechanically puckered her lips to a kissable circlet, and smiled idiotically. Whether she heard me or not I can't say. But I knew at once that she didn't understand a single word. "You mustn't speak with them. Seigneur, what do you think this is?" The animator was having a good time at my expense. Our sweet ladies aren't kept here for purposes of conversation. Makes things a lot simpler, doesn't it? His voice dropped to a pimpish tone. Why don't you pet her a little? Go on, she likes it. Doesn't she have magnificent breasts and cheeks? I stood motionless and rigid. Behind me the animator clapped his hands. The girl stretched out her arms toward me. Apparently she wanted me to help her up. I did so. She pulled herself up by my hands with surprising ease, for she was really very large and heavy. As soon as she stood on her feet, she began to pirouette before me with little dance steps like a mannequin, no, like an automaton with rosy, radiant flesh. Her breathing was strangely labored. I must confess that the figure of the girl as she pressed nearer and nearer exercised a growing attraction upon me which was painfully intensified by my keen sense of pity for her. The presence of the animator, however, made me cold and unresponsive. After a while, I turned my face away with an angry jerk. Several of the women around the gnarled trunk of the weeping willow at the top of the hill were holding infants to their breasts and feeding them. In the manner of young mothers, they squeezed their nipples between their index and middle fingers in order to make things easier for the babies. These babies, however, were not real infants but retrovolved adults. They were shriveled old creatures like poor little Losala a while ago. In a word, they were dead. And the wet nurses of the Wintergarten were feeding the dead with their milk. They were undoubtedly given the difficult cases, the troublesome ones that threatened to wither away before they had reached the embryonic stage. The sweet milk of the wet nurses was intended to put them back in shape. I closed my eyes in order to shut out this scene, this vision. Behind me I heard the animator's voice. This pleasure is always at your disposal, gentlemen. The Wintergarten is a realm of delight. I should like to see the daisy fields, I said. Just a few more steps, he answered. As we turned to go down the slope, I was the last one. I looked around once more at the mound of the wet nurses. Then I saw one of the young women running toward me. It was the same one that had performed a little dance for me a moment ago. In each of her hands she offered me a gift. One was a big globe of crimson yarn, the other a ridiculous piece of needlework in a poisonous tropical green. I concealed both presents under my dress coat. Tears streamed over the girl's blank face.